Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Inherited the Dark Knight's Legacy. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hosu was burning. Civilians all over the city were running for their lives as Shigaraki unleashed his Nomu upon the city, while the heroes fought desperately to quell the destruction. Yet this wider scene of carnage was entirely absent from the new Ingenium's mind. His entire world had been reduced to this seemingly quiet alley. And those inside of it. You won't get away with this. Tenya Ida cried as the hero killer's boot ground into his back. What a pathetic excuse for a hero, said Stain, staring down at him in pure disgust. You were so distracted by your thirst for vengeance that you ignored your comrade bleeding out. Tenya stuttered, suddenly noticing the costumed man propped up against the wall. May the shedding of your blood cleanse our putrid society, declared Stain, raising up his sword. Tenya closed his eyes, preparing for the blade to plunge into some vital organ and put an end to his short existence, his only thoughts concerning what his parents and brother would say to him now. And yet, it never came. There was a whooshing sound of something cutting through the air, and then the clang of metal on metal followed by the clunking of metal on the concrete floor. Tenya opened his eyes to see the hero killer turned around, sword drawn defensively, and the alley flooded with smoke. I was wondering when you'd come for me, smirked Stain. I'm disappointed it took you so long, Dark Knight. I had hoped you were as skilled as the myths of your predecessor claim. Your reign of terror ends here, hero killer. A gruff voice called from the smoke as the shadow on the wall grew and grew. How did you end up finding me? Asked Stain. The voice from the smoke said nothing. Come now, Dark Knight, humor me. I don't intend on running from this battle. This will only end when one of us is dead and the other triumphant. I determined native was your next target, said the voice, as the shadow slowly took on the shape of a cloaked man, with pointy ears sticking out of his head. I spent days following him, waiting for you to show up. And you let me nearly kill him before showing yourself? Sked Stain, shaking his head. Maybe you weren't all you were cracked up to be. The voice said nothing as the shadow slowly began to shrink and Stain took a hesitant step back. A figure slowly began to emerge from the shadow. The figure, dressed like a bat. Get to him, yelled one of the kids as Izuku skidded to a stop, reaching a dead end. He was cornered. Izuku had been chased through just about the entirety of the old, creaking mansion before reaching the dead end. He thought he knew what it was like to be beaten up. He had no idea how wrong he was. Kaken was nothing compared to these people. It had only been 2 months since he arrived at the orphanage, 2 months since the funeral, 2 months since his parents were murdered in that alley, and he had already been beaten harder than Kaken ever had every week. And this one was going to be much worse if he had to guess. A punishment for making them run. There was only one way out. He looked up at the window behind him and pushed it open. It was the second floor of the building, but he didn't care. It was practically a win-win. Either he was fine and managed to escape, or he broke his legs and wound up in the hospital and away from them. He took a glance behind him as he put one leg through it. They were rounding the corner. Get the quirkless freak, one of them yelled. Taking a deep breath, he jumped. Gah! Izuku cried as he hit the ground. Everything hurt. He didn't land well, just barely managing to avoid cracking his skull open. But there was no time to recover. They wouldn't let him escape that easily. Every second he was out here counted. He pushed himself to his feet and made a beeline toward the forest on the edge of the estate, the crumbling manor. What was it called again? Wayne something. Slowly fading away as it was replaced by tree trunks. He ran nonstop for a god knows how long, before eventually caving to his body's demands, leaning on a tree to catch his breath. Had he lost them? He couldn't see them or hear their footsteps. After a few minutes of silence, he allowed himself to exhale, and then sat down on the ground, running his hands through his hair. He knew they couldn't really search for him out here. Chase him sure, but not search. If they spent too long out here, the faculty would notice, and then they'd all be in trouble. He'd have to wait out here until nightfall. It would mean he'd miss dinner, but it's not like his going back would guarantee he'd eat. All he could hope for was the other kids getting bored and the faculty forgetting he existed. Eventually, Izuku stood up and began to wander through the forest. The entire area was off-limits to the orphans, so he had only ever been out here a few times, always under these same circumstances. He had never actually explored out here. He had no idea what was out here if there was anything. "Itch!" cried Izuku, tripping over a root. "Ow, wait!" That hurt a lot more than tripping normally did. And the ground felt weirdly hard. He got on his knees and pushed aside some of the brush he had landed on and found what felt like metal. Metal? What was that doing out here? And it was surprisingly rust-free. He continued pushing away plants and dirt until he eventually found a carved-out divot. He grabbed a hold of it with both hands and pulled with all the strength his 11-year-old body could provide, pulling it open and revealing a hole with a ladder underneath. His curiosity overwhelmed his fear, and Izuku climbed down the hole. It went deep. He wasn't quite sure how deep, but it took him a minute at least to reach the bottom. Hello!" Izuku yelled into the darkness. "Hello! Hello! Hello!" his echo replied. "Is anyone down here?" "Down here? Down here? Down here?" Zwertfrisch. Izuku walked into the darkness, hesitantly approaching the electric buzzing, his every footstep echoing off the metal floor. Eventually, he came to a stone wall, rough and coarse. It felt naturally formed, like a cave, and so he turned to continue following the path when he saw a red light in the distance, faint and blinking. He walked toward it, and when he got face to face with it, he noticed the small switch illuminated when it flicked on. Taking a deep breath, he flicked the switch. Thunk, 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 thunk. Izuku flinched as the lights above him jolted on, revealing the cave formation filled to the brim with dusty computer equipment. "Whoa," Izuku muttered, looking around the cave. All the computers, it looked like it was ripped straight out of an old comic book. "Can I help you, sir?" called a robotic voice with a strange accent from above him. "Oh, sorry, I just found this," Izuku stuttered. "Quite all right, sir," said the voice. "What might your name be?" Izuku," he said. "Izuku Midoriya." "Well, Master Midoriya," said the voice, "I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave this facility. I'm sure your parents are worried sick about you." Izuku stuttered, tears welling in his eyes. "Why, sorry for bothering you, mister." He walked back toward the ladder by the hatch. What is this place, mister?" "A tomb, Master Midoriya," said the voice. "A tomb that ought not be reopened again. I must insist you agree to not return to this place." "Why, sir," said Izuku, climbing up the ladder as the lights shut off around him. "Where is that little swipe?" yelled a voice in this distance. Oh man, he had really done it now. After a year in the orphanage, after a year of getting beat up, he finally decided to throw a punch in self-defense, knocking Hikaru down a flight of stairs. Now Hikaru's little gang was after him, and they didn't care about getting in trouble anymore. It would only be a matter of time until... Izuku's eyes widened as his foot struck metal. They'd never find him down there, but whoever was down there said he didn't want Izuku to come back ever. He looked back toward the manor, then down at the hatch, then back toward the manor. "When I find that quirkless piece of..." Izuku didn't hear the end of his threat, determining upsetting the mysterious voice was worth avoiding the imminent beatdown. All he had to do was hold out until sunset and the faculty would eventually realize what had happened. They might not care about the kids beating him up inside the manor, but they didn't tolerate anyone leaving without permission. Once they noticed Hikaru's gang had left, they'd all end up locked in the basement and he could sneak back in after dark. "Master Midoriya," said the voice, as Izuku stepped off the ladder into the dark cave, "I recall asking not to return to this facility." I know I'm sorry," said Izuku, "but please, sir, I really need to hide." "Where are your parents, Master Midoriya?" asked the voice. Said Izuku. "I'm an orphan." The voice said nothing, the only sound in the cave being a faint buzzing in the air. "And the other orphans, they're..." "You may stay here temporarily," said the voice. "Thank you," muttered Izuku, walking down the path toward the room with the computer equipment as the lights flickered on. It was still as impressive and dusty as he remembered. Who are you?" he asked, sitting down on a countertop. "What is this place?" "Call me Alfred," said the voice. What is this place? He asked again. Is this some kind of secret spy base or something? Wait, are you a villain? Goodness, no, said Alfred. No, this cave is just a relic of a bygone age, Master Midoriya, one you shouldn't concern yourself with. Really? Exclaimed Izuku. These computers all look really advanced. I couldn't speak to what the current standard of modernity is, although they were quite advanced for their time, said Alfred. What was their time? Asked Izuku, tracing a line of dust with his finger. 200 years ago, said Alfred. Whoa, whispered Izuku, getting off the counter and walking down the rows of electrical equipment. Are they still working? For the most part, yes, said Alfred. They must have been well built to survive with all the moisture down here, Izuku muttered. Astute observation, commented Alfred. Oh, sorry, said Izuku, looking down and rubbing the back of his neck. I wasn't being sarcastic, Master Midoriya. It was a good observation, said Alfred, as Izuku's eyes were drawn to an outline of something on the wall of the cave. They were constructed by one of the smartest men of the age. He leaned in, only half listening to Alfred's explanation. Are you interested in working with computers when you grow up, Master Midoriya? I want to be a hero, said Izuku, brushing dust off the section of the wall where the outline was. It was just a square, not much larger than his hand. Like All Might. I can't say I'm familiar with the name, said Alfred. He's the greatest, said Izuku. He's super strong and always saves people with a smile. So you must have some sort of meta ability then, yes? Asked Alfred. Izuku said nothing. Ta-da, said Alfred, realizing what his silence meant. Well, best of luck to you then. You think I could be a hero? Said Izuku, quickly turning around and looking up toward the source of his voice. I don't see why not, said Alfred. Wait, do most heroes these days have meta abilities? You mean quirks? Said Izuku. All of them do. Fascinating, said Alfred. He was right all along. So do you think I could be a hero? Asked Izuku. Back in the olden days, there were quite a few heroes who lacked these quirks, said Alfred. I don't see why you couldn't today. Thank you, whispered Izuku, turning back toward the square on the wall. He placed his palm on it, and despite the grooves, it felt like any other stone. Taking a deep breath, he pushed. It gave way. Izuku spun around at the sound of hydraulic whirring, and saw the wall across from him open up to reveal a costume, gray and bulky, with a black cape and cowl that had two pointy ears sticking out of it, and on its chest was a symbol. A bat. You weren't supposed to see that, said Alfred, his voice deathly serious. Are you a hero? Said Izuku. No, said Alfred, but I worked with one a lifetime ago. Who? Asked Izuku. Please, Master Midoriya, said Alfred as the wall began descending, recovering the hero costume. Their memories I'd rather not bring up. Please do refrain from speaking to the other children at your orphanage about what you saw. They wouldn't bother listening anyways, muttered Izuku. They bully you? Asked Alfred. Izuku slowly looked up. Do they? Yeah, confessed Izuku. Is it due to your lack of quirk? Alfred asked. Izuku nodded slightly, and again, Alfred repeated his question. Yes, said Izuku. It's fascinating, isn't it? That humanity was given such a great gift as these powers beyond the comprehension of our ancestors, only to turn it into another reason to destroy one another. Tell me, Master Midoriya, when these children bully you, what do you do? I run for it, said Izuku, or I take it. Do you ever fight back? Asked Alfred. That's why I'm hiding down here, said Izuku. I see, said Alfred. Master Midoriya, I want you to walk toward the end of the cave. You'll find a large computer monitor. I want you to go find it. Okay, said Izuku, figuring it was the least he could do in exchange for the trouble he was putting Alfred through. He walked down the hall, past the endless servers and processors, till he found the absolutely massive computer monitor, easily twice his height. I found it. Good, said Alfred. Do you see a seat in front of it? I see it, confirmed Izuku. Sit down in it, said Alfred. Izuku complied and pulled himself up into the seat. Underneath the keyboard, there should be a series of switches. Izuku ducked his head under the small desk, and as he said, there it was. Flick the switch on the far right. That's better. What did that do? Asked Izuku. It turned on the camera system, said Alfred. When this facility was constructed, we wanted to ensure that the cameras could not be turned on remotely. For security reasons, you see. But the microphones were okay? Said Izuku. Sharp, said Alfred, although his voice was more sorrowful than prideful. There was never much to hear down here. Wait, if you're watching me through a camera, does that mean you're not here? Asked Izuku. I assure you, Master Midoriya, I am as much here as I am anywhere else, said Alfred. What does that mean? Asked Izuku, standing up from the chair. Who are you? Technically, what am I would be the proper response, said Alfred, although I do find the truth a tad degrading. I am this cave. I am those memory banks and processors and whatnot you passed coming here. I'm an artificial intelligence, although I was once a man. You're an AI? Said Izuku. I was once a close friend of the hero who used this cave, Alfred explained, yet I was dying. Huntington's chorea. It's a nasty disease, slowly rotting away nerves in your brain. I could not allow the hero to continue his crusade without my assistance. He needed me and we both knew it. So I had the man who built these computers scan my brain and do his best to replicate it with ones and zeros. And you've been down here for, said Izuku. 200 years, said Alfred. Specifically, 196 years, 3 months, 15 days, 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 33 seconds. Have you been alone that whole time? Asked Izuku. Not the whole time, said Alfred. I had the hero for quite a few years, and then his successors, but eventually it was decided that they all ought to hang up the cowl. Batman was the hero Gotham deserved, but not the one it needed. Well, eventually it found heroes it both needed and deserved, and so the Batman died. They all kept in contact with me from time to time, but when they started families, I specifically asked to not be introduced. I was a relic of a traumatic past that was best left buried. So, since the last of them died over a century ago, I've been alone. I'm sorry, said Izuku. Don't be, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. Now, let me see you throw a punch. What? Exclaimed Izuku. You heard me. Throw a punch, said Alfred. I can't in good conscience let you stay down here without ensuring you know how to defend yourself the next time those horrid children decide to beat you. Izuku spent the next few hours learning some of the basics from Alfred, courtesy of some hastily cobbled-together graphics, old training videos, and some practice dummies, before it started to get late, and Izuku decided it was probably time to go before he got into any more trouble with the faculty. Yet as he was climbing out of the hole, he heard a voice from behind him. Master Midoriya, Alfred called. Izuku stopped and looked back down. Don't be afraid to come down here again if you need to hide. Just make sure nobody follows you. Thank you, Alfred, said Izuku, smiling for maybe the first time in a year. Izuku got beat up just as much as usual over the next 2, but he was a less frequent target. It wasn't fun putting him in the nurse's office if you were right there next to him. It took a while, and quite a few more lessons from Alfred, for him to start consistently winning against older kids, and he'd still lose when he got mobbed, but when they realized he wasn't an easy target like he was when he first arrived, they moved on. He effectively stopped becoming a target once Alfred started teaching him how to hide. But new kids came. Kids younger than he was when he first arrived. And he couldn't just stand back and let them get beaten up like he was. So he started fighting Hikaru and his cronies whenever they tried to corner a new kid. He never won. They had quirks and weren't afraid to use them. But every once in a while, he bought some kid enough time to hide or run away. And that was worth it. Today was one of those days. A kid had just arrived, couldn't be older than 7, and Hikaru decided he deserved to know what was in store for him right out of the gate. Izuku fought them off for a minute or two, allowing the kid to escape and breaking a few noses, but eventually he was overwhelmed. He spent the rest of his day in the infirmary, covered head to toe in bruises. He had just returned to his bed and closed his eyes to try and get some sleep when he heard footsteps. Izuku opened his eyes to see Hikaru and his buddies, a dozen in total, surrounding him. Realizing what this was, Izuku tried to run, but they were on him before he could get anywhere, kids grabbing both of his arms and holding him still. "I've had enough of your sheet, you quirkless bee," said Hikaru. "This is the last goddamn straw." "What are you gonna do, Hikaru?" spat Izuku. "Have your guys beat me up again?" "I'm a little used to that." Hikaru stepped forward and decked him across the face, before grabbing him by the chin and looking him in the eyes. Izuku stared at him, eyes full of panic and fear, before smiling and kneeing him in the groin. "You're dead, you little sheet," yelled Hikari, stumbling backward. "Come here." The kids dragged him out of the room. At this point everyone else was awake, but nobody did anything, not even the kids he protected. There was no need for anyone other than him to be hurt. They dragged him up 2 flights of stairs, up to the 5th floor of the manor, and over to an open window. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized what they meant to do. They were really going to kill him. Thrashing. Wildly, Izuku tried to break free as they began to push him through the window, but it was fruitless. Time seemed to slow down as he fell through the air. He closed his eyes, expecting it to be the last time, as he felt the ground begin to approach. Izuku Midoriya opened his eyes. He was alive. Everything hurt and he couldn't feel his left arm and he was really dizzy, but he was alive. He rolled to the side and rose to his feet. He had landed on a bush. It was small, barely coming up to his knees, but it had broken his fall enough for him to not die instantly. For a second, he thought about going back inside, maybe going to the nurse or stealing a phone to call the police, but he quickly disavowed that notion. He couldn't go back. Not now, not ever. No one was going to save him. He had to save himself. Practically dragging himself, he began to walk toward the forest, to that cave that had for so long served as his safe haven. It took him almost a minute to climb down the ladder without falling, but eventually he stepped foot on the metal floors and began to walk toward the computer. "Dear God, Midoriya, what happened to you?" said Alfred. "Hikaru threw me out the window," said Izuku. "You need a hospital, Midoriya," said Alfred. "You need to call the police. There's an old phone down here, it should still." "No," interrupted Izuku, "no police. No hospital. They'll make me go back." Alfred said nothing, but he could still hear the upsetness in his voice. Eventually, Izuku heard a hydraulic whirring and turned around to see a small pod sticking out of the wall. This cave really was filled with secrets. Even after 2 years, he was still learning new things. "Get in," said Alfred. Izuku nodded and dragged himself toward the pod, practically throwing himself inside. There was more hydraulic whirring, and the pod re-entered the wall. "Is this an MRI?" asked Izuku. "And more," said Alfred. "It was built to do basic medical procedures after I was no longer around. But it cannot perform surgery, Master Midoriya. I can set your bones and sew up your cuts, but if God forbid you have nerve damage or have internal bleeding, there's nothing I can do." Mechanical arms descended from above him and began to cut away his clothing where he was bleeding before stitching up the few open cuts he had. "You're incredibly lucky, Master Midoriya," he said after a few minutes. "If I was incredibly lucky, I wouldn't be here," Izuku muttered. "If you weren't incredibly lucky, you would be dead," said Alfred. "Only your left arm is broken, and I would guess you had a concussion, but other than that, there's nothing serious." The pod opened up, and Izuku dragged himself out to the computer. "Thanks, Alfred, for everything," said Izuku. "I hope I'll hear you again." "What are you talking about, Master Midoriya? You're in no shape to leave," said Alfred. "And what do you mean you hope we'll meet again?" "I can't go back there, Alfred," declared Izuku. "They tried to kill me. I have to run away." "I beg you, Master Midoriya, call the authorities. They won't ignore this." "They'll put you in a better home," said Alfred. "They put me there in the first place, Alfred. How can I trust that wherever they send me next will be any better?" said Izuku. "So your solution is to become a vagrant?" said Alfred. "I beg you, think for a moment. What will you do once you've run away?" "I'll become a hero," declared Izuku. "You mean a vigilante," said Alfred. "You've told me yourself that no hero school accepts students under the age of 18. "Then, yeah," said Izuku, "I guess I'll become a vigilante." "Tell me, Master Midoriya, why do you desire to be a hero so strongly?" asked Alfred. "Do you wish to avenge the death of your parents?" Or do you just want to beat people up? What? No, said Izuku. Then why? Why be a hero? Alfred asked. You have such a brilliant mind even if you lack certain physical strengths. Why not use your brain to assist others? Because I have to. Alfred, yelled Izuku, because I just can't sit by and let other people suffer. I need to be a hero, Alfred, I need to save them. All right then, said Alfred, take me with you. What? Said Izuku. I'll teach you to become a hero, said Alfred. I'll teach you to become Batman. You will, said Izuku. I will, said Alfred, but be warned, Master Midoriya, this is not an easy road. It won't bring you happiness. It won't bring you fame. It will likely destroy you in the process. But if the choice is between you going out with me or without me, I'd rather it be with me. Okay, said Izuku. But I do have a few preconditions, said Alfred. Number 1, you will not go around gallivanting around before you are ready. You will only don the cape and cowl once I have determined you are sufficiently capable. And that will likely only be after several years of training. All right, said Izuku. Number 2, said Alfred, you will do what I say when I tell you to. I am not a hero, Master Midoriya, I am a soldier. I will train you like a soldier. A soldier does not speak back to his drill instructor if he knows what's good for him. Do you understand? Izuku nodded. And finally, said Alfred, this is not a precondition, this is a statement of fact. Your power will not come from a quirk. Your power will not come from your body. I will teach you to harness a weapon far more potent. You will not be All Might. You will not be the symbol of hope but one of terror. You will be the reason criminals breathe easier when the sun is shining. You will be the reason the mugger hesitates before stepping into an alley. And you will take on that role gladly because if there is any trepidation in your heart about this, you have already lost. Your fear will be your power, but your strength will be in the firmness of your will. Do you understand, Izuku Midoriya? Do you accept what you must become if you wish to save people? I do. Good, said Alfred. Then let's get going. We're far behind schedule already. All right, Master Midoriya, said Alfred as he stepped out of the cave. I've arranged for temporary lodgings in the city under the name of Mikumo Akatami. It's in a hotel. I told the staff you were from Yuzudafu, but you're here in Hosu to stay with your uncle, but your uncle was hospitalized and you need a place to stay, hence you being unaccompanied, and sent them a forged picture of your identification papers. Got it, said Izuku. Now, when you're leaving the grounds, you'll have to stomp, do you understand? Said Alfred. Why? Asked Izuku. I'm not questioning you, I just genuinely want to know. Quite all right, I understand, said Alfred. Never be afraid to ask a question out of curiosity. You left a trail while you were making your way to the cave, one that likely ends not far from the hatch. You need to ensure the trail continues for some time so as not to lead them directly to me. That would create problems. Oh, said Izuku, taking his first steps forward. Can I ask you to do something for me? Of course, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. There are still kids stuck in the orphanage, ones who deserve a better home, said Izuku. I can't leave them with Hikaru. Said Alfred. I'll tell you what, the second you're at the hotel, I'll call the police. They can't cover up the broken window or blood trail that quickly. Thank you, Alfred, said Izuku. I must warn you, however, there will be a missing persons report filled out for you. You'll have to take care to conceal your identity, even when the costume is off. That's fine, said Izuku. I can do that. All right then, let's get a move on, shall we? Jesus, kid, are you all right? Asked the man at the front desk of the hotel. Oh, this, said Izuku, motioning to his broken left arm secured in a splint. This is old. Fell out of a tree. Yeesh, said the receptionist. You the kid whose dad called? Izuku nodded. Here's your key. Breakfast is served from 8 to 10. Thank you, said Izuku. And hey, feel free to call if you need anything, all right, kid? Said the receptionist. Izuku nodded and took the key from his hand. Quite a convincing lie, Master Midoriya, commented Alfred, speaking to him through an earpiece from the cave as he walked toward the elevator. We might make a Batman out of you yet. So what's the plan? asked Izuku. We can't stay here forever. I've siphoned $30 million from various Wayne Industries accounts, said Alfred. 30 million, said Izuku, as the elevator doors closed behind him. Wait, Wayne Industries? Why them? I'll explain in time, said Alfred, and we'll need every cent to turn you into Batman. For now, however, I'll set aside a few million for an apartment and training costs. The rest will be invested. We'll only be able to siphon so much money from Wayne Industries before we're noticed. It's best if we're able to self-finance. Your assets will hopefully have matured enough by the time we're ready to begin your crusade to fully fund everything, assuming you don't plan on purchasing any jets or rocket cars. But I don't know anything about investing, said Izuku. Master Midoriya, I'm the most advanced artificial intelligence in existence, said Alfred, and I'm capable of hacking into the computers of every company listed on every stock exchange in the world. I could generate growth predictions that are 10 times more accurate than what the largest hedge funds on Wall Street are using with a minuscule amount of processing power. I think I'm more than capable of day trading. Oh, right, said Izuku, so what should I do? You, Master Midoriya, will go to sleep, said Alfred, and tomorrow morning you will eat a large breakfast with lots of protein and calcium and then go back to sleep. The day after, I will have secured a large and secluded apartment somewhere in the city, have it properly furnished, and you will move in. You will spend the next few days focusing on endurance training while I secure a second facility for more specialized training, and once your arm is healed, we will start doing gymnastics, strength training, and combat exercises. Your body will be molded into peak condition for a teenage boy. You will have the equivalent education of a college sophomore. And then, only then, will we start on weapons, escape artistry, lockpicking, hacking, and all the other skills you need to learn. And then, only then, will you be allowed to go out on a trial basis. But we'll take that one step at a time, and the first step is to go to sleep and allow yourself to heal. Come on, Sansa, said Naomasa, as his car drove past the Wayne house sign by the entrance and pulled up in front of the house. The two police detectives got out of the car and approached the group of uniformed officers standing out front. What do we get? Text came in 20 minutes ago, saying a kid was thrown out of a window, said one of the officers. Well, we got blood and a crushed bush. Blood leads into that forest over there. So my guess is the kid fell, managed to survive, ran off. What's this about him being thrown? Asked Naomasa. That's what the text said, the officer explained, by other kids specifically. Some kid named Hikaru specifically. Officer Watanabe is with him right now. Any sign of the kid? Asked Naomasa. No, said the officer. We followed the trail he left, but eventually it reached the sidewalk and we lost it. Hey, on the bright side, it means he's still probably alive, said Sansa. All right, we get a description of the kid? Asked Naomasa. Yeah, green hair, green eyes, short, lean, said the officer, named Izuku Midoriya, been here for 3 years or so. Okay, take all the kids down to the station, said Naomasa. I want to talk to everyone face to face. We'll get to the bottom of this. And send a message to any homeless shelter in the area. Did the kid have anyone he spoke to outside the orphanage? His file said that there was a family trying to adopt him, said the officer. Baku something. Family friend, I think. But the process stalled out a year or two ago. You know how that goes. Got it, said Naomasa. Make sure the kids are kept in the break room, not the holding cells, all right? Get them some hot chocolate or something. We want them to speak to us willingly. We're not going to know what happened without them. Now let's find this kid and get him home safely. Welcome to your new home, Master Midoriya, said Alfred, as Izuku unlocked the door on the penthouse level. Whoa, said Izuku, mouth hanging open in awe. It had taken Alfred 3 days to arrange for everything, longer than he had said but still incredibly quick. He could see why Alfred needed the extra day. Luxurious was the only word to describe it. Expensive-looking couches, a massive TV, a fireplace, a huge dining room, it was more than he could have ever hoped for. Isn't this a little much? It's exactly the right amount, said Alfred. I've spent more time around the ludicrously wealthy than you'll ever know, and I would venture to say more time. Around law enforcement officials interacting with the ludicrously wealthy than anyone alive. No one would expect a man with an apartment like this to be Batman. They expect a hovel in the most dangerous part of town with nothing but dumbbells and a conspiracy board. Because why would anyone with something worth coming home to at the end of the day go out every night as Batman? Oh, said Izuku. Now then, said Alfred, there's a gym in the other room set up with a treadmill. Eventually, I want you running outside to get used to being in the heat or cold, but until I figure a few things out, you'll remain indoors. Got it, said Izuku, quickly running toward the other room he mentioned. Hold it, said Alfred, there's one thing we need to discuss beforehand. Head to the bathroom in the master bedroom. After a few minutes of searching, he found the room he was looking for. On the bed, there were piles of clothes that still had the tags on, yet he ignored them and made his way into the bathroom. Do you see the bottle on the counter? Asked Alfred. Yeah, said Izuku, picking it up. What's this? Hair dye, Alfred explained. You don't have to do this now, but at some point, you'll have to dye your hair. You don't exactly blend in with a crowd and there's a missing persons report out on you. At some point, you'll have to dye your hair and start wearing colored contacts, and at some point soon, Master Midoriya. Oh, and that is another thing we ought to talk about. What? Asked Izuku. Master Midoriya, Alfred explained, you're Akatani Mikumo now. That's what you'll have to tell people when they ask for your name. I won't call you that in private if you insist, but if you have a single slip-up. I won't slip up, Alfred, said Izuku. I'm still Izuku Midoriya. All right then, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. I'll respect your decision. But I expect you to have not made that decision frivolously. I expect you to turn that into a source of strength. I will, Alfred, said Izuku, eyes brimming with determination. I will. So, said Izuku, in between gulps of water as he stepped off the treadmill, clad in his now thoroughly sweaty new gym clothes. Why Wayne Industries? I suppose it's time I told you the whole story, said Alfred. Bruce Wayne was Batman. Who was Bruce Wayne? Asked Izuku. Right? I forget sometimes we aren't in Gotham City, said Alfred, a longful sadness in his voice. The Waynes built Gotham. And they all fought to protect it. Wayne Enterprises was the largest company in the city and one of the largest in the United States. Perhaps it would have been the largest if the Waynes hadn't spent so much time and money trying to fix their hometown's problems. After I had left the SS, I was lost for quite some time, Master Midoriya. Eventually, I came into the service of a man named Thomas Wayne, Bruce's father and the head of the Wayne household. Thomas was a good man. A doctor. Used his money to help the people. But Gotham wasn't a good city. And one night when he was walking to his car after a movie, he was shot in an alley by a mugger. Bruce was never the same after that. The moment he was 16, he ran away from home and traveled the world, training himself to become the Batman. This was right at the dawn of Curix, mind you. Society was still struggling to adapt to this newfound change. He was the first hero of Gotham, despite not having a quirk. So then why did you take money from the Waynes? Asked Izuku. Force of habit, I suppose, said Alfred. Before we brought in Lucius, I had to hide the money trail on Bruce's behalf. Lucius? Said Izuku. Ah, the CEO of Wayne Industries, Alfred explained, and the one who built, well, me. It's all a bit stunning in retrospect, thinking about how big the operation became by the end. At first, it was just me and Bruce, but by the end. Who else was with you too? Asked Izuku. Well, first there was Lucius, said Alfred, and then there was Dr. Tompkins. She was our go-to doctor for anything I couldn't handle or when Bruce needed emergency attention when he was in the field. Then there was Commissioner Gordon. It took a while, but we brought him on our side once he realized we only wanted to help. And then, there were the kids. The kids, said Izuku. Jason, Tim, Barbara, and Damien, Alfred explained. D came first. Bruce was on a date at the circus he worked at. His parents were killed by a mobster. Bruce took him in and trained him to be a hero, Robin, then Nightwing. He was truly a phenomenal person. Bruce's greatest success was teaching D to be better than him. Then once D grew up, he took in Jason. I'd rather avoid discussing Jason, Master Midoriya, the memories are still painful 200 years later. Barbara was Commissioner Gordon's daughter. Bruce never took her in, rather she forced herself in as Batgirl. After an injury, she became Oracle, the man in the chair, so to speak. Tim was truly a genius. Everyone called Bruce the world's greatest detective, but Tim was better in his prime. And then, there was Damian Wayne, Bruce's only biological child. The last person to wear the cape and cowl. Everyone else had to be their personas. Bruce had to be Batman. Jason, and Tim had to be Robin. Damian wanted to be Robin. And I will always be proud of him for shifting that want into a need. You all sounded really close, said Izuku. Bruce was a son to me, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. I loved them all like they were my family because they were my family. Can I ask what happened to them? Asked Izuku. Alfred sighed. I remember the day Bruce retired like it was yesterday, he said. He had suffered a heart attack in the field. He had to shoot a criminal to save a life. He couldn't go on after that. Bruce always hated guns. He called them the weapons of cowards. So D took up the cape and cowl for a few years until his first son was born. Lost his nerve after that. I don't blame him. Bruce had plenty of kids, but he had never had a newborn child, not even Damian. Tim had already retired at that point and was a police lieutenant, so Damian took up the cowl. He wore it for another decade until, well, one day he woke up, looked out on the city, and decided that Batman was done. There was no dramatic moment. No great failure that forced him into retirement. He just realized the time for fear was over. And I'm forever proud of him for it. I bad for doing this, Alfred? Asked Izuku. Excuse me, sir? Said Alfred. Am I bad for wearing their cowl? Asked Izuku. Am I a bad person for bringing their fear to Hosu? I don't think so, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. Hosu isn't Gotham. The people of Gotham had spent decades living in fear. Batman's role was to spread that fear to the criminals. Damian's decision to abandon fear was born of the newfound hope in Gotham. He felt Batman was becoming a burden on a hopeful future, not a boon. And as for any sense of desecrating their legacy, I can assure you they would be fully supportive of your desire to fight crime. They never saw Batman as an honor or something to take pride in. It was always a burden. They would have respected your decision to take on that burden. I wish I could have met them, said Izuku. You have no idea how much I do as well, said Alfred. So, what do you think? Said Izuku, staring into the mirror with his freshly dyed hair and blue contact lenses. I'd say consider a bun until we can get you a haircut, said Alfred. He went silent for a moment as Izuku tied back his hair when he whispered. You look so much like him. Who? Asked Izuku. Dress well today, Master Midoriya. You're visiting the art museum today, said Alfred. Can I ask why? Said Izuku, rubbing his eyes and rolling out of bed. Stealth training, said Alfred. That we're not robbing it, are we? Asked Izuku, buttoning up a dress shirt. Goodness no, said Alfred. You'll be tailing someone. Anyone. You'll see how long you can follow someone without them noticing. So, that could have gone better, said Alfred. At least the guards didn't catch me, said Izuku, panting as he peeked out from the alley he was hiding in. I've already taken the liberty of doctoring the security footage, said Alfred. What do you mean he's missing? Yelled Mrs. Bakugo, making Naomasa wince with her intensity. From what we understand, Mrs. Bakugo, some children at the orphanage tried to kill him, said Naomasa. What? Said Mr. Bakugo, deathly serious. Some other kids at the orphanage were mad at him for defending the younger kids when they tried to bully them, Naomasa explained, so one night, they dragged him out of bed and threw him out a fourth-story window. What are you doing to the shitstain who did it? Asked Mrs. Bakugo. We're charging him with attempted murder, said Naomasa. He's 16 but we're hoping to try him as an adult. Now, we're out looking for him, but we're really hoping he'll come to you. You're the closest thing he has to family. If he comes here, I'd like you to call me at. Get the hell out, said Mrs. Bakugo. Excuse me, said Naomasa. You heard my wife, said Mr. Bakugo. Leave. Sir, ma'am, I'm only trying to help him, said Naomasa. I've spent the past 3 years trying to help him, said Mrs. Bakugo. You said we're the closest thing he has to family? Then why the hell can't we take him in? If he shows up asking for help, the last thing we're going to do is to call you assholes to take him back. Now get the hell out of my house. Naomasa nodded, getting up from their kitchen table and making his way to the front door. Gee, grunted Izuku, stepping off the treadmill before gulping down water. That's a new record, Master Midoriya, said Alfred, 40 minutes of non-stop running. You've come quite far in these past few months. I think you're ready to take the cast off. Now it's time for the real work to begin. You really think so? Said Izuku, pouring water on his face. I do, said Alfred. I've already organized a training facility for you. It's an old warehouse not far from here. The equipment has all been purchased. We'll do strength training here, but anything that requires space or more specialized equipment will be done there. You can rest tomorrow, but the day after, we'll start our more specialized training. Fantastic work on your essay. By the way, I finished grading it. Ninty 4. Tsukachi, it's been half a year, said Sansa. You're still looking into this? Yeah, said Naomasa, closing the file with the picture of the bright-eyed kid with green hair. In my free time. Well, free time's over, said Sansa. We've got active cases to work on. Come on, we're up in the rotation. Pop quiz, Master Midoriya, said Alfred as Izuku raised up the weight. The same gang of bank robbers has been on a rampage recently. They've hit 4 banks, all the same corporation, all across town in 2 weeks. No quirks, only guns. They wear red hoods and suits. What do you do to catch them? What's their method of escape? Asked Izuku, lowering it. Different vehicles every time, said Alfred. Always something fast, however, something that can outrun the police and heroes, and they do outrun them routinely. Are we talking sports cars? Asked Izuku, continuing to do reps. Yes, but mid-level, said Alfred. Something a decently successful lawyer or businessman might drive, not something a billionaire would drive. Like a WX. Plates? Asked Izuku. Fake ones, said Alfred. Reports of vehicle thefts? Asked Izuku. None in town, said Alfred. And from out of town? Asked Izuku. Checking National Police databanks reveals all the cars were stolen in Tokoyo, said Alfred. No known suspects, no witnesses. Said Izuku. Do I find any glaring security issues with the banks they're robbing? Any company policies about having cash on hand that would make them a more appealing target? You find nothing, said Alfred. Company policy is to comply with a robbery, but that isn't particularly unusual. All right, said Izuku. Has anyone been laid off recently? Quite a few. The company had to make cutbacks, said Alfred. Anyone with a criminal history? Asked Izuku. A few, all white-collar, said Alfred. All right, who was the highest-up person to get fired? Asked Izuku. Vice President of Marketing, said Alfred. Who's he? Asked Izuku. Graduated from the University of Kyoto with a degree in marketing and a minor in French, said Alfred. He's worked at a few different corporations before switching to this bank 4 years ago. Next highest? Asked Izuku. Company spokesman, said Alfred. What's his deal? Asked Izuku. Former race car driver, started doing ads for them 4 years ago, said Alfred. Finances? Izuku asked, setting the weight down to take a drink of water. Not good, said Alfred. He's got gambling issues. All right. I tail him, said Izuku. You eventually find him going into a bar where he meets 3 other associates, said Alfred. They leave, you keep following them, they go into an apartment, the former spokesperson leaves with a duffel bag. I apprehend him, said Izuku. Inside the bag is $500,000, said Alfred. Your performance was acceptable. Acceptable, said Izuku, leaning down to pick up the weight again. Yes, acceptable, said Alfred. Your instinct to look into the cars was a good one. Those would be a difficult piece of equipment to source and the easiest to trace. Searching for a personal motivation was also smart, otherwise, why would they hit the same bank? But you didn't ask for all the information before diving down rabbit holes. If you had asked about the location, you might have noticed they were moving from east to west, and the next bank to the west was their next target. If you had asked about the guns, Perhaps you could have found out that bullets found at the scene were 38 special, which is what the police use, and it just so happens one of the members of the crew is a police officer. Your instincts are good, Master Midoriya, but you need to teach yourself to look at the whole picture if you wish to become a master detective. Happy birthday, Master Midoriya, said Alfred, as Izuku stepped into his apartment after a run. How did you set this up? Asked Izuku, looking at the fully iced cake with 15 burning candles on the coffee table in the living room. I have my methods, said Alfred. Izuku shuddered. Now blow out your candles and open your present. I'm afraid I didn't have time to wrap it. He knelt down and opened the large cardboard box. I ordered the custom fabrics you'll need for your suit, Alfred. Your tailoring will be messy at first. And given you're still growing, you'll have to remake yours more than once. But you should get started on it as soon as possible if only to get comfortable moving around in it. Izuku reached into the box and pulled out a sheet of some rubber-like material, pressing his face against it. Take this mask, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. Izuku looked down at the box on his bed. Laying inside of it was a black mask with white eyes that would sit above his nose. Tonight, we'll be putting that combat training to the test. There's a fight club 3.4 kilometers from here. Participants are forbidden from using quirks to avoid attracting police attention. I want you to go there and win. You're entered under the name Matches Matsumoto. He didn't win. He got through 3 fights, but the last person was just too much for him. With a broken nose, 2 black eyes, and a few bruised ribs, he stumbled back to his apartment and tossed an ice pack on his face. You did good, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. I lost, said Izuku. I expected you to, said Alfred. You're a 15-year-old. A well-trained 15-year-old, but nevertheless one who has never gotten into a fight before. But you fought well, and most importantly, you never gave up. I was testing you for an iron will, not iron muscles. You passed the test. Tomorrow, I'll teach you to throw a batarang. A batarang, said Izuku. Yes, Master Bruce was oddly concerned with branding, said Alfred. His car was the Batmobile, his motorbike was the Batbike, and his computer was the Batcomputer. I imagine he would have dubbed me the Butler if he thought he could get away with it. Izuku snorted. Batarang it is. Excuse me, sir, said a voice from behind him. Yama Yaoyorozu turned around to see a teenage boy with black hair and blue eyes holding a wallet. I think you dropped this. Eyes widening, he patted his pockets only to realize his wallet was, in fact, gone. How did that happen? He hadn't taken it out once this entire trip. Thank you, young man, said Yami, taking the wallet from his hand. Here's a reward for returning. It's all right, said the kid, smiling, disappearing into the crowd before Yama could object. What was that, father? Momo asked. It's nothing, Momo, said Yami. Let's enjoy the art, shall we? Excellent performance, Master Midoriya, said Alfred, as Izuku landed on the soft mats underneath the high bar. Although if you keep dismounting like that, you'll be in a wheelchair when you're 40. Run through the routine again, only while also hitting the targets I've set up with batarangs. How's the suit? It's a bit tight in that, you know, said Izuku, gesturing to his lower half. You can certainly adjust that in time, said Alfred. Grab your utility belt and run through the routine with the new specifications. Well, said Alfred as Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, it appears aerial accuracy is something to work on. I'll place an order for a new punching bag. Clean up. He would have been 16 today, Masaru, said Mitsuku, staring down at their kitchen table, a now cold cup of tea in her hands. Masaru Bakugo said nothing, and simply sat down next to his wife, holding her hand. Is this the place, Alfred? Izuku whispered. Does the sign say Kendo's bikes? Asked Alfred. If so, it is, if not, it isn't. All right, said Izuku, raising his hands up in mock surrender as he stepped into the garage. Hi there, I think I've got an order placed. You Akatani? Asked the gruff-looking redhead working on an engine on the other side of the room. Yes, sir, said Izuku. It's Suka. Grab the package for Akatani from the back, the mechanic yelled. Yeah, I'm on it, a voice from the back of the store responded. A minute or so later, a girl with a bit lighter hair than the mechanic entered the garage, carrying a cardboard box. You're the guy with the clutch, right? Izuku nodded. Is this a repair or are you building one? Building one, said Izuku, taking the box from her hands. Nice, said the girl. If you need help with anything, we've built plenty. Thanks. It's all paid for, right? Asked Izuku. The mechanic nodded. All right then, have a good one. Thunk 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 thunk. 5 bullseyes, said Alfred, and your dismount has come quite far since we first started. Do the routine again, this time blindfolded. How's the suit? I'm still getting used to the weight with the steel plates, but it fits perfectly, said Izuku. What do you think, Alfred? Said Izuku, turning to face the camera set up in front of his workspace. I think you're a few jet black pieces of fabricated metal away from a bat bike, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. Good work. I had an idea to change the design, said Izuku, if that's okay. Of course, said Alfred. What if we design the, bat pieces to detach? Izuku suggested, so I could drive it, incognito. Idea, said Alfred. I suppose I'm used to having a full garage for other purposes. I'll see what I can do. What do you say we take it for a spin? As a 17th birthday present. And the winner is, the announcer called, pausing for suspense, matches Matsumoto. Izuku beamed as the referee held up his hand in victory. He had done it. He had conquered the Fight Club. Congratulations, Master Midoriya, Alfred said through an earpiece. I dare say you're more than prepared to deal with the average street tough. It was ready. Black, triple-weave Kevlar for the suit. Polyurethane rubber with metal plates inside for the mask. Black Nomex for the cape. And in the center, an abrasion-resistant steel plate, illuminated by red LED lights surrounding it, cut in the shape of a bat. It was ready. He was ready. She really needed to get a new job. That was the only thought going through Asami's head as she walked down the seemingly empty road. It wasn't necessarily anything about the job itself that SCKD. She hated the hours, but the graveyard shift was the only one she worked. Her boss wasn't particularly bad and her coworkers were all fine. It was the location she hated. It wasn't in a good part of town. Every night when she walked back home at 4 in the morning, she did so with the police on speed dial and clutching her purse. Hey, baby, spare some change? Called a haggard-looking man from the alley. Sorry, no cash, said the woman, lightly jogging away. It only took her a few seconds to realize the man was following her, so she started running and called the police. But the man was faster. He caught up with her only a moment later, knocking her to the ground underneath a flickering street light. What did you say about no cash, little lady? Said the man, rifling through her purse. The street light flickered off. Now then let's... Poof. The woman scampered backward as the street was covered in smoke, adrenaline pumping. She heard what sounded like punches and a few grunts of pain, and when the smoke cleared, the mugger was gone, her purse lying on the ground where she once stood. The street light turned on again, and she looked up in horror. The man was hanging from the street light by his ankles, unmoving. Hello, this is 110, are you all right? Asked a voice from her phone. I've been mugged, said Asami, staring up at the mugger. We'll be right there, said the dispatcher. Stay on the line. Nicely done, Master Midoriya, said Alfred as he watched the woman he had saved from the rooftop. A fine first catch for your vigilante career. How do you feel? It's strange, said Izuku, watching the red and blue lights flash in the distance. It's invigorating, but the opposite at the same time. Hummed Alfred. I would guess that's the weight of your responsibility you're finally feeling. It's different in person than in the abstract, isn't it? Izuku nodded. There was just a mugging half a kilometer from here. I'm watching it on the traffic cameras. 2 suspects, one with a gun. I'll guide you there. He ran from rooftop to rooftop, the hours spent free running under Alfred's guidance paying dividends as it only took him a few minutes to reach the criminals. They were in an alley, knelt down, and counting their loot. Several wallets and some jewelry. He grabbed a smoke bomb from his utility belt, preparing to make his entry. Hold on a moment, Master Midoriya, cautioned Alfred. What? Should I be worried about these guys? Asked Izuku, pulling back from the ledge of the rooftop. I doubt it, sir, said Alfred. Take a look at them. What do you notice? Izuku pressed a button on the side of his cowl, zooming in on the two muggers. Track marks on their arms, he said, after a few seconds. Exactly, said Alfred. Now tell me, Master Midoriya, why would two junkies mug someone? To get their next fix, said Izuku. You're saying I should follow them, see if they lead me to their dealer. Precisely, said Alfred. You'll never be the hero they call on to save Japan, but cleaning up the streets by taking down some drag gangs is certainly within Batman's wheelhouse. You think they'll go see whoever they buy from tonight? Asked Izuku. I've never known addicts to be a patient bunch, said Alfred. Whenever they come into money, they're off to whoever supplies them their vice. Gamblers visit the bookie, drunks the bar, and fiends the dealer. And if they don't, you can just apprehend them later. All right, said Izuku, following the muggers from the rooftops as they exited the alley. He trailed them for about 5 minutes before Alfred spoke again. I've spotted a known drag dealer has been spotted in the area on camera, said Alfred. Got it, said Izuku, jumping down and quickly knocking out the two muggers. Not willing to take any chances, he grabbed the gun from one of them and emptied the bullets into a storm drain, before tying the two up. Once they were secure, he grappled back onto the rooftops and headed toward where Alfred had spotted the dealer. There's two of them, Alfred explained. I presume one's the dealer, the other's Muscle, they call him Sharkskin. Hiroki Soda. 3 counts of aggravated assault. He's not someone you should take lightly. And the dealer? Asked Izuku, stalking the pair as they made their way through Hosu's maze-like alleys. One of them was huge, 7 feet tall, muscles, gray skin, presumably sharkskin, and the other was on the shorter side, maybe 5'2", wearing a black suit and smoking a cigarette. Masayoshi Okuda, said Alfred. 1 count possession with intent, 1 count aggravated assault, 1 count possession of a firearm. He's out on parole at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a firearm. How do you plan on handling Sharkskin? I don't, said Izuku as the two entered another alley. I see, said Alfred. Wise decision. Izuku silently climbed down the fire escape and landed silently behind the pair, smoke bombs in hand and his thermal vision active. Where the hell are those two? Okuda complained. I got places to be, I can't eat. Okuda began coughing wildly as smoke flooded the alley. The dealer pulled out his gun and started shooting wildly, but Izuku remained low to the ground as the bullets flew over him. Sharkskin meanwhile began thrashing wildly, punching at everything and hitting nothing in particular. Once he was a foot away from the drag dealer, Izuku turned on his shock gauntlets and pounced, grabbing a hold of Okuda and quickly knocking him out while Sharkskin's arm swung above his head. Carrying Okuda in one arm, he quickly jumped backward as Sharkskin charged through the smoke in the wrong direction, before dropping another smoke bomb and grabbing back up to the rooftops. A picture-perfect takedown, Master Midoriya, said Alfred, as Izuku set the drag dealer down. I don't like leaving Sharkskin out on the street, said Izuku, grimacing. You'd be doing so anyways, Master Midoriya, even if you beat him, Alfred reminded him. He hasn't committed any crime in the eyes of the law. He isn't carrying any drags or firearms. He isn't violating a parole agreement by being here. If you manage to defeat him, he'd be out on the street the next day. No, the only way you take a man like that off the street is either by putting him in prison or by putting the fear of God into him. And the method you chose was far superior for the former than beating him in a fight. He'll fear the unknown force that captured Okuda right under his nose far more than the vigilante who perhaps manages to beat him up. And speaking of putting the fear of God into someone. Diamante. My head, grumbled Masayoshi as he blinked awake. He had a splitting headache and it felt really heavy, almost like. He opened his eyes, remembering what happened in the alley. Where am I? He yelled, realizing he was handing upside down. There was some kind of wire wrapped around his legs, and that wire was wrapped around a steel beam. Some kind of construction site? Masayoshi Okuda, called a gruff voice. He looked up to see the silhouette of a man, wrapped in a cape, standing on a steel beam. His ears were pointy, and on his chest, there was some red symbol on his chest. Some kind of bird? Oh God, some hero? Spat Masayoshi, What the hell do you want? The man jumped down to the beam the wire was wrapped around and started pulling him closer. I want to know you who work for, said the man, reaching into his cape and pulling out a bag of drags. Whoa, that's not mine, said Masayoshi. And this, said the man, pulling out Masayoshi's gun. Is that a gun? Mocked Masayoshi. Aren't those illegal? Listen, hero, I don't know who the hell you... He screamed as the hero cut the wire, sending him plummeting toward the concrete and exposed rebar. Whip. Ah! Masayoshi kept screaming but stopped once he realized he was no longer falling. The hero began to pull him back up toward the steel beam with a fresh wire restraining him. You made one mistake, Masayoshi, said the man. I'm no hero. Now tell me who you're working for or they'll have to power wash what's left of you off the sidewalk. Okay, said Masayoshi. I deal for Red. Everyone in this neighborhood does. Be more specific, barked the man, dropping Masayoshi and letting him dangle. Kazuhiro Red, cried Masayoshi. Kazuhiro ha something. Hanori. Kazuhiro Red Hattori. He hangs out at some bar. The Royal Rabbit. Now please, cut me down. The man reached into his cape and pulled out the bag of heroin and the gun again, setting both down on the steel beam, before pulling out a grappling hook and firing it into the distance. Who are you? Asked Masayoshi. I'm Batman. So, what do we have here? Asked Naomasa, parking along the curb by the construction site. Morning, Lieutenant. Masayoshi Okuda, said Sansa, some drag dealer. He was found hanging from a steel beam this morning. Hanging, said Naomasa. Not like that, Sansa specified. He was hanging by his ankles. He's unconscious but otherwise fine. We found a gun and a bag of drags on the beam he was tied to. All right, well, run the gun for prints and his hands for gunshot residue, said Naomasa. Better to get that done ASAP. Who found him? Some girl, said Sansa. Her dad runs the construction company. She just came out here to grab his phone that he forgot. I already spoke with her. She just saw the guy and called us. Didn't see anything. You hear about those weird calls that came in last night? Asked Naomasa. No, I didn't stop in the precinct this morning. I just got the call and came out here, said Sansa. What happened? A bunch of petty crooks were found knocked out, said Naomasa. Muggers, car thieves, that kind of stuff. All tied up with some pretty fancy wire. That wasn't your boy Aizawa, was it? Said Sansa. Naomasa shook his head. Wire, not his scarf, he explained, but the weird thing is nobody can say anything. They all just say a shape in the smoke. Or 1 minute they were doing their thing, the next they were hanging upside down from a street light. You want me to send the wire to forensics? Asked Sansa. Have them see if it's the same type? Yeah, said Naomasa, before pausing to look around. I think Okuda might be able to tell us something. If it's the same guy as these other cases, I'm guessing he brought Okuda out here for a reason instead of just tying him to something close by. He'd have had to make an effort to get him all the way up there. How much dope was he found with? 1/2 kilo, said Sansa. Said Naomasa. That's not exactly a petty street criminal amount of heroin to be carrying now, is it? Maybe our mystery vigilante was trying to find a secluded spot to interrogate him. You think it's a vigilante? Said Sansa. Not just an underground hero? They didn't call us to pick up the trash, did they? Said Naomasa. You'd know better than me, said Sansa. I was being rhetorical, sighed Naomasa. I'm going to need more coffee to deal with this. I looked into Kazuhiro Hitrai, Master Midoriya, said Alfred, as Izuku tightened the screws of his grappling hook in the warehouse that was once his training facility but he was now using as a base of operations. He's a respectably large dealer, controls as much of this city as anyone else the local police have files on. He allegedly has ties with a group operating out of Kamino and has been at war with a group that has ties to a Yakuza group from Nagoya. He's killed 6 civilians over the past year that the police know of, mostly men and women caught in the crossfire, and twice as many gangsters. He seems like a perfectly acceptable first target for your crusade, wouldn't you say, Master Midoriya? What can you tell me about the group from Kamino? Asked Izuku, winding up the wire. The police don't know much, said Alfred, Like I said, the ties are alleged. They do know it's where Kazuhiro is buying his drags, but the few times they've managed to stop a shipment, the men from Kamino refuse to speak. And the group from Nagoya? Asked Izuku, finishing putting the device back together. Some Yakuza group called the Shai Hasaikai, said Alfred. They like to wear bird masks, like plague doctors. What are they doing in Hosu? Asked Izuku, firing the gun at a steel beam under the ceiling. If I had to guess, this is some last-ditch effort to expand their power by seizing new territory, said Alfred. Hosu is an easier target compared to, say, Tokyo, but has quite a large market for their product for a city of its size. And who's winning between the two? Asked Izuku. It's unclear, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. This is all based on information the police have gathered, but if you want to have a clearer understanding of the goings-on in the criminal underworld, you'll need to find that out for yourself. The police don't track what colors the man on the corner is wearing, they just try to arrest him. You'll need to find that out yourself. Did you locate that bar Okuda told us about? Asked Izuku. The Royal Rabbit, yes, said Alfred. Bar is somewhat of an understatement. It's a nightclub, likely a front for money laundering. Did you and Bruce do this kind of thing? Asked Izuku. Go after drag dealers? I would go so far as to say tackling organized crime was his overarching passion, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. That was the true blight on Gotham. A street criminal might rob a person, but organized crime deprives the city of its ability to protect itself. They grease the wheels so much the machine can no longer operate. Bruce wanted Gotham to be a city that no longer needed Batman, and doing that meant taking down the mafia families that for so long had pulled the strings. Alas, it was a hectic time. The world was still coming to terms with quirks. And so more often than not, he was sidetracked from his primary targets by whatever villain wished to take over the city this week. You, fortunately, are working in a city that, despite its problems, is far more functional than Gotham ever was when Bruce started his crusade. Fortunate and unfortunate, said Izuku. Okuda's probably going to tell the police about me. It's a price you'll need to pay, said Alfred. It's a balancing act you'll need to walk. You need to be well known enough for the entire criminal world to fear while keeping the true extent of your operations hidden from the police, lest you attract attention from outside Hosu. You need to be well known enough for people to fear you, yet hidden enough to remain a mystery to them. You did the right thing when you told Okuda your name. He'll get out on bail, run to his friends, and tell them all about you. They'll be on the lookout at first, but after a while, they'll be watching out of fear and not mere vigilance. Now then, how do you wish to proceed with Kazuhiro? I see several paths available to you, but I'd like to hear what you have to say first. We need to move tonight, first and foremost, said Izuku. I need to stake out that nightclub before Okuda gets out and warns Kazuhiro. As Batman or Mikumo Akitani? Asked Alfred. Can you pull up the architectural plans? Asked Izuku. A second later, a model of the plans appeared on his phone. Yeah, this is a job for Batman. I'll see what I can see and try to plant a bug. I need to get a profile on Kazuhiro if I'm going to take him down. I need to know who I'm dealing with to take him down. So, Okuda, said Sansa, circling the drag dealer handcuffed to the table as Naomasa watched from behind one-way glass. Wanna tell me how you ended up here? I want my lawyer, said Okuda. He's coming, said Sansa, but he can't do much for you. We've got your fingerprints on the gun and reside on your hands, plus, the drags we found you on. They ain't mine, said Okuda. Tell that to the parole board, said Sansa. They'll make you serve the rest of your 7 and probably throw on another 20 for the gun. Now, if you're willing to tell us some stories, we can make that go down. Give us Kazuhiro Red. Screw you, pig, said Okuda. I want my lawyer. All right, I can respect loyalty, said Sansa. You're gonna rot for the rest of your life for it, but fine. How about you tell me about who strung you up from a steel beam? Oh God, sheet, said Okuda. That crazy guy? You cops want to make yourself useful and do something about him. We can if you start talking, said Sansa. What's his name? Okuda looked down and whispered something. What was that? Said Sansa. Batman, said Okuda. Batman, Sansa repeated. He's crazy, man, yelled Okuda. I was just walking down the street, when suddenly there's smoke everywhere and I'm unconscious. Next thing you know, I'm hanging upside down and he's saying he's gonna drop me if I don't talk. Did you? Asked Sansa. Okuda said nothing. Was he serious? Asked Sansa. You're damn right he was, said Okuda. He dropped me. If he was a second slow, we'd be at the morgue, not the station. What did he look like? Asked Sansa. I dunno, man, I was upside down, he was above me, it was dark, he was wearing black, had a cape, said Okuda. All I remember are the pointy ears. That and the red symbol on his chest. Can you draw it for me? Asked Sansa, pulling out a notebook and pencil. A few seconds later, Sansa left the interrogation room and joined Naomasa behind the one-way glass. Guess you were right. We got a vigilante on our hands. Did you send the wire to forensics? Asked Naomasa. Sansa nodded. Then let's go check it out. The two made their way through the police precinct, knocking on the forensics lab. Come in, called the voice from the inside. Opening the door, they were greeted by the sound of English from the TV in the corner. It was some kind of game show, an American one, Naomasa's mind supplied. David was a fan of it. After battling the Picts in 305, this man was proclaimed Emperor of Rome and York, the show's host said. Who is Constantine the Great? Said a man standing in front of the counter wearing a lab coat and dark green shirt. Who is Constantine? One of the guests asked. I'll take movies for 1,000. What the dickens? Mark Lester wanted a little more out of life in the title role of this 1968 film. What is Oliver? The man in the lab coat asked. Who is Oliver Twist? The guest asked. Incorrect, said the host. Oh, come on, said the man in the lab coat, turning off the TV. The movie's called Oliver, not Oliver Twist. Doctor? Said Sansa. Oh, sorry, said the man, turning around. Are you new here? Naomasa asked. Yes, I started yesterday, said the man. Dr. Nakamura, nice to meet you, Lieutenant. So, that wire we found? Sansa asked. It's a match, confirmed Dr. Nakamura. Same type of monofilament wire. Same thickness. What major industrial corporations could someone buy this from? Asked Naomasa. What month of the year has 28 days? Asked Dr. Nakamura. What? Said Sansa. All of them, said Naomasa. Smart cookie, commented Nakamura. So you're saying they could buy this from anywhere? Said Naomasa. Well, not everywhere, said Nakamura, but it's not uncommon enough to be able to trace. All right, thanks, Doctor, said Naomasa. Let me know if you find anything else. Will do, Lieutenant, said Nakamura, smiling. Naomasa wasn't sure why, but there was something a bit unsettling about it. And hey, I just got my PhD, no need for that doctor nonsense. My friends all call me Ed. Izuku watched through the enhanced lenses of his cowl as an SUV pulled up to the Royal Rabbit and a slew of men in cheap suits got out. Running the plates, said Alfred, registered to some elderly woman out in Kyoto. I don't know if this is Kazuhiro, but this is definitely someone to keep an eye on. Making my entry, said Izuku, firing his zip line into the building next to the nightclub. Blending in with the night sky, he made his way across the street unnoticed before descending down to the roof of the nightclub. He searched around for a few moments, the building plans appearing in his mask, before finding the air duct. Reaching into his utility belt, he pulled out a mini screwdriver and opened the grate. He crawled through the vents, descending down into the club, the sound of electric music faintly audible through the metal. Alfred, up the sound sensitivity, filter out the music and filter out background conversation, said Izuku, pulling open a vent. Yes, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. Everything went silent for a moment before he heard chattering from the far end of the club. Izuku stuck his head through the vent and zoomed in on the booth it was coming from. A dozen or so men in suits, some of whom he recognized, some of whom he didn't, were all sitting around a table. The one in the middle had dark red hair. Run his face, Izuku whispered, and up the volume. I'm afraid they're out of range, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. You'll have to get closer. Nodding, he ducked back into the vent and started crawling toward the booth, eventually getting close enough to make out the conversation and pulling open another vent. You're telling me they got Okuda? growled the redhead. Yeah, boss, said a goon wearing a gray suit, found him tied up at a construction site. Got him on half a kilo and gun charge, and he's still on parole. In it, said the redhead. All right. Someone tell Tatsuo he's taking over his territory. We'll start him on salary, but if he does well, give him points. Got it, Kaz, said another goon. Now then, how did they get Okuda? Asked the redhead, now confirmed to be Kazuhiro Red. I dunno, said the goon in the gray suit. Some hero got to him, I guess. Sharkskin says whoever did it took him out right from under him. Didn't even get a look at the guy. Guess there's a new undergrounder in town, grumbled Red. It could be a vigilante. Another goon, this one wearing a blue vest and blue tie over a black shirt, suggested. Heroes don't leave people hanging from their ankles all night. This has Nemoto written all over it, said a different gangster, one wearing an orange suit. He probably brought in a contractor to keep his hands clean. If Nemoto was behind this, he'd be hanging with his throat slit, said Red, as a phone began to ring. Shut your yaps for a second. Alfred, Izuku muttered. On it, sir, said Alfred. Same time, the modulated voice from the phone whispered. All right, Asuka, you're up, said Red. Head to the same spot as last time. Got it, boss, said the man in blue, getting up from the table. Quickly realizing what was about to happen, Izuku dropped a bug from his belt in the vent and crawled as fast as he could back out onto the rooftops. As Asuka stepped out of the Royal Rabbit and waited for the valet, he zipped back across to the other building. He ran down the fire escape as fast as he could while his cape retracted back into the suit and the red bat symbol on his chest slowly faded to black. It took only a minute from the phone call ending for him to reach the alley where he stashed his bike. After putting on his helmet, there'd be no way to tell who he was. The bike slowly pulled out of the alley just as Asuka got into a car. For 10 minutes, he followed the black SUV as it drove around town, eventually parking next to a rundown dive bar, where a man was waiting out front with a duffel bag full. Asuka continued driving for another 4 or 5 minutes before pulling into a parking garage. Izuku parked his bike in an alley and scaled the side of the garage, eventually finding the black SUV on the 3rd floor. Silently, he entered the garage. Asuka was pacing back and forth rapidly, clearly nervous over what was about to happen. Using every trick of stealth Alfred taught him, he crept from pillar to pillar as he was right next to the SUV, right as Asuka decided to lean against the opposite side of it, facing the ramp one entered the garage from. Pulling out a lockpick, he carefully began to pick the lock on the back seat. A few seconds later, it was unlocked. He waited for a full 2 minutes for his moment, but it came eventually. A car on a lower level must have backfired, because there was a deafening bang from below them, and Izuku took advantage of the noise to open the car door a crack, gradually opening more and more as Asuka called down. The bag from the dive bar was there. Slowly unzipping it revealed what was at least 10 million yen in cash. As he picked up one of the rolls of cash, he reached into his pocket and pulled out what would have looked like an ordinary ink stamp. He pressed the stamp against the bill before pocketing it again, yet the bill had no visible marks on it. He put the roll back into the bag before slowly zipping it back up and shutting the car door. I've got the signal, Master Midoriya, whispered Alfred. Even though he knew he couldn't see him, Izuku nodded. The stamp was no ordinary stamp. It lightly irradiated the bills. Not enough to cause any sort of damage, or even enough to trigger a Geiger counter, but the radiation was distinct enough for Alfred to trace. Wherever the money went, they'd be able to find it. Izuku moved back behind the pillar just as a second SUV pulled into the garage, parking a few rows down from Asuka. How's it going? Asked Asuka as 2 men stepped out of the car, each carrying 2 duffel bags. The men said nothing, simply putting the bags into Asuka's trunk and taking the cash from his back seat. Tell Mr. G that Red appreciates doing business. The men said nothing before driving away. Asuka waited around for another 2 or 3 minutes before also driving away. The second he drove down the ramp, Izuku ran out toward the alley, jumping over the side barrier and landing next to his bike. He drove out of the alley just as Asuka drove out onto the street, and followed him till he stopped outside a townhouse 10 minutes later. Alfred, check the property, Izuku muttered as Asuka parked in front of it, getting out of his car, and entering the building. Right. Sunita Asuka, said Alfred as Izuku parked his motorcycle, my, in his own name. Any family? Asked Izuku, taking off his helmet and releasing his cape as the bat symbol turned red again. Not that I know of, said Alfred. Not married, no kids, but with gangsters, you never know. Izuku nodded and crossed the empty street, placing a tracking device on Tsunada's car, but quickly ducking behind it as Sunada opened the door, before making his way to the trunk and pulling out one of the 4 duffel bags. What do you think are in those? Whispered Izuku as Sunada went inside. I don't know, said Alfred. Probably not drags. They're generally more dense than cash. If he was taking 4 bags and receiving one, I'd assume it was heroin. Once the door was closed, Izuku rushed toward the townhouse, leaning against the wall for a few moments before climbing up to the second-floor balcony. He quickly picked up the lock, entered the building, and ducked into the nearest room as he heard Asuka climbing up the stairs. Izuku looked around for a moment and quickly realized he was in the bedroom. There were footsteps approaching him. Izuku stood next to the door, listening as the footsteps got closer and closer. The doorknob jiggled before the dark bedroom was illuminated by the light from the hall. Asuka stepped into the room, carrying the duffel bags. Hello, Asuka, growled Izuku. The man in the blue vest spun around, but only got a brief glimpse of Izuku before he was knocked out. The duffel bag fell to the ground. Hesitantly, Izuku reached down and unzipped it. My God, muttered Alfred. It was filled to the brim with guns. Mostly pistols, but a few rifles and shotguns. Izuku grabbed Asuka by the leg in one hand and the duffel bag in the other. Alfred, said Izuku, call the police. All right, said Naomasa, stepping out of his car and approaching the swarm of uniformed officers. What's so important that you had to call me at 1 in the morning? Sir, do you see this? Said an officer, pointing at the man hanging from the balcony by his ankles. Cut me down, you worthless cops, yelled the man, face flushed with blood. We found these underneath him, sir, said the officer, gesturing to the 3 open bags of guns by his feet. Those ain't mine, the man yelled. All right, sir, we're going to cut you down, said Naomasa. If you'll just tell us the code to your house, we'll? Like hell I'm gonna tell you, the man declared. You're just gonna search the place? Just cut me down from out there. Get the goddamn fire department or something. Listen, sir, we're searching your house one way or another, said Naomasa. Either I call a judge, he writes me a warrant, and we go in, or you let us in. Our cup runneth over when it comes to probable cause. And I don't know about you, but I certainly wouldn't want to go in front of a judge who I was responsible for waking up at 1 in the morning. 1111, said the man. Thank you, said Naomasa. I assume this means you're consenting to us entering your domicile? Yeah, fine, screw you, said the man. Good, said Naomasa, entering the code and stepping into the house. A dozen or so uniformed officers began to spread out, checking the bottom floor for any illegal items while Naomasa made his way to the second floor, eventually finding the room where the balcony was located. He opened the door, and sitting on the ground right in front of him was a 4th open duffel bag. Putting on a pair of plastic gloves, he picked up the bag and stepped out onto the balcony. Mr. Naomasa began. Asuka, said the hanging man. Mr. Asuka, said Naomasa, I suppose you're now going to tell me these aren't yours. The man said nothing. Naomasa reached into his pocket and pulled out the pair of needle-nose pliers he always carried with him. You both, grab onto him. 2 officers stepped forward and grabbed a hold of his torso before Naomasa squeezed down on the wire. The pliers broke before it did. Grimacing, he pulled out his pocket knife, a gift from Aizawa, and began to saw at the wire, and it quickly snapped. The 2 officers caught the man and slowly set him down on the ground. Officers, arrest Mr. Asuka for felony possession of a firearm. Or, what, 100 counts of it. I guess we'll figure it out at the precinct. Stupid bat-a-hole, grumbled Asuka. What did you say? Said Naomasa. You know you could have traced the guns instead of calling the police, said Alfred as Izuku watched the police from a tall building a few streets away. You probably could have gotten quite a few more people arrested. Maybe even put an end to this thing right away if Kazuhiro Red had gotten involved. I know, said Izuku, but I couldn't risk losing any of those guns, Alfred. I couldn't risk one of those guns getting on the street and killing someone before I got to it. Do you think I made the wrong choice? I can't say, sir, said Alfred. I never wore the cowl. I never felt the urge to save people. If Batman had been anyone else other than Bruce Wayne, I never would have spared him a second thought. But I can say with confidence Bruce wouldn't object to what you have done. Or D-Dash. Him. Or Damien. Or Barbara. Not Jason, asked Izuku. Jason would have made a decision on the same principle, but not that decision, said Alfred. I think the difference is he would have kept them for himself. But Bruce and his children did not and do not have a monopoly on morality or correctness, and neither do I. No one can tell you if you made the right or wrong choice. You just have to accept the consequences of whichever one you make. Do you see anything going on nearby, Alfred? asked Izuku. 3 men are robbing the convenience store 2 streets over, sir, said Alfred. All right then, said Izuku, taking off into the night. You said a red bat symbol, said Naomasa, sitting down across from Asuka in the interrogation room. Asuka nodded. All right. And you said this guy came into your house with a duffel bag, knocked you out, and when you were asleep, grabbed the bag to put your fingerprints and DNA on it, left the guns at your house. Yeah, he was trying to frame me, said Asuka. And to do that he needed 4 bags of weapons, said Naomasa. I guess he really wanted to frame me, said Asuka. Aha, said Naomasa. Tell you what, Asuka, if you say where you got the guns from, we can talk plea deal. If you don't want to talk, we're arguing for non-consecutive sentencing. You were found with over 30 firearms. Each one carries a 10-year sentence, assuming none of them have been used in the commitment of a felony. So that's over 300 years in prison you're facing. Add on to that conspiracy charges? Conspiracy to do what? Said Asuka. Asuka, nobody is found with 50 firearms unless they're part of a conspiracy, said Naomasa. If we arrest anyone who even knows your name, it's now a conspiracy. Conspiracy to buy and sell firearms for certain. So we can probably throw on conspiracy to commit murder at the least, probably conspiracy to sell illicit substances if we can tie a single drug dealer to you. I wouldn't be surprised if the total amount of years came out over 500 years. We're like a kid in a candy store right now, Asuka. Your only way out is to talk. All right, you got me, detective, said Asuka. Naomasa smirked, feeling so smug he didn't even bother correcting him over the incorrect title. They were my guns. All mine. Excuse me, said Naomasa. What can I say, detective? I just really love guns and I wanted to own however many you found, said Asuka. Naomasa said nothing and left the interrogation room, where Sansa was quick to join him. So he's gonna plead guilty? Said Sansa. I guess so, said Naomasa. He'll probably make up some crap story for the judge that'll keep his bosses away from him. And he doesn't have a prior record. If he plays his cards right, he'll be out in 5 on a 10-year sentence. That's assuming whatever judge he gets has the mercy of a saint. Or is a total sinner, said Sansa. It wouldn't be the first time a judge was bribed in this town. Without that, I don't think it would be possible for him to get less than 40, said Naomasa, assuming that's 10 years for each bag. He isn't naming any names. Not even the people he bought them from. Even if he pleads guilty, he hasn't done any service to warrant a massively reduced sentence. And the vigilante? Asked Sansa. Asuka only saw him for a second, but he mentioned the same symbol on his chest, said Naomasa. This guy works quickly, commented Sansa. Listen, Sansa, I'm putting you in charge of the vigilante case, all right? Said Naomasa. Sure, boss, how do you want me to handle it? Asked Sansa. I don't know, Sansa, said Naomasa, but I know I can trust you not to go cowboy on me. I can't say that about everyone in this precinct. We need to keep this quiet for now. The second the media gets a hold of this, they'll sensationalize it. You think so? Said Sansa. It's not like we haven't had vigilantes before in this town. Not like this guy, Sansa, said Naomasa. We don't know crap about this Batman person, said Sansa. What makes you think he's so special? His style, mostly, said Naomasa. A dozen or so crooks caught by him in 2 days and only 2 saw him. That's pretty unusual. And what's more unusual is that all of them were fine. Most vigilantes put the people they fight in the hospital, but these guys barely had a scratch on them. He's well trained. I'm guessing by his preference for mono-whatever wire and smoke bombs over zip ties and the element of surprise that he's well financed. I want to keep control of this investigation. I don't want it to turn into a manhunt, but I also don't want the city to just decide to ignore him. Not until we know more about him. He's threatened to kill already, we don't yet know if he's serious. So stay passive. Listen to the chatter on the street. Keep an eye out for any similar cases. Start putting together a profile on the man. And once we know who he is or what he's about, we'll figure out how we want to play this. Have you been listening to the chatter on the bug, Alfred? Asked Izuku, kicking up his feet on the desk as he stared at his computer monitor, with the geographic location of the irradiated bills on one side and the transcript from the wiretap on the other. Considering I've been filtering out background noise the entire time it's been running, yes I have, sir, said Alfred. Ignoring Alfred's jap, he pressed the space bar on his keyboard and the audio began to play. You're telling me what? Kazuhiro Red's voice yelled from the speaker. With all of them? God damn it. That was 14 million yen worth of guns down the drain. And we needed them. We could arrange another shipment, someone suggested. It'll cost us, but... You think G is gonna come anywhere near me with a 10-foot pole after tonight? Yelled Kazuhiro. Damn it. We're screwed. I needed those guns to hit Nemoto and those bird cosplaying Yakuza assholes. How the hell did Asuka get caught? I don't know. Kazu Okuda. Is that you? Said the goon. Yeah, I just got out on bail, said Okuda. Spoke to Asuka on the inside. We have a problem. A real big problem. Maybe even bigger than Nemoto. A vigilante problem. A vigilante? Said a different goon. The Batman he's calling himself, Okuda explained. I dunno what his deal is, but he's got it out for us. He kidnapped me, told me he knew all about the Royal Rabbit, and wanted me to warn you. He's gonna put a bullet in your head. Huh, Alfred laughed, lying to cover his tracks. Sheet, said Kazuhiro. He any good? He got me with sharkskin standing right next to me, boss, said Okuda. I dunno what the hell you did to piss him off, but you did it to the wrong guy. I almost admire the blatantness of the lie, said Alfred. He could be on his way right now, Okuda continued. We might all have to lie low for a few days. And let Nemoto take half my territory? I don't think so, said Kazuhiro. I don't care how good this guy is, we're going after him. Spread the word, I'm putting up 2 million for his head. We'll see how long he lasts on these streets. Most impressive, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. It took Master Bruce at least a month to get a price on his head from the criminal underworld. Of course, his starting price was at least triple yours, but to get a bounty placed on you after only 2 nights is quite impressive. What do I do, Alfred? Asked Izuku, getting up from his chair and walking over toward the case he kept his suit in. This changes nothing, Master Midoriya, said Alfred as Izuku began to remove his suit. You were never planning on exposing yourself to the general public, were you? Certainly not long enough for some bushwhacker to hunt you down. And it's not like you've been on the streets long enough for someone to be able to predict your movements. Besides, $14,000 is nowhere near enough to attract any talent from outside the city. Tonight, you'll proceed as usual, but for now, get some rest. Stopping for a moment to rinse off his face, Izuku opened the door to the warehouse and stepped out onto the street, the sun practically blinding him. Alfred had once described Bruce Wayne as a nocturnal animal, and while he hadn't reached that point quite yet, he could feel the transformation starting. Even though he had only begun to wear the cape and cowl, it had still been months since he had a full night of sleep. Alfred had begun switching to a nighttime training regime once when he started going out to fight crime started to become a matter of weeks and not months or years. So while being out in the early afternoon sun was not unknown to him, it was becoming less and less familiar. Hey you, give me your money, called a voice from an alley. Izuku quickly spun around, fists raised, but quickly realized the mugger wasn't talking to him. He was facing the other direction, threatening some unseen target behind him. Whoever this man was, he was pretty ballsy to try something like this in broad daylight. He wouldn't be surprised if there was a strong quirk to back it up. Thinking quickly, Izuku searched the alley for a moment, before his eyes landed on a cinder block. Perfect. Crunch. The man fell to the ground, unconscious, as the cinder block shattered against his skull. Standing behind the man was a girl wearing a black tank top with pink dreadlocks. Are you all right? Izuku asked, stepping over the man's body. Yup, the girl said. I'm just glad he didn't steal my baby. Your baby? Said Izuku, holding back his shock. The girl couldn't have been much older than him, and she had a baby? Yup, the girl said, filing through her bag till she pulled out a small mechanical device. This is baby 322. Built it to... I actually don't remember. I hadn't slept in for days when I built it. But I'll figure it out eventually. Good luck with that, said Izuku. Anyway, I owe you one, said the girl. My name's May. Hatsume. Mikumo Akatani, said Izuku, offering his hand. The woman shook it aggressively. I'm just gonna call you Cinderblock. Easier to remember. If you need something built, just come to me and I'll take care of it. But bye. And with that, the woman ran off into the streets, leaving Izuku standing there only slightly stunned. But after a moment, he remembered why he had even spoken to her in the first place and pulled out his phone, dialing 110. A few minutes later, a nondescript police vehicle showed up, and a man with a cat mutation stepped out of it. Hello there, you're Mikumo? The one with the cat mutation asked, moving to put the unconscious mugger in cuffs. Izuku nodded. You said you found a mugger knocked out? No, I said I knocked out a mugger, Izuku clarified. Oh, said the policeman, slightly dejected. Did you use a quirk? No, sir, said Izuku. I just chucked a cinder block at him. I heard him mugging someone from the other side of the alley and just did it. Ha, the policeman laughed. Nice going, kid. Oh, and if anyone asks, I told you that you shouldn't have done that and just called us, all right? Keep that our little secret. My name's Sansa, by the way. Detective Sansa. Izuku nodded. All right, well, there's a traffic camera across the street which probably caught this whole thing, so I just need a statement real quick. Well, I guess you just gave it to me, technically. Did you see who the guy was mugging? Some girl named Hatsum, said Izuku. May Hatsum. Pink hair, dreadlocks. Got it, said Sansa, scribbling in his notebook, before pulling out his radio. Hey, it's me, Lieutenant. Not our guy. Taking in the mugger. The radio buzzed, but Izuku couldn't make out what it was saying. But I'm taking him in. I'll see you later. All right, Mikumo, last thing. I just need your phone number in case I need to get in contact. Odds are, it won't happen, but on the off chance you have to testify. Sure, said Izuku, scribbling down his phone number in the notebook. All right, stay out of trouble, said Sansa, dragging the mugger into his car. But if you don't, make sure you bring a cinder block with you. Don't worry, sir, I will, said Izuku as Sansa got into his car and drove away. I will. After a few hours of rest and a quick dinner that Alfred spent going through the recorded audio from the bug, Izuku was ready to get into some trouble. He made his way down to the warehouse as the sun set and quickly changed into costume with his cape retracted and his bat symbol hidden. Donning his motorcycle helmet, he drove into town till he found a suitable spot to begin his patrol. It was cloudy out. It looked like it might rain. Unfurling his cape, taking off his helmet, and revealing his red bat symbol, Izuku grappled up to the roof of a skyscraper and stood over its ledge, his cape billowing in the wind. Master Midoriya, said Alfred, I have reports of a gang shooting on the south side of town. Police say some of those involved were wearing bird masks. Keep an eye on the bug, said Izuku, turning south and breaking into a sprint. I want to know what Kazuhiro's reaction to this will be. The shy Hasaikai probably instigated this if Kazuhiro wasn't talking about it beforehand, but I want to make sure. It took him 10 minutes to make it to the scene of the shooting, and by then it was too late. Police and heroes were already on the scene. In the middle of the street, there were 3 white tarps, with splotches of red dotting. Alfred, said Izuku. Yes, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. Check every camera in the area, said Izuku. Find the people that did this. Yes, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. There are 4 men in bird masks exiting a vehicle by the river. They're carrying guns. Wordlessly, Izuku turned around and began running toward the river. He spotted the group a few moments later. They were tossing their weapons into the river. Izuku jumped down onto a balcony a few floors down and pulled out a batarang as the group got back into their car and began to drive away. Izuku pulled his arm back. He took a deep breath. And he threw the batarang. The car spun out of control a moment later, crashing into a light post. The four men all spilled out of the vehicle in a daze as Izuku jumped down to the street. "Where's Nemoto?" Izuku asked, as the shy Hasaikai gangsters blinked awake. "What? Shit!" one of them yelled, realizing where he was. Izuku stood in front of them, up to his knees in water as the men hung upside down with his arms bound underneath the pier. "High tide's coming in soon," said Izuku, relaxing his grip on the four wires, allowing the four men to descend closer toward the river. "I'd give it another hour until you're all submerged." "Screw you," yelled another one. "I ain't scared of you." With his free hand, Izuku plucked the wire holding the one who challenged him. It twanged like a violin. He let go of the wire. The man plunged into the river for a moment, until Izuku grabbed the loose wire again and pulled him back up. "Where's Nemoto?" he repeated. No one responded. Izuku looked down at the fist grasping the four wires. He opened the fist. "Where's Nemoto?" he repeated, pulling them back above water. "He's not here," said a third one. "He went back to Nagoya." Izuku looked the man in the eyes. He didn't see fear. He saw calculations. He brought his fist grasping the wires closer to his face and removed his pointer finger. Then his middle finger. Then his ring finger. Okay, the man yelled. There was. "He's staying at a hotel. The Mitsui Gardens." "What room?" Izuku yelled. "I don't know," yelled the man. Izuku removed his pinky, opening up his fist. "What room?" Izuku repeated. "I don't know," the man repeated, panting heavily. I don't." Izuku pulled back his other fist, preparing to punch the man in the face, and the man closed his eyes and covered his head. When the man opened his eyes, Izuku was gone. "Alfred," Izuku started, standing on a rooftop overlooking the bridge. "Already on it, sir," said Alfred. "I've accessed the hotel's computer and am checking to see where this Nemoto character might be staying at." "And the police?" said Izuku. "I thought I'd give you a moment to make yourself scarce," said Alfred. "You were detected by a traffic camera. By the way, I edited you out of the footage. Shall I take that liberty by default, Master Midoriya?" "Please do," said Izuku. "Very good, sir," said Alfred. "Kazuhiro has started speaking on the bug regarding tonight's attack. Your hunch was correct." "What do we know about Nemoto?" asked Izuku, turning to begin patrolling the area for any crimes to prevent. "Not much you don't already know," said Alfred. "He's affiliated with a group called the Shy Hasaikai ran out of Nagoya. What that means could be anything. He could merely be a local who decided to work with them, or he could be a top-ranking member personally dispatched by their leader to run their operation here in Yuzurifu." "The police don't know anything about him?" asked Izuku. "There is a file on the Shy Hasaikai owned by the NPA," said Alfred, "but to call it sparse would be an understatement. All the information in there is decades old. No mention of Nemoto. I can't shake the feeling we're involved in something more than a turf war between rival gangs, Alfred," said Izuku. "I won't delegitimize what you're feeling, but I won't add credibility to it," said Alfred. "It's quite possible you're right, but I would caution you against being too zealous in chasing shadows and whispers. And don't lose sight of one simple fact. This being part of something bigger is an objectively bad thing. It's worse for the people of Japan and of Hosu when there are larger powers at play. The idea of taking down some vast conspiracy might be appealing. It might awaken your passion. It might provoke your sense of adventure and ego. You must always remember that you want this to be a simple matter of gang warfare. Do you understand me, Master Midoriya?" "I do, Alfred, I do," said Izuku, eyes turning at the sound of screams coming from an alley. "Is this just my job now, Sansa?" groaned Naomasa, stepping out of his car and onto the bridge, showing up to hear about the latest batch of criminals found hanging from God knows where at whatever ungodly hour of the night we find him. This time, they were tied up above the water, said Sansa, ignoring his complaints. Judging by their faces, I'd say they were being dunked. Like waterboarding. What did these mopes do? Asked Naomasa. There were 4 guns found on the bridge, all soaked, Sansa explained. Call it a hunch, but I bet we'll find fingerprints matching these 4. Maybe we'll trace the bullets to those fired at that shootout from earlier. Why'd this guy have to decide to run around in my precinct, Sansa? Groaned Naomasa. Why not Nides or Sandas? Come on, you know they would not have handled this guy with any sort of grace, said Sansa. If it was them, there'd be an official task force set up to catch him and the mayor would be making public statements before we knew what we were up against. But now we do. I think it's time to call in your friend. All right, I'll call him tomorrow, said Naomasa. By the way, we found this lodged in the wheel of a crashed car right by here, said Sansa, handing Naomasa a small plastic baggie. Inside of it was a small, sharp piece of metal, jet black and smooth, cut in the shape of a bat. Demon it, yelled Kazuhiro. 2 weeks. 2 goddamn weeks since this batahole shows up and I've already lost a dozen of my best guys to the cops. How the hell has no one iced this BSTRD yet? Izuku took a sip of his tea as he listened in on the wiretap, trying to keep the smirk off his face. We're trying, Kaz, said one of his goons. Nobody knows who the hell this guy is. So what, he just shows up out of the ether to screw with me? Screamed Kazuhiro, throwing a glass against the wall. Nah, this guy came from somewhere. Find out where the hell that was. How the hell does he know everything? Tzlektikin? Boss, said the goon. Get out, said Kazuhiro red. There was a pause for a few moments before the man spoke again. Listen, Batman, if you're listening in right now, I just want to let you know I got no clue what the hell I did to get your attention. But I'm not going down without a fight, you hear me? I'll make you rue the day you were born, you be. Izuku pressed the space bar and paused the audio. Well, the wiretap served us valiantly, said Alfred. Shall I fry it for you, Master Midoriya? So no one can attempt to trace your location should they find it. Not yet, said Izuku. Kazuhiro might know better than to talk in the club now, but won't. Not for a few hours at minimum. We'll give it another day or 2 and then fry the tap. Setting down his cup of tea, Izuku closed the wiretapping software and pulled up his file on the Hitori mob. There were 24 or so pictures that instantly popped up, a dozen of whom were crossed out. We've made a big dent in their operations so far, but I'm worried we're hitting a dead end. I won't deny, progress is slowing, Alfred conceded, but slowing progress is not no progress. You've taken down a significant amount of his dealers in a very short window of time. The rest of them may be a tad more cautious, but men like these will always present an opportunity. If you're vigilant, you'll eventually catch them doing something they shouldn't. Said Izuku. What about Nemoto? Well, as you know, we found the hotel room he was staying in, but he moved out the next day, said Alfred. We lost him not long after. Are you considering him for the next target? Unless a better one presents itself, said Izuku. The bloodshed in this town is on his hands just as much as Kazuhiro. Very good, sir, said Alfred. What about the irradiated bills? Asked Izuku. Still no movement, sir, said Alfred as the screen of his computer shifted to a map. They appeared in a warehouse owned by a company called Trident Shipping in Kamino the day after we started tracking them. Are you considering looking more deeply into Kazuhiro's suppliers? That would require some preparations, sir. We don't have a base to operate out of that far from Hosu. That reminds me, Alfred, what was Batman doing in Japan? Asked Izuku. Excuse me, sir, said Alfred. Why did Bruce Wayne build a manor and a functioning Batcave in Japan? Asked Izuku. And why did he put your servers there? To answer the latter, he didn't just build them in Japan, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. I have dozens of memory banks scattered all over the world. Alas, only a handful are supplied with power. The one in Hosu actually was not supplied till you reactivated me. And the former? Said Izuku. He was searching for someone, said Alfred. Who? Asked Izuku. An old mentor, said Alfred. You're being vague, Alfred, sighed Izuku. Apologies, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. It's hard to drudge up the memories. He was searching for one of the men who trained him. Ras al Ghul. You don't sound like you were fond of him, said Izuku. No, sir, and neither was Master Bruce, said Alfred. The man was a touch genocidal. Oh, yeah, I see why you wouldn't like him, said Izuku. Was that why he was in Japan? No, sir, said Alfred. Or perhaps it was. Master Bruce wasn't here to stop him. He was here to rescue him. From who? Asked Izuku. Or what? I don't know, sir, said Alfred. I didn't go with him. Master D was still a teenager but would be responsible for keeping Gotham safe in his absence. Master Bruce insisted I stay at Wayne Manor to assist him, and if he hadn't, I would've. He never spoke about what happened in Japan, and I knew better than to ask. Thank you, Alfred, said Izuku, pulling off his cowl. For what, sir? Asked Alfred as he began to take off his suit. For telling me about them, said Izuku. Putting on civilian clothes, Izuku stepped out of the warehouse. Lieutenant, called Sansa from outside his office. There's a homeless guy here to see you. Very funny, said Naomasa, opening the door to let him and Aizawa in. Sorry I couldn't be here sooner, said Aizawa, taking a seat as Naomasa poured 3 cups of coffee. It's all good, said Naomasa. How's the newest batch of kids? Awful, said Aizawa, taking a mug from his hand. You said you had an issue with a vigilante? Yeah, the Batman, said Sansa, pulling a file out of his briefcase. He tossed the file on Naomasa's desk, flipping it open to reveal the dozens of pictures inside. Aizawa grabbed a random one and looked at it, before setting it down and taking a sip of coffee. Alive, said Aizawa. You're hearing about this from me and not on the 6 o'clock news, aren't you? Naomasa pointed out. We've been finding these guys all over town for the past 2 weeks. Mostly muggers and petty crooks, a few well-connected drag dealers. Batman, you said? Said Aizawa, picking up another photo. Naomasa nodded. He said it to one of the drag dealers he interrogated. Costume reflects that. All black, pointy ears, and a red symbol on his chest that looks like a bat. Naomasa scanned the photos on his desk till he found the one he was looking for. We ever found these at the scene. They look like throwing knives, but the forensic examiner thinks they'd function more like a boomerang. How many people in the department know about him? Asked Aizawa. Just me, Sansa, and the forensic examiner, said Naomasa, but people suspect we've got a vigilante on our hands, even if they don't know the name. You trust him? Asked Aizawa. The forensic examiner? Asked Naomasa. Aizawa nodded. I trust him not to go around talking about it. He spends most of his time working in the lab anyway. If you say so, said Aizawa, why do you think you need me for this? Why not any other hero? Catching vigilantes isn't that hard once a competent enough hero actually puts in that effort. I can tell this one is different, Aizawa, said Naomasa, taking a sip of coffee. The only time someone has been able to ID him are the times he decides to reveal himself. He's stopped muggings in progress without anyone seeing him, not even the people he knocks out. He got our precinct over 100 arrests in 2 weeks. This isn't some hero school dropout or street tough who decided to clean up the neighborhood. He has the training. He has the restraint. He has the gear. Ex-special forces, retired hero, something like that, if I had to. Guess. What do you want me to do if I catch him? Asked Aizawa. Just restrain him and call me, said Naomasa. I want to talk to him before we bring him in. Quirk, said Aizawa, getting up from the chair. No idea, said Naomasa. Maybe something mental. Maybe invisibility. I guess we'll find in a bit, said Aizawa, noticing a photo on the corner of Naomasa's desk. Are you still looking for this kid? Get to work, Aizawa. Yeah, I know, Mariko. I know, the gangster yelled into his cell phone. Look, can we not talk about this now? I gotta meet with Red in 5 minutes. Watching from the rooftop across the street, Izuku smirked. The gangster set down the phone and began to walk down the street, occasionally stopping to check for a tail. But Izuku was too stealthy. They always forget to look up was one of Alfred's most useful pieces of advice for times like this. Why do criminals bother talking on the phone? Izuku muttered to himself. Because it's convenient, sir, said Alfred, and quite a few criminals wouldn't be out on the street if they could resist taking a convenient path. Now then, the bug has been quiet. Kazuhiro Red hasn't said anything about this meeting. This phone call will be quite convenient for us if we can find him personally engaging in criminal activities. It feels too convenient, said Izuku, watching as the gangster turned a corner. If you're always wary of a trap, you'll never be surprised by one, said Alfred. It's best to question if everything is one if you wish to keep your head. But sometimes you can only make it through the jungle by going through the quicksand. Do you think this is a trap? Asked Izuku. I don't, said Alfred. It's too elaborate for a small-time drag lord like Kazuhiro Red. He'd have to have first made the assumption that you were tapping phones, which is quite a leap from bugging a nightclub. Then he'd have to find out when you'd be out, who you'd be following, and what phone you'd be listening to. I think we got lucky. Shockingly, Master Midoriya, not every crook is a criminal mastermind. If they were, I doubt there'd be a Hosu or even a Japan to protect. Were you this sarcastic when you were alive, Alfred? Said Izuku, rolling his eyes and jumping across the street. Sarcasm, sir? That would not behoove a butler, said Alfred. Izuku watched as the man crossed the street a few minutes later, looking behind him before knocking on the door of some old building, its skylights softly glowing. I'm going up for a better look, Alfred, said Izuku, turning toward the much taller building next to him. He pulled out his grappling hook and rappelled to the roof. There was something enjoyable about the grappling hook, something special about the breeze on his exposed chin as he flew through the air. The younger version of him couldn't have imagined such a sensation. It was a reminder of how far he had come from the small child desperately hoping a dream alone was enough to be a hero. He was smarter now. It was the willpower he had needed. The will to forge himself into a weapon. Into a creature solely driven by his need to fight crime, by his need to save people. Into the Batman. Hello, Batman, a gruff voice called from across the rooftop as Izuku pulled himself over the ledge. Standing there was a man dressed in all black with a gray scarf around his neck. You know, every other night I take my patrol break around one. The one time I push it back half an hour and who should show up at the end? Come quietly, make this easy on yourself. That's Eraserhead, Alfred supplied. He can disable a man's quirk by looking at him. If he knows your name, then Okuda must have spoken to the police about you. Izuku said nothing, hand slowly inching toward his utility belt as Eraserhead continued to speak. You haven't killed anyone and you haven't hurt anyone that badly, Batman, said Eraserhead. If you come quietly, we can work something out. Maybe probation if your quirk is passive and you weren't actively using it. This isn't an opportune time, sir, said Alfred, but I've been listening in on that gentleman's phone we were tapping earlier. It seems Kazuhiro Red and some of Nemoto's men are inside that building, arranging some kind of truce. Money and drags seem to be involved. Alfred, when I say so, call the police, whispered Izuku, as he and Eraserhead began to circle one another. Last chance, Batman, said Eraserhead, as his eyes began to glow red and his hair began to float. Izuku reached into his belt. I warned you. Bang. As Shura's scarf flew through the air, he instantly recoiled as a bright light blinded him. The vigilante had flashbanged him. He hated flashbangs. Those and mutant quirks were his two biggest weaknesses. And if he had to guess, Batman had both of those things, considering how quickly he reacted to his scarf. He heard footsteps approaching him. He felt the wind shift slightly and so raised his arms just in time to block a punch from the vigilante. This wasn't the first time he had to fight with his vision obstructed. A moment later, Shoyuda opened his eyes and saw him standing right in front of him, an elbow jutting forward to strike him in the gut. He sidestepped it half a second before it struck and kicked the vigilante in his side, forcing him to step back. That wasn't just a costume he was wearing. It was armor. Not something you'd expect from someone so quick and stealthy. The two began to circle one another again until Batman was the one facing the street when suddenly he turned around and jumped off the edge of the building, his cape slowing his fall like a glider, heading straight toward a skylight across the street. Shoyuda acted quickly, jumping off the side and using his scarf to swing across by wrapping its end around a balcony. Batman crashed into the skylight and a few seconds later, Aizawa landed on the roof. God damn it, he muttered, looking through the broken skylight. Batman had landed quite literally in the middle of some kind of gang meeting. There were 24 men in the building, many of whom had guns pointed at Batman, standing on the wreck of a broken table next to a pile of money and heroin. Was this intentional? Was this all according to his plan? Or had he just gotten super unlucky? Tsukachi, I'm engaging the Batman, he whispered into his earpiece. We've stumbled into some kind of mob meetup. He's there too, said Tsukachi. Damn it, we just got a call about something at that location. Half the Hosu police department is heading there. So it was his plan, grumbled Aizawa. Well, what do we have here? A voice from inside the building called. Shoyuta looked down to see a man with red hair wearing a red suit, so the Batman finally decided to show his face. Not exactly. You've been a real pain in my butt these past 2 weeks. What the hell did I do to you? Batman said nothing. Whatever. Guess I'll figure it out when I peel that mask from your... Bang 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 bang. The room filled with smoke, illuminated by the muzzle flashes that followed. Cursing under his breath, Shoyuta jumped into the room and landed silently a few feet away from where Batman had smashed the table. Thief. As the smoke cleared, the room went dark as every light bulb in the room shattered. Bang. A muzzle flash illuminated a man's face just long enough for Shoyuta to see the terror in his eyes. Not willing to be so easily outdone, he found the nearest man to him, easily able to make out his fear by the shaking gun in his hands. With a single blow, he knocked the man out. Thunk. Police! Hands up! The door crashed open, light finally flooding into the building, as police officers swarmed into the building. Shoyuta looked around. There was no sign of Batman, and there were noticeably fewer gangsters standing. And there was no sign of the man in red either. Kazuhiro Red was running. Frantically, desperately, in a panic, whatever adjective you wanted to use, he was running. Izuku Midoriya was running. From rooftop to rooftop, watching his quarry as he nervously looked around. After a few minutes, he stopped to catch his breath. Izuku jumped down onto the streets. Yelled Kazuhiro, red spikes piercing through his suit. What the hell did I do to you, Batman? A spike shot out of his chest like a bullet, which Izuku barely jumped away from. Why am I so special? A spike shot out of his arm, cutting a hole in his cape. I kill your family? A friend of yours? Why me and not anyone else in this godforsaken town? Kazuhiro Red charged at him, body covered in spikes. He reached into his utility belt and pulled out a bola, wrapping it around his legs and letting him crash into the ground, his spikes cutting a hole into the asphalt. You want to know what makes you so special? Asked Izuku, standing over the man. Nothing, Kazuhiro Hitorai. Absolutely nothing. You were just the first dope peddler to come onto my radar. Your man Okuda was the first drag dealer I stumbled into. He gave you up. You're just another cockroach, and I'm the exterminator. But you're not the only one, Kazuhiro, and I'll make sure you've got plenty of company in prison. You never wronged me. I'm not avenging someone. I'm here for everyone. For all the people you hurt. For this city you've polluted. I am their vengeance. I am vengeance. Master Midoriya, said Alfred. Izuku looked up to see a woman standing on the opposite side of the street, pointing a phone at him. Shall I delete the recording? No, whispered Izuku, leave it. I can't have the police knowing what you're capable of. Police! Hands up! Yelled a chorus from behind him. Quickly spinning around, Izuku fired his grappling hook into a nearby building, pulling himself up into the sky. Gunshots rang out, 6, he believed. A moment later, he landed on the rooftop. Master Midoriya, said Alfred. Izuku looked to his side and saw blood pouring out of his left arm. That had never been a priority spot for armoring, not compared to his chest or back or neck or head. And the Kevlar fibers in his suit had already been weakened by the bullets he had taken from the mob. Breathing heavily, Izuku leaned down against an HVAC unit, pulling out a pair of tweezers from his utility belt and a mirror. The bullet had struck him in the back of the bicep. He couldn't see it without assistance. Izuku placed the mirror on the ground and knelt over it before attempting to dig the bullet out with tweezers, trying his hardest not to scream. "You want help with that?" called a voice from behind him. Eyes widening, Izuku spun around and pulled a batarang out of his belt. Standing behind him was a hero dressed in light blue and white with a fin sticking out of his head, holding his yellow-gloved hands up. "So, Batman. You're Batman, right? You're a little shorter than I expected. I'm not here to arrest you. My name's Manuel. I'm, a hero if it wasn't obvious by the costume." Breathing heavily, Izuku put the batarang back into his belt and allowed Manuel to approach, taking the pair of tweezers from his hand. "This might hurt a bit," said Manuel, sticking the tweezers into the bullet hole. A moment later, the hunk of lead fell to the ground and the hero began to wash out the wound with a bottle of water, seemingly using his quirk to control the fluid. "Why?" asked Izuku, wrapping up his wound with a black bandage. "I'm not a big hero, Batman," said Manuel, leaning over to begin washing away the blood on the rooftop with his water bottle. "I'll never have merch, I'll never have a national following, I'll never be in the top 100, but I'm still a hero. These are my streets, and I do my hardest to protect them. But I can only do so much, Batman. If there's a robbery in progress or a fire, I can handle it, but Kazuhiro Red Hitorai? What can I do against a guy like that?" Manuel stood up and screwed the lid back on the water bottle. "What can I do when he sells drags outside the schools?" he asked. "What can I do when he forces the corner stores to pay him protection? What can I do when his loan sharks force people out of their homes? I can't do shit against that, but you did it. You took him down. And a lot of people's lives are gonna get a lot better because of this. You didn't just save the people who Kazuhiro Red would have killed at some point in the future. You didn't just save the people who would have overdosed on his stuff. You saved the Kendos. They were 4 months behind on protection payments. You saved the Domans. Mr. Doman owed one of his goons way more money than his restaurant could ever hope to afford. They had a fire a year ago that their insurance didn't cover. You saved the Iwamotos. You saved the Wormers. You saved the O's. I can't support your methods, Batman. I don't agree with vigilantism. But I'd be betraying the people you saved, the people I'm bound to protect if I tried to arrest you. Now go. The police will be here shortly." "What a shit show," sighed Sansa, leaning against his car. "Hey, even if we didn't get Batman, we got it." "Few dozen major drag dealers," Tsukachi pointed out, leaning next to him. "Eraser, what do you make of him after meeting the guy?" "You were right," said Shoyuta, stretching his arm and cracking his neck. "He's someone to watch out for." "And now he was spotted by half a dozen cops," Tsukachi grumbled. "I bet you there's going to be a task force set up to catch him by the end of tomorrow." "Is that such a bad thing?" asked Sansa. "If he's as serious as we all think, having some departmental attention on him might be for the best." "The best person to catch a vigilante, Sansa, is someone who doesn't really want to be catching vigilantes," said Tsukachi. "It requires a light touch. It requires community contacts. You catch a vigilante through either patience, dumb luck, or because a lot of people really want him to be caught. Someone who wants to catch a vigilante is usually someone whose ego feels threatened by them. And those people usually lack the patience or soft touch to make that case happen. They're gonna run around like cowboys, kicking down doors and shooting up neighborhood blocks trying to catch him and turn the community against us." "Did you not want to catch him?" asked Sansa. "Of course I do," said Tsukachi, "but I'd rather be catching actually dangerous criminals. There are murders, drag dealers, burglars, and kidnappers out there, and every second I spend going after this Batman is a second I'm not going after them. A cop who decides to go after a vigilante is what they want to do instead of going after them is one who isn't interested in protecting and serving. They're probably not that driven and probably not that smart." "So what do we do then?" asked Shoyuta. "I'm gonna beat them to the punch," said Tsukachi, getting inside his car. "I'll call the chief first thing in the morning and ask for the task force. I might not be able to stop it, but I can restrain it." As the 2 police officers drove off, Shoyuta pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Ah, good evening, Aizawa," said Nizu from the other end. "What can I do for you?" "Sorry to bother you this late, Principal Nizu," said Aizawa, walking away from the crime scene and all of its noise. "You keep an eye on promising hero school students across Japan, right?" "Of course I do," said Nizu. I have to keep an eye on the competition. Were there any promising dropouts within the past 2 or 3 years? He asked. Anyone with martial arts skills? Stealth quirks? Why do you ask? Said Nizu. Show you decide. He knew how Nizu would react to this news. We've got a vigilante in Hosu, said Shoyuta, goes by the name of Batman. Batman you say, said Nizu, Shoyuta able to hear his grin through the phone. Here. In Japan. Yes, said Shoyuta. Quite interesting, said Nizu. You know him? Asked Shoyuta. That I need to look into things, Aizawa, said Nizu. That was concerning. Nizu had never cut off a conversation so abruptly. He liked to draw things out, needle people, and make them uncomfortable. So have him hang up like that was strange. Jiren, you hear they got Kazuhiro? Said Haruhisa. Sheet, said Kajiro, spinning around in his chair to face the window. Heroes or police? A vigilante, said Soji. He calls himself Batman. Batman, said Kajiro. All right, do we know other people in Hosu? Anyone who can take over for him? Yeah, but they're gonna need our help, said Haruhisa. They can't stand against Overhaul without us. What if we use this to our advantage? Said Kajiro, closing his eyes and rubbing his temples. What do you mean? Asked Haruhisa. Look, I'm a scumbag, we're all scumbags, said Kajiro, but Overhaul? Sheet, I'm a saint compared to that guy. You want us to snitch? Said Soji. Is it really snitching if it isn't to the cops? Said Kajiro, leaning back in his seat. I want you two to go down to Hosu. Check out the locals. Figure out who's in the best position to replace Red. And find the Batman. Give him a gift from me. If he does some damage to the Shai Hasaikai, great. If he gets himself killed, also great. Most vigilantes are just a nuisance, but if this guy took down Kazuhiro, he's worth keeping an eye on. Now, let me see if I can find it. Kajiro searched through his desk drawer for a few seconds before pulling out a USB. Got this from an old Hasaikai loyalist, a friend of the old boss. Those guys ain't too happy with Overhaul. Figured I could do something about him. I had been saving this for a special occasion and I think we just found it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our target, said Naomasa, pointing at a blown-up picture of Batman from that video the woman took of him. He's taken down over 100 criminals over the past 2 weeks, mostly muggers, but also drag Lord Kazuhiro Red and his crew. We have no idea where this guy came from, but we know 2 things. He is well-trained and well-financed. So far, he hasn't brutalized or killed anyone, but on several occasions, he has made the threat to do so in exchange for information. Any questions? Sansa here has your assignments. We have a few leads we want to check out. Nemoto, what are you doing here? Said Chisaki as the lieutenant entered the office. Boss, I've got news, said Nemoto, shutting the door behind him. The situation in Hosu has changed. Elaborate, said Chisaki, sitting down behind his desk. You remember Kazuhiro? Kazuhiro Red? Said Nemoto, sitting down in front of it. Chisaki nodded. He was arrested, along with half of my top men. He had finally agreed to come to the table when we were busted by a vigilante. Some guy calling himself Batman. A vigilante, Chisaki repeated. You were busted by a vigilante. Someone posted a video of him on Instabook, said Nemoto, pulling out his phone. Chisaki watched as he played a video of a shadowy figure dodging Kazuhiro Red's attacks before knocking him to the ground. Still, it's a net gain for us. We probably would have had to kill Red at some point in the future, even if he did agree to talk truce. Jiren lost his main guy in Hosu now. And you're not down there because, said Chisaki. I need reinforcements, said Nemoto. Like I said, he busted half my top guys, and he started going after me. You need my help, said Chisaki, to squash a bug. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't serious, said Nemoto. He pursed his lips underneath his mask. All right, Chisaki conceded. What do you need? At least 20 guys to replace what I've lost and expand into Kazuhiro's territory, said Nemoto, and the trash. No, said Chisaki, you can have the men, but I'm not sending 3 more of my 8 bullets to this side project. I'll give you 40 men. He could tell his underling was frustrated, but was smart enough not to complain. Wordlessly, he got up and left his office. Chisaki swung his chair around to face the painting of a mountain range behind his desk and pushed a button underneath his desk. The painting flipped over to reveal the screen on the other side of it, a figure cloaking in shadows sitting on the other end. "This won't be a problem, will it?" said Chisaki. "We can use a city other than Hosu." That's what he said, yes, the figure asked. Chisaki nodded. "Then no, Mr. Chisaki, I'd say it's categorically not a problem. There's a loose end running around Japan that I've been meaning to cut for quite some time. I think this is a sign for me to expedite the process. My associate will be in Nagoya shortly. I expect him to offer him your every courtesy befitting a representative of the man financing your project." "Of course," said Chisaki as the screen turned black. "So, what is it you wanted to speak to me about, sir?" asked Shoyuta, sitting down across from Nizu in his office. "Why, your vigilante problem," said Nizu, grinning. "I thought the name Batman sounded familiar, and I finally realized why." The mouse-like creature reached into his desk and pulled out a file, inside of which were a bunch of pictures of men in costumes, all slightly different, but unmistakably similar to the one Batman wore. "Where did you get these?" asked Shoyuta, picking up one of a man in a gray and black suit with a yellow oval containing the bat symbol. "Gotham PD Archives," said Nizu. "Gotham," said Shoyuta. "What's a vigilante from Gotham doing in Japan taking on street crime?" "Well, I assume this Batman isn't from Gotham," said Nizu. "Those photos range are at a minimum 140 years old." "So you're saying we have a copycat," said Shoyuta, "someone who found out about an obscure vigilante from Gotham from over a century ago and decided to dress like him." "Exactly," said Nizu. "Isn't it fascinating? Although obscure is a slight under-exaggeration. He's an urban legend in Gotham, although outside that one city, he is generally unknown." "Thanks, boss," said Shoyuta, taking the file. "I don't know if this will help, but more knowledge is always appreciated. If you do apprehend this Batman, I'd like to speak with him before you lock him up if you don't mind," said Nizu. "I'll see what I can do," said Shoyuta, leaving his boss's office. "You see the news, Oka?" her mom asked as Ochako sat down to eat breakfast. "What news?" asked Ochako, pouring herself a glass of orange juice. "Someone vigilante beat up some people not too far from your father's job site," said her mother, showing her a news article on your phone. "You think he was the same guy who tied up that person last week?" asked Ochako. "I don't know," said her mother. "Look at me, distracting you on your big day. Good luck with the exams, sweetie. I am vengeance." Itsuka watched the video on Instabook for what was probably the 100th time. She saw some of the mugshots of the men arrested last night by the police and recognized some of them. They were the same men who had come into her dad's garage demanding money. She wanted to fight them. Her dad ordered her not to. She begged him to call the police. He refused. And now someone had taken matters into their own hands and fought off these vultures. The guy in the video called him Batman. The news said he was a vigilante. She didn't care. That man was as more of a hero to her family than anyone else. "Itsuka," her dad called. "You ready to go? You don't want to be late for your entrance exams." "Coming, Dad." "You've caused quite a fuss with your excursion last night, Master Midoriya," said Alfred, as the computer cycled through news stories, all of which featured images from the video. "Let's just hope the police aren't the only ones who saw that video," said Izuku, putting on his mask. "They'll be after you now," said Alfred, as the computer pulled up an article of the mayor announcing the formation of an anti-vigilante task force. "Police don't patrol the rooftops, Alfred," Izuku pointed out, "and they don't have the budget to send out helicopters every night." "Oh, this won't be of any immediate consequence to you, of that I'm certain," said Alfred. "But what about once you've established a stronger reputation for yourself? How long will it be until Hawks shows up? Or Ryukyu? Or Miriko? You'll need to be wary. As you continue to clean up the city and your escapades become more and more well-known, you'll become a more attractive target. Plenty of heroes will start to see you as a potential notch on their belt, something to help them garner some national fame." "What do you want from me, Alfred?" sighed Izuku. It's not like I can just quit after 2 weeks after spending all these years training just because the police noticed me. I'm not suggesting you do that, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. I would be failing my duties if I did not remind you of potential risks. And if I did not propose a solution. A solution, Izuku repeated. You have a solution for getting the police to ignore me. That I suppose, solution, is an overstatement, said Alfred. I have a suggestion to stay one step ahead of the police. An internship with the HPD. You can't be serious, said Izuku. You want me to get an internship with the police? With the forensic examiner, Alfred clarified, and it'll give you an ear on the ground at the department. Not everything is digital, despite the prevalence of computers. If a famous hero shows up at the department, you're liable to hear about it. I can have you there in 3 days. You can't be serious, Izuku repeated. Master Midoriya, I'm afraid I'm not asking you, said Alfred. Excuse me, said Izuku. You've spent every waking moment over the past few years training, preparing, or sleeping, said Alfred. At first, I tolerated it because you were a missing person, but that is no longer a valid reason. You're more than skilled enough at being Mikumo Akatani to avoid a slip-up, and no one is looking for Izuku Midoriya. So you are going to get some social interaction. I thought combining it with your work would make it more tolerable to you, but it appears I was mistaken. So either you're going to come up with an alternative way to interact with people not made up of ones and zeros for a few hours every day, or you're taking this internship. Or, said Izuku. When I agreed to train you, you promised not to question me, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. Are you a man of your word? Fine, said Izuku. Fine, I'll do it. Hello, I'm Akatani Mikumo and I'm here for an internship, said Izuku. Oh, right, the HR guy said you were coming, said the man at the front desk. Yeah, with the forensics department, right? Izuku nodded. My name's Sekiguchi. Follow me. The man got up from his desk and Izuku followed him through the police precinct, sparing a glance at a room with half a dozen men inside staring at a dark photo of something. He couldn't stand there long enough to get a good look at it before he'd start looking suspicious. Eventually, the two reached a door with opaque glass that said Forensics Lab on it. Your first question, a voice said in English from a radio in the corner. Reagan, Cordelia, and Goneril are the 3 daughters of this title royal. Lear, said a man in a lab coat. Lear. Hey, Doc, said Sekiguchi. Intern for ya. The Summer Olympics occurred in 1948 in London, the first time the Games were held since 1936. Having been put on hold because of this event, the radio buzzed. World War II, said the man in the lab coat. Come, give me a hard one. Sorry, what were you saying? The Second World War. You've got an intern, said Sekiguchi. An intern? I didn't ask for an intern, said the man in the coat. New departmental program, said Sekiguchi. There's a shortage of CSIs or something. There was a memo about it. Don't you ever check your mailbox? I have a mailbox, said the man, turning off the radio. Yeah, said Sekiguchi. This is Mikumo, right? Izuku nodded. Akatani Mikumo. He's a student at… Actually, I never asked. Where are you a student? Oh, I'm not a student. I graduated last spring, said Izuku. Gotham University, Tokyo campus. Forensics Science and Criminology. Kid, you work quick, said Sekiguchi. Anyways, he's your responsibility now, Nakamura. So, said Nakamura, you're my new intern. Gotham U, you said? In Tokyo? Nice campus. It was a virtual program, sir, said Izuku. I'm not, great around people. Dr. Nakamura chuckled. It was airy and subdued, but he could tell it was earnest. How old are you? He asked. 17, sir, said Izuku. That, sir, thing isn't doing it for me, Mikumo, said Nakamura. I've only been here for, a month. I got my doctorate the semester you graduated. I'm 5 years older than you. Don't just call me Ed, okay? Ed? Questioned Izuku. Yeah, like Edward, said Nakamura. I grew up in the States, Gotham actually. Moved here when I was 10. I hate the whole call someone by their last name thing. Just call me Ed, alright? Ed, said Izuku. Call me Akatani then. Akatani it is, said Ed, offering his hand. Strong grip. So, what hours are you supposed to be here? 4 to 7, every other weekday, said Izuku. Got it? I'm just supposed to show you what being a forensics examiner is like, said Ed. Well, I'm not really qualified to do that really, I just got started here and… So I guess we'll figure it out together, right? Izuku smiled. I guess so, said Ed, turning the radio back on. What was the name of Sherlock Holmes's more intelligent brother? Mycroft, said Izuku. Fan of trivia? Asked Ed. Izuku nodded. I think we're gonna get along just fine. Hey, Ed, Naomasa said, entering the forensics lab only to pause when he saw an unknown yet strangely familiar face. Oh, Lieutenant, I'm glad you're here, said Ed. Did you know we have mailboxes? Yes, Ed, said Naomasa. Why do we need mailboxes? Who's having packages shipped to work? Ed ranted. Why don't we have mail sent to the front desk? How much taxpayer money are we wasting having mail delivered to everyone's desk? But they're for internal messages, Ed, said Naomasa. Oh, that makes more sense, said Ed. How can I help you, Lieutenant? Did you get an assistant? Asked Naomasa, looking past Ed at the kid staring into a microscope with a pair of headphones on. An intern, said Ed. New department policy. Apparently, there was some memo about it. Didn't check your mailbox that apparently exists. I've been busy with this Batman ordeal, said Naomasa. At this, the intern quickly turned away from the microscope. Batman, said Ed. What do you mean, Batman? That vigilante we were talking about, remember? Said Naomasa. The one whose wire I was showing you? Yeah, but Batman? Since when was he Batman? Asked Ed. Don't you read the news? Asked Naomasa, pulling out his phone and showing him a picture. That's so, what did you want to ask me about? Asked Ed, pulling the phone close to his face. We don't have that many leads into this guy, said Naomasa, reaching into his pocket, but we do have this. He handed the forensics examiner a plastic baggie with the throwing knife in it. You showed me this a week ago, said Ed. It's the bird boomerang. Wait, bat boomerang. Batarang? Ask him what he calls it if you arrest him. You qualified as a metallurgist, right? Asked Naomasa. Ed nodded. I want you to check it out. Figure out where it was manufactured. Okie dokie, said Ed, taking the plastic bag from his hand. What's your name, kid? Naomasa asked the intern. Akatani Mikumo, sir, he said. I'd like you to come into my office before you leave for the day, said Naomasa. I like to meet with everyone new in the precinct. All right, said Mikumo. I'll be here until 7. Stop by around 6:50, said Naomasa, turning to head back to his office. Half an hour later, Naomasa heard a knock on his door. Come in, he said, not looking up from his paperwork. The door opened, and the kid with the short black hair and blue eyes stepped into his office. Mikumo, he remembered. Hey, Mikumo, how was your first day at the department? Good, said Mikumo. Everyone was pretty nice. Who'd you meet? Asked Naomasa. Just Ed and Sekiguchi actually, Mikumo admitted sheepishly, but they were both nice. Do you like working with Ed? Naomasa asked. I know he can be a bit. Yeah, but he's still a nice guy, said Mikumo. Good, said Naomasa. All right, Mikumo, you just let me know if you need anything. I will, sir, said Mikumo, getting up from the table. Who's that? Oh, this, said Naomasa, holding up the photo of Izuku Midoriya. Just some kid I've been looking for. Is he missing? Asked Mikumo. Yeah, for God, 3 years now, said Naomasa, spinning around in the chair to face the wall. I was still a detective and I got this call about, I don't remember what they were calling about, actually. But these kids had attempted to murder Midoriya. They threw him out a 4th-story window. Oh God, gasped Mikumo, covering his mouth. Naomasa sighed. Some kids there were ticked off at him, he said. He was quirkless, but he still protected the new kids whenever they arrived. One night they got sick of him getting in their way. And you never found him? Asked Mikumo. Never got a whiff of him, said Naomasa. I had been hoping for a few weeks that he would go see a friend of his mom, Bakugo. God, she was furious when I broke the news. She had been trying to adopt him ever since his parents died, but the paperwork stalled out. Mikumo whispered. What was that? Asked Naomasa. Nothing, sorry, said Mikumo. Naomasa's detective instinct urged him to press the kid, but he suppressed it. I check the morgue for John does every month. Haven't found anything yet, so there's still hope. But why do you care so much? Asked Mikumo, quickly covering his mouth. Sorry, It's all right, kid, said Naomasa. I was an orphan too, Mikumo whispered. Really? Said Naomasa. Your paperwork said you had graduated college already. There was a trust fund, Mikumo whispered, and a family friend. It's all right, said Naomasa. I'm a detective at heart, we always want to know a motive. I just respected the kid, I guess. Stood up for what was right even after the world kept punching down. I think he would have made a great cop. Maybe a lawyer. Had the heart for it. So much potential. I don't know what he's doing right now, but I'm sure he could be doing something better with his life if I don't know if he was placed in a better orphanage? If the Bakugos could have adopted him? If his mom didn't die? Yeah, maybe, muttered Mikumo, maybe. And Alfred, said Izuku, tossing his chair over. Excuse me, sir, said Alfred, did things go poorly at the precinct? You got me a job working for the one cop who gives a crap about Izuku Midoriya, he accused, the one cop still looking for him. Oh my, said Alfred, unfortunately, it's too late to do anything about it. It would be far too suspicious for you to leave now. Why did you have to do this, Alfred? Said Izuku, kicking the chair again. Why do you care whether or not I'm socializing? I'm not your dog you need to take to the park once a week so I don't get antsy. You're not my father. My parents are dead, you don't need to replace them. Alfred said nothing as Izuku kicked the chair again and again and again as it broke into two, then four, then dozens. And a second later, he was out the door. The blonde woman in the purple cardigan shuffled around her groceries as she tried to find her key. You need a hand, ma'am? Called Izuku from the sidewalk. Oh, thanks, said Mitsuki Bakugo, as Izuku climbed up the all-too nostalgic front steps of the Bakugo household. A lifetime ago, she would have been Auntie Mitsuki. She was thinner than he remembered. By no means gaunt, but she did look a little unhealthy. He took the 2 bags she was holding in her right arm, allowing her to get her house key and open the door. If you could just set them down on the kitchen table, that'd be on it, said Izuku, placing them on the wooden table. In the center of the table, there was a picture of him, his mother, Mitsuki, and Kaken. Thank you, young man, said Mitsuki, smiling. What's your name? Mikumo, ma'am, Akitani Mikumo, said Izuku. Mikumo, she repeated. What grade are you in, Mikumo? Oh, I just graduated college, said Izuku. Really, said Mitsuku, I hope you take this the right way, but I never would have guessed. I, skipped a few grades, ma'am, said Izuku. I'm 17. Geez, and I thought my son was smart, said Mitsuki. What did you study? Forensic science, said Izuku. Oh, my son's trying to study to be a hero, said Mitsuki. Maybe you'll end up working with him someday. He's actually at the UA entrance exams today. Wish him luck, said Izuku. A bit late for that. I think the exams are over by now, said Mitsuki. But I hope he gets in, said Izuku. I think his chances are pretty good, smirked Mitsuki. All right, well, I've got to go, ma'am, said Izuku. It was nice to meet you. Nice meeting you too, kid, said Mitsuki. Welcome back, sir, said Alfred. I've taken the courtesy of ordering you a new chair. Thanks, Alfred, said Izuku, picking up the shattered remains of his chair. I'm sorry for yelling at you. It's all right, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. That wasn't the first outburst I've endured. God willing, it won't be the last. I was upset, said Izuku. I didn't know how to feel about being Akitani Mikumo after finding out people still cared about Izuku Midoriya. I'm hurting people by doing this. I'm leaving open wounds to fester. It's not fair. If life was fair, Master Midoriya, you'd be attending you. No, Actually, if life was fair, there wouldn't be a UA to attend, said Alfred. I know, said Izuku, and I'm not going to tell them. Not yet, at least. I feel guilty. You don't owe them the truth, said Alfred. Alfred, when have I ever acted based on what people were owed? Izuku pointed out. Good point, Master Midoriya, Alfred conceded. I won't tell them, Alfred, said Izuku. I'm just going to have to keep this inside like everything else. Ah, creating a festering emotional found to keep another one festering, said Alfred. It's a world of irony we live in, don't we, sir? Yes, we do, Alfred, yes, we do. Come on, Michio, said Shimizu, gesturing for him to join him on the fire escape. The two men climbed up to the rooftops and began to walk. You're gonna love this, Michio, it's an easy score. This old broad sleeps like the dead. Her brother or something died and left her a shitload of his wife's jewelry. How'd you hear about this? Michio asked. She picks up her sleeping pills at the pharmacy I work at, said Shimizu, and boy is she chatty. Told the doc all about it. I just need you to watch my back, alright? And maybe work things out with the fence. Yoshido's still set at me, remember? After it? Well, he claims those watches were phony. Were they? Asked Michio. How the hell should I know, Michio? Said Shimizu. Do I look like a watchmaker? What? Hero. Vigilante, said Inomoto, has the whole town looking over their shoulder. Got Kazuhiro Red's whole crew locked up in a night. Never heard of M, said Matches. Nobody did before a few days ago, said Inomoto. Sheet, I'm just glad I'm running a victimless operation here. I figure he's got a lot more names to cross out before he gets to me. Names? What is he, Santa Claus, said Matches. That's what some people are saying, said Inomoto, causing Matches to stare at him in confusion. Not that he's Santa. That he's got a list. That he's learning all the big players in town and is gonna take 'em out one by one. Well, best of luck to ya, said Matches, stepping away from the bar. Hey, you gonna talk to that Kamagi guy? Asked Inomoto. Nah, drags is a dirty business. I wanna stay away from that stuff, said Matches. Keep me in the loop if anyone needs a bodyguard, though. Izuku silently snuck into the alley next to the fight club, pulling off his hoodie and fake scar makeup and red-oning his costume. The lead had panned out. Now all he had to do was figure out how to proceed. He could run the same playbook he had gotten pretty used to in his first month as Batman. Capture him when he was distracted, shake him down for information about his boss, rinse and repeat till he got whoever was running the Shai Hasaikai in Nagoya. Yet he had a feeling that wasn't going to work this time. Running Kamagi through the police databanks revealed the arrest record for Ko Kamagi. He was from Nagoya and was here in Mizudafu at the request of the Hasaikai, not some local who had seen the light. He had a few stints in prison already. That gave the impression of a study operator. But beyond that, Izuku knew he was in a disadvantaged stage of his emergence as a vigilante. He was in the chrysalis now. Earlier, the novelty of it all had played to his advantage. Fear of the unknown was powerful. But now he was known. People had seen him. That video on Instabook had hundreds of thousands of views. The people he had first interrogated had told their friends. Yet he knew there would be a time in the future where he would transcend that. Where people feared him not because he was unknown, but because he was all too known. Where people would speak to him because of what they knew he could do, not because of what he might do. Where he would emerge from the pupa and spread his wings as the embodiment of terror. It looked like it would be a stakeout. He'd sit and wait until Ko Kamagi left the club and follow him to wherever he went. If he went to see Nemoto, then great. Problem solved. If he went home, then also great. The fear would be so much greater if Izuku interrogated him in the seeming safety of his own home. 2 weeks, yelled a man from the other side of the alley. 2 weeks and no sign of the... Two men turned a corner and suddenly found themselves face to face with Izuku. The Batman. You're the Batman. Hi there. I'm Haruhisa, this is Soji. We were hoping to talk to you. Talk, said Izuku. So, we're friends of Kazuhiro Red. Hasuhira began. Wait. Not like that. We don't give two sheets about the guy. We always thought he was an a-hole, right Soji? The man standing next to him shrugged. But you know what you did, right? Ki bono or whatever. Ki bono? Chui bono, Alfred whispered. Who gains? Nemoto, said Izuku. Yeah, said Hasuhira, and his boss. And say what you will about Kazuhiro Red, say what you will about anyone on the street, but his boss is a bigger piece of shit than you could ever imagine. I'm sure that's easy to believe on the opposite side of the battle lines, said Izuku, turning away from the two. I'm not a mercenary. I don't fight for one side. I fight for justice. I fight for vengeance. Trust me, Batman, said Hasuhira. If you fight on the side of justice, you're definitely standing against the Hasaikai. Don't believe me? Look at this. Izuku turned back around to see Hasuhira holding a flash drive. Courtesy of one of his men. 'Cause this sheet's so sick not even his own guys can stomach it. One of the ones who don't worship him like the Messiah. Cautiously, Izuku took the flash drive from his hand before grappling back up to the rooftops. Alfred, said Izuku, taking off his cowl as he sat down in front of the computer, I'm going plug in the flash drive. You'll make sure there's no malware before opening it. I'll check every one in Zio, sir, said Alfred. Good, said Izuku, taking off the rest of his costume. A few minutes later, Alfred finished cleaning the flash drive and so he opened it. It was a video. A video of a little girl with platinum hair. He hit play. Initiating test 24. This cretin needs to be stopped, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. Izuku sat at his desk, squeezing his fists, breathing heavily and trying to keep his composure. Doing that on a small child, how could anyone be so heartless? He needs to be stopped. He needs to be stopped, sir. In and out. He needs to be stopped. In and out. In and out. What files do we have on their boss? Asked Izuku. Nothing, sir, it wasn't even mentioned in the police database, said Alfred. That I'm getting Kamagi. Now. Very good, sir, said Alfred. Izuku landed on the roof of the fight club and climbed through an air vent, making it all the way to the center of the room, right above the stage where they held their fights. It was empty now. The last match had concluded an hour ago. He pried open a vent and stuck his head through. Kamagi was still there, surrounded by a group of thugs. Izuku activated his night vision on his cowl before clicking the detonator. A faint sound of an explosion rocked the building and everyone stood up, looking for its source, only for screams to fill the air as the power went off. In a few minutes, someone would probably find the breaker box outside blown to bits. It wasn't subtle, but he couldn't risk someone turning the lights on before he had made his escape. Izuku jumped through the vent and landed center stage, effortlessly passing through the panicked crowds running out of the club and making his way toward Kamagi's booth, where he and his cronies were making a more careful getaway, Kamagi surrounded by his guards as they slowly inched toward the door. But he wasn't completely surrounded. Izuku slid through a gap barely wider than he was, his cape retracted to avoid giving himself away. Standing within breathing distance of his target, he ducked and weaved through various arms until the group was standing right underneath a vent. Gah! Kamagi screamed as Izuku tasered him and grappled up to the vent. Gunshots ran out, but they were all aimed at nothing. They really never looked up. Oh, it's you, said Kamagi, blinking awake to find himself tied up over the edge of a building. You know, you really ought to pick someplace higher up if you want to make threats. A drop like this won't fix. Izuku cut the wire keeping the chair from falling, allowing him to fall the full 3 stories. He hit the ground, and a moment later, Izuku landed next to him. Where's Nemoto? Said Izuku. Oh God, you really dropped me, grunted Kamagi. Where's Nemoto? Izuku repeated. You dropped me. They said you were all talk, said Kamagi. I have all night, Kamagi, said Izuku, grabbing a hold of the still intact wire wrapped around his torso. We can keep this up until every bone in your body has been shattered into 1,000 pieces. Where's Nemoto? The said Kamagi. Room 303. Tell me about Nemoto, said Izuku. Quirk, makes you confess the truth, said Kamagi. He's got guys with him. They're armed. Please, call an ambulance. Do it, whispered Izuku, and there's something else I need you to do for me. Something you did for Bruce Wayne. Holy hell, said Sansa, watching the man be carried away on a stretcher. Guess he meant business. Did he? Said Naomasa, looking up. That's a pretty low building. Every other time he's threatened information out of someone, he's been in a position to act on that threat. Near water, high buildings, rebar, but this? He knew the fall would have killed this. I think this guy was someone higher up in whatever gang he's targeting now. Someone the threat wasn't enough for. Maybe, said Sansa, or maybe these people crossed some line for him. Or both, said Naomasa. Who even are these guys? Said Sansa. I've been seeing these guys with those bird masks more and more lately. I don't know, said Naomasa. I'll call my friend in the NPA. See what he can find. Hey, you meet that new kid? New kid? Aren't academy graduations in a few months? Said Sansa. No, Ed's new intern, said Naomasa. Mikumo. The kid seems vaguely familiar. I can't place him. Mikumo. Oh yeah, I know him, said Sansa. He's working for us now. You know him? Asked Naomasa. Yeah, ran into him a few weeks ago, said Sansa. Stopped a mugger, you believe that? Threw a cinder block at his head. He wasn't even the one getting mugged. Wonder why he's training with Dr. Nakamura and not to be a cop. Heroic kid, commented Naomasa, nodding approvingly. Yeah, don't go around telling people I encouraged an act of vigilantism, okay? Said Sansa. We got a big enough problem with that as is. Speaking of which, no luck yet. Naomasa shook his head. The throwing knife was a bust, said Naomasa. Ed says there was nothing fancy about them. Machine cut and made of good old-fashioned steel. What about the smoke bombs? Sansa suggested. Already asked, said Naomasa. Unless we have the shell of one, there's nothing to trace. The chemicals required to make one aren't particularly difficult to get. Said Sansa. What if we beat him to the punch? Figure out where he's heading and get there before he does. It's a good idea, Sansa, but there's one problem, said Naomasa, leaning forward to glance at the stretcher inside the ambulance. If he has to throw people off roofs to find his target's location, how the hell are we supposed to? Well, here's a thought, said Sansa. Batman's already done the hard work for us, right? Maybe they're more willing to speak to us. Naomasa stroked his chin. Hey, let me talk to this man. Izuku Midoriya watched through the crack in the closet as Shin Nemoto sat down at the table in the corner of his hotel room and prepared to eat a meal. His goons had left the room a few minutes ago, leaving Nemoto all alone. As far as he knew, that is. Cut the lights, Alfred, whispered Izuku. Nemoto stood up instantly and reached for his gun on the nightstand, but Izuku was too quick on the draw, throwing a batarang at his hand and knocking the weapon away. Shin Nemoto. The lights flickered on, revealing Izuku standing a foot away from him. Batman, said Nemoto, I was wondering when you'd show up. Tell me, who are you? Izuku felt the pressure inside his head, and against his will, his mouth opened. Batman, he uttered. What? Said Nemoto. What is your name? I'm Batman, said Izuku, stepping closer to him. Nemoto stumbled backward, falling to the ground. What is your real name? Nemoto yelled. I'm Batman. Izuku yelled, grabbing Nemoto by the collar and dragging him out onto the balcony. Tell me about your boss. Or I swear I'll... Izuku paused as he heard police sirens in the distance. Alfred, he whispered. On it, sir, said Alfred. It appears they're heading to you, Master Midoriya. Now, man it, he muttered under his breath, quickly spinning around and throwing Nemoto against the door before jumping off the balcony, firing his grappling hook into a building across the street. Below him, he could see the police cars screeching to a stop as they began to notice him. But they were too late. Too late to stop him. A second or two later, he was out of sight and back in the shadows. Demenit. Izuku yelled, punching a hole into his punching bag. That was our best chance of catching Nemoto. He was going to talk Alfred. I could see the fear in his eyes. I could see him squirm when I grabbed him by the collar. It was quite a savvy move, Master Midoriya, said Alfred, suggesting I use hypnotism to make you believe Batman was your true name. How the hell am I going to find them now? Yelled Izuku, ripping the bag off the chain and throwing it across the room, spilling sand every year. You'll find a way, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. It may seem like you've forever lost your chance, but a new one will appear in time. Shin Nemoto won't flee the country. Their boss won't flee the country. There is no great urgency. No great urgency? Izuku yelled. Did you see the same video I did? I did, Master Midoriya, said Alfred, and I know you won't save her by losing your head. You'll save her by remaining calm and thinking things through. Breathing heavily, Izuku pulled off his cowl and tossed it to the side. I'm going to save that girl, Alfred, he declared. And I'll be right there beside you. Master Midoriya, said Alfred, but... plan, sir. I feel so useless, Alfred, mumbled Izuku, squatting down on the ground and grabbing his knees. I feel so weak. I understand, sir, said Alfred. It's okay to feel that way. But you're not weak, sir. You're Batman. You're vengeance. You will be her vengeance. Now, shall we start thinking of solutions? Naomasa Tsukachi reached into his pocket and grabbed the key to his apartment, but froze as he saw his door open a crack. Pulling out his service piece, he carefully pushed open the door. Hello, Lieutenant, said a deep voice from inside. Standing in his kitchen was... Batman, said Naomasa, you're under arrest. Are you a good man, Naomasa Tsukachi? Batman asked. Naomasa said nothing. Are you on the force because you want to be? Or because you need to be? You're under arrest, Naomasa repeated. You stopped me tonight, Lieutenant, said Batman. You stopped me from getting formation from a very, very bad man. The vigilante slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out an envelope. Cautiously, Naomasa took it from him and emptied it out on the kitchen counter. Oh, Christ, muttered Naomasa, the gun falling out of his hands, staring at the pictures scattered across his table. You can contact me at this number, said the vigilante, placing a piece of paper on the kitchen table. Don't bother tracing it. You won't find anything. If you want to save that child, I suggest you call that number before taking any action against me, Lieutenant. You know, I took Nemoto into... Naomasa began, pausing as he turned around. But the vigilante was gone. Quite an interesting selection of new students this year, wouldn't you say? Said Nizu. Much better than last year, nodded Vlad. So we're all in agreement, then? Said Nizu, with this class makeup? Yeah, I guess so, said Vlad. Shoyuda nodded. Good, said Nizu. In that case, I hereby call this meeting over. Aizawa, could we speak privately? Sighing, he got up from his seat as his co-workers filtered out of the conference room and followed Nizu into his office. Have there been any updates in your vigilante case? He asked. I'm guessing you saw that video, said Shoyuda. Nizu nodded. It was certainly exciting, wasn't it? He said. I can see he's taking a page right from the original. You've done some more research, Shoyuda observed. I have, Nizu confirmed. I am vengeance was a popular motto, I suppose, of the original. I'd say we can certainly rule out the possibility of a coincidence after seeing that. So, any updates? Shoyuda shrugged. We caught a glimpse of him last night, but he was gone before anyone could stop him, he said. Cops gave themselves away. Too many cooks, eh? Said Nizu. Shoyuda nodded. Well, I did as you asked and went through all the hero school dropouts over the last 10 years. Said last 3, said Shoyuda. 10 time was made up to make horologists and train companies rich. Nizu shrugged, and I found nothing in particular. No one, Shoyuda repeated. Most people who drop out of hero school do so because they lost interest or were turned off by the true nature of the job, said Nizu, pulling out a file and flipping through it. I doubt they'd be inclined to pick up vigilantism, wouldn't you say? Of the rest, some ended up re-enrolling in a different school a year or 2 later. The rest dropped out for financial reasons which would make them ineligible to be such a well-financed vigilante. That is, unless you want me to start looking into secret bat-themed cabals financing vigilantism. I think I'm good, said Shoyuda. Very well, said Nizu. Only a handful dropped out due to a general dissolution with the system, and none of them are living in Hosu. Of those expelled from hero schools, again, most re-enrolled in less prestigious schools. And of those who remained, none match the profile of our vigilante. How so? Asked Shoyuda. Well, for starters, a third were women or had some sort of noticeable mutation, said Nizu. As for the rest, only half matched his body type, and of those only a few had some sort of martial arts background, most of which were very limited. And none of them currently reside on Hosu. So maybe they commute, Shoyuda suggested, or maybe their address information isn't up to date. I don't think this lead will pan out, Aizawa, said Nizu, spinning around in his seat. This Batman hasn't brutalized anyone, has he? Last night he did, said Shoyuda, threw someone off the building. Yes, but that's quick, Nizu pointed out. That doesn't release aggression. People with self-control, physical competence, and financial resources don't get expelled from hero schools. Those are the traits of ideal students, at least the first two are. If this person did drop out of a hero school, it wouldn't be because of external circumstances. I can start looking through the profiles of heroes who resigned within the last 5 years, but again, heroes rarely make it all the way through school and only then decide to quit. The program does an excellent job of preparing students for the reality of it all. I don't think we're dealing with someone who had at one point been at a minimum affiliated with heroics. He's not doing this for the sake of base emotions. There's something deeper here. An ideology at play. One that says the world of hope alone is insufficient. One that believes a campaign of terror is needed for the people of Hosu to truly be safe. That's a bit of a leap, said Shoyuda. I won't deny that he's built up a terrifying persona for himself, but that could just as easily be a practical measure. I mostly base that assumption on relation to the previous Batman, admitted Nizu. Old Gotham police files profile him in a similar manner, partially based on communication with the Batman. Still, I don't think that's too crazy of a leap. He's trying to build something durable. There's an intentional mystique to him. It's why he captures instead of attacks half the time. Are you more scared of a vigilante assaulting you or randomly falling unconscious, despite being surrounded by friends and on friendly territory, only to wake up hanging from a skyscraper? If he was purely interested in fighting crime, he would be fighting crime. This modus operandi is quite different than the average vigilante. Alright, thanks, Nizu, said Shoyuda. If I had to guess, there's a reason this man never entered the proper channels for an individual with a strong sense of justice and great physical strength. Nizu suggested, theoretically, he could do what he does as an underground hero, although he'd need to be much more subtle about it and make the right friends to sweep things under the rug, but he doesn't. Either he has some personal antipathy toward formal power structures or he committed some crime or made some enemy that prevents him from taking a traditional path toward fighting crime. Perhaps former intelligence or special forces. They're much more easily disillusioned with the powers that be than heroes are. The obvious problem with that is, the JSDF aren't interested in handing over their files on a hunch, said Shoyuda. And if he's a former American government asset, they won't be interested in handing over any files, PRD, Nizu added. You think he is? Asked Shoyuda. It would explain the Gotham connection, wouldn't it? Nizu pointed out. Yeah, I guess, said Shoyuda, getting up from his seat. Tsukachi, said Sansa, through the other end of the radio, where are you? Sansa, do we still have that man in our custody? Asked Naomasa, parking outside the precinct. Who? Shin Nemoto? Asked Sansa. Yeah, why? You got a charge? No, said Naomasa, turning off his radio. The police lieutenant pulled the piece of paper the Batman left in his office and stared at it. He dialed the number. Hello. Lieutenant, came the now familiar voice from the other end. Batman, said Naomasa, I want you to tell me about Shin Nemoto. Who is he working for? Why were you after him? How is he related to that girl? That I'm on it, Lieutenant, you'd only get in the way, said Batman. Ever since you showed up, our holding cells have been pretty full, Batman, said Naomasa. There's a lot more paperwork to fill out. I'm keeping Nemoto in one of those cells, to figure out why you were in his hotel room and why there was a gun in there. I can keep him for another 12 hours. But, theoretically, I could have him sent to a different precinct. Theoretically, it would involve 2 police officers driving him there in a cop car. And hey, completely out of the blue fact here, did you know that our budget for auto repair was 10% lower this year? Budget cuts, you know how that goes. So, I'm just thinking out loud, if this undermaintained police vehicle broke down on the side of the road, say, if someone threw a bat-shaped throwing knife at a tire, Shin Nemoto would be pretty easy to capture for someone dedicated enough. Of course, I don't have to transfer Shin Nemoto to another facility. What do you want? Asked Batman. I want to catch these assholes, Batman, spat Naomasa, but I have a few conditions if I'm going to help you. Number 1, you don't hurt my men. I won't help you if you kill or injure any police officers, especially if I'm the one giving you their location, got it? I was never planning on doing that in the first place, said Batman. Number 2, I want to know what's going on, said Naomasa. I want to know who these guys are. I want to know how you're going to play it. I can only keep police attention off of you if you communicate. I'll keep you informed regarding this case, said Batman. Number 3, no killing, said Naomasa. I don't kill, said Batman. Good, then I think we can, Naomasa began. I have conditions of my own, Naomasa Tsukachi, interrupted Batman. Number 1, you don't bring anyone else in on this. I think you're a good man at heart, but a lot of law enforcement in this town aren't. Number 2, you don't try to find me. I understand you might have some obligations due to your position, but you put the bare minimum effort into this. Number 3, you're helping me. I'm not helping you. I'll tell you what my plans are, but you don't get a veto, got it? That I can live with that, said Naomasa. I'll call you when I'm ready to do the transfer. Accessing the city's traffic grid, sir, said Alfred, as Izuku watched the police car drive over the bridge, slamming on the brakes as the light suddenly shifted red once they reached the mainland. He rappelled down to the street, and as he hit the ground he saw the police car again pull to a stop in front of an intersection. Seriously? Again? One of the police officers yelled, Izuku listening in through their cell phones. We always get the worst luck when you're driving, Makoto. Drawing a batarang, he began to approach the vehicle from the side, his silhouette blending in with the night sky. A second before the light changed to green, he threw the batarang and it flew over the car and then embedded itself in the front left tire. The car pulled forward but quickly skidded to a stop as they realized they had a flat. Worse. Freakin' luck. The 2 officers got out of the car and began to examine the tire as Izuku approached the vehicle from the right, the handcuffed Shin Nemoto in the back seat coming into view, too distracted by the commotion to notice him. He made it a foot away from the car before Nemoto saw him, but by then it was too late. The Hasaikai gangster's screams for help became unmuffled as Izuku shattered the car window, dragging him out by the collar as the police raised their guns. Poof! Bang bang! Their shots hit nothing as Izuku held a hand over Nemoto's mouth while they remained hidden in the smoke. He could hear the 2 officers' footsteps. With his free hand he reached into his back pocket and pulled out a lockpick, opening the door to a pharmacy on the corner and shutting the door silently as the smoke began to fade. The 2 men leaned against a wall next to the window, waiting for 2 full minutes until the cops finally returned to their vehicle and began to change the tire. Sir, call coming in from Lieutenant Tsukachi, said Alfred. Hey, I just got the call, whispered Tsukachi. Police is 3 minutes. They're sending a helicopter. As Alfred hung up the call, Izuku dragged the trashing Nemoto through the store and out the back door, walking through Hosu's maze-like alleys until he was reasonably certain of his safety. Where's your boss, Nemoto? Yelled Izuku, slamming the gangster against a brick wall. Where is he? Go to hell, Batman, said Nemoto, remaining calm. Where is he? Izuku yelled, wrapping his legs with a bola and hanging him upside down from a fire escape. You think you scare me, Batman? Said Nemoto. You think you can intimidate me? I don't care enough about my own life to be scared. Do it. Slit my throat. Drop me from a skyscraper. I don't care. I won't sell out Overhaul. Overhaul, Izuku repeated. Sheet, said. Who is Overhaul? Said Izuku. He's your worst nightmare, Nemoto declared. He'll fix this corrupt society. He'll save. Thud. A punch to the face quickly silenced the ranting gangster. "The plot thickens, Master Midoriya," said Alfred. "I can't say I've met a mafioso with a messiah complex before. One wonders how he'll purify society by selling drugs. I'd almost go so far as to say he reminds me of Roz." "Al Ghul," said Izuku, Bruce's teacher. "The resemblance is a skin thin, I admit," said Alfred. "Ghul was no mobster, but his League of Assassins was just as much an instrument of furthering his own power and influence as it was a means to purify and restore balance to the world. But this comparison is more a thought exercise than anything. It provides no practical advice. I'm sure these gangsters are far less trained than Ra's assassins. And it's not like we ever directly went after them before. If they show up, we beat them back." "Send Tsukachi this location," said Izuku, before turning around and grappling back up to the rooftops. "Demen," said Chisaki, hanging up the phone. "A complication?" the voice from the other side of the screen asked. "My man in Hosu was just arrested," said Chisaki, "after the Batman broke into his hotel room." "Do you think he told the man anything?" asked the man. "No. Nemoto's loyal, whatever his faults are," said Chisaki. "He probably got more information from him than he gave up." "You do well not to underestimate him," said the man on the screen. "What, you know him?" asked Chisaki. "Not the man, but the name," said the man on the screen. "One man who bore that title was a man I respected greatly, and another was a man I loved dearly." "Aha," said Chisaki, rolling his eyes. "I assume this affection won't get in the way of our business arrangements?" "Of course not, Mr. Chisaki," said the man. "My agent has just arrived in Tokyo. I'll discuss with him how to proceed." "Is he any good?" asked Chisaki. "The best, Mr. Chisaki," said the man. "I only work with professionals." Chisaki nodded as the screen faded to black. On the other end of the screen, Raz Al Ghul stood up from his armchair and made his way over to the cabinet in the corner. In one hand he pulled out a crystal snifter and in the other, he grabbed a bottle of brandy. He poured himself a glass and took a small sip. Detective, are you one of them?" Raz muttered to himself, "I wonder which one you are. Or perhaps, someone new has taken on your family legacy, Bruce." Raz took another sip of brandy and smiled. Its flavor was more robust than anything he had tasted in years. That bottle was one of his few remaining ones older than he was. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a pristine cell phone, completely unused. There was only one contact in it. He called the number and held the device up to his ear. "What?" his agent said. Raz could practically hear the eye roll through it. "That's a curt way to speak to someone paying you a flat retainer of $12 million a year," said Raz. "You're paying for bodies, not manners," said his agent. "And I seem to remember something about doubling it if I got on the first flight to Japan. Well, I'm here. I'm setting up a safe house, eating sushi, and waiting for instructions. It's been 2 weeks. I'm not complaining about time off, but you're throwing your money down the drain. I probably could have completed whatever job you have for me by now." "I'm afraid your stay in Japan is going to be indefinite, old friend," said Raz. "Another old friend of ours has appeared on my radar. I want you to monitor him while you locate my rogue agent." "Of ours," said his agent. "Batman," Raz clarified. "I have reports of a man wearing the same cape and cowl in Hosu." "Are you sure you don't want me to just get rid of him?" his agent asked. "It'll probably save us a lot of trouble." "Watch and wait, old friend," said Raz. "Watch and wait. In fact, do the same for my rogue agent. He might prove to be a learning experience for our young crusader." "Fine," said his agent, "but I'm expecting a big bonus if I'm going to be here for a few months." "When has money ever been an object, old friend?" asked Raz. "At this point, I'm just curious what you even need it for." "Just pay me when it's over, old man," said his agent. Izuku spent his shift at the forensics lab with one eye on the door he intentionally left open, waiting for the lieutenant to arrive. He wasn't expecting to interact with him at all. In fact, he actively intended not to, but he felt a need to see the man. To get a look at his face. To see how he was feeling. He didn't fully trust the detective yet, but he figured any man still invested in trying to find Izuku Midoriya was probably good at heart. And he did have to hand it to him. His plan to let Izuku interrogate Nemoto was a good one, even if he only got a very limited amount of information from him. Getting the name overhaul and a better sense of what the group was like at a fundamental level was useful, but only in the long term. "Come on, Akatani, give me a hand with this," said Ed, examining a piece of plastic with gloved hands. "What's the case?" asked Izuku. "Man stabbed in his own home, wife's been charged with the murder," said Ed, setting it down and starting to dust it for fingerprints. "She claims there was a break-in, and since there's no murder weapon, we have no case." "And this?" asked Izuku. "Found at the scene of the crime, nobody's sure what it is," said Ed. "What kind of stab wounds are we dealing with?" asked Izuku. "Stab, singular. One straight into the kidney. Thin. Circular," said Ed, "too thick to be an ice pick. Hand me the fingerprinting kit." "Screwdriver?" Izuku suggested, handing him the kit. "Point doesn't match, too thin at the end," said Ed, dusting it. "All maybe?" Izuku suggested. "Maybe," said Ed, "but we didn't find one at the crime scene." "It probably wouldn't be too hard to hide something like that," Izuku pointed out. "Well, then we have an entirely new problem, don't we, Akatani?" Ed cut himself off mid-sentence. "First glance, I think these prints belong to our victim." "Can I take a look at that?" asked Izuku, holding out a gloved hand. Ed nodded and handed him the plastic. Izuku flipped it over to reveal the hole at the bottom. "It's like it's a cover for something." "Akatani," said Ed, startling Izuku into dropping the plastic on the table. "What can go up a chimney down but not down a chimney up?" "What?" said Izuku, staring at him. Confused. "Up a chimney down but not down a chimney up," Ed repeated. "Umbrella," said Izuku, "an umbrella." "You think she used an umbrella?" "The end on an umbrella with the plastic tip removed can be pretty sharp," Ed explained. "Call detective." "I don't remember what detective is on this." "Kikuchi," said Izuku, looking down at the file on Ed's desk as he pulled out his phone. "Hello?" asked Detective Kikuchi. "Detective Kikuchi, it's Mikumo, Nakamura's intern," said Izuku. "Is there an umbrella at the scene of the crime? One with a metal tip? We think we might have a murder weapon." "Let me take a look," said Kikuchi. A few moments later he heard a laugh. "We got it. It's clean though, almost too clean." "How wide is it?" asked Izuku, looking down at the piece of plastic. "At the base?" "Maybe 2 centimeters," said Kikuchi. "That'll work," said Izuku. "We'll test for traces of blood when you bring it in." "You're a lifesaver, you and the doc," said Kikuchi. "He found one," said Izuku. "We did it," said Ed. "We did it," Izuku repeated. "Your first solve," said Ed. "You did most of the work," said Izuku. "Yeah, of course I did," said Ed. "I'm me. But you helped. 20% credit for sparking the epiphany. You're 4 more away from your first solve." "Or I could just solve one myself," said Izuku. "Yeah, but then you'd have to beat me to it," said Ed, turning to grab something out of a drawer. "So, hey, now that we've done our real work for the day, how about some fun?" Ed tossed a plastic bag down on the counter. Izuku paled. It was a batarang. "You hear about this new vigilante in town? Wanna hear a secret about him?" What?" asked Izuku. "He's not a new vigilante," said Ed. "I told you I grew up in Gotham, right?" Izuku nodded. "Well, Batman's a big deal there. He's kind of an urban legend. My dad said he wasn't real, but I always thought he was. And now he shows up in Japan. Gotta wonder if there's another Gothamite in town. Say, you went to the Gotham U Tokyo campus, right? Are you from Gotham?" "No, it was just a good virtual program, you know," said Izuku. "I didn't want to go to a campus in person, and it's hard to get into a lot of them since I didn't have any extracurriculars. Gotham U only considers grades and test scores." "That sounds like something Gotham U would do," said Ed. "Some Wayne Endowment legacy?" "Wayne Endowment?" said Izuku, feigning ignorance. "Trust me when I tell you that you can't go 5 seconds on their Gotham campus without seeing something named after a Wayne," said Ed. "For a bunch of old money blue bloods, they were really invested in making that school a meritocracy." "Wayne like Wayne Industries, right?" asked Izuku. Ed nodded. "Wait, I'm getting sidetracked," he said, turning back to the batarang. So tell me, what do you think about the Batman? He's a vigilante, said Izuku, repeating the line he practiced over and over again. He needs to be arrested, he's a danger to— Come on, Akatani, don't give me the political answer, said Ed. What do you really think? I don't know, honestly, said Izuku. I'm not a philosopher, I'm not a lawyer, I just want to solve crimes. Ed grinned. Right? It's thrilling, isn't it? He said. Justice, safety, whatever, it's all whatever. I just love the thrill of the puzzle. So you want to help me unravel this one? Like, take him down? Asked Izuku. God no, said Ed. I've been covering for him the entire time he's been active. I told those cops this bat boomerang was machine cut when it was clearly a laser. No, I can tell this is going to be a great riddle, Akatani. No one solved the original and it's too late for us to do so. But this? If it's anything like the original, it'll be a thrill. But do you know what the worst kind of riddle is, Akatani? What? Asked Izuku. The one everyone knows the answer to, said Ed. The S-Banks, the river, St. Ives and Seven Wives, they're all conceptually fine. But everyone's heard them before. It's not fun anymore. So why would I ruin this one by spilling my guts to the world? If people knowing the riddle ruins it, why do you want me to help you? Asked Izuku. Why did Holmes need Watson? Asked Ed. It's more fun with a partner. Everyone needs some kind of partner. So what do you say, Akatani? Want to help me unmask the Batman? Wow, so this is you, Itsuka muttered to herself as she walked through the massive door to Class 1A. Hey there, called a particularly bubbly voice from inside. My name's Ochako Uraraka. Isn't this exciting? Itsuka Kendo, said Itsuka, stepping into the classroom. I didn't realize people would be here so early. Yeah, I guess we weren't the only ones with that idea, said Uraraka, as the two of them sat down at desks next to each other. This is Ida and that's Momo. Pleased to make your acquaintance, said Ida. Hi, smiled Momo. Itsuka glanced at the kid sitting in the far back slouching at his desk. Who's that? She asked. Bakugo, right? Ochako asked. The kid nodded, barely looking up from his desk. The four students chatted quietly as more and more of them filtered into the class until she noticed something bright and yellow by the teacher's desk. It wiggled a touch, and Itsuka stood up a few inches above her chair. Anyone else see that? The room went quiet as the thing rose, revealing it to be a sleeping bag, which soon fell to the ground as a man dressed in all black. It took you 3 minutes to notice me, the man said. That's unacceptable. You're hero students. Act like it. My name is Shoyuta Aizawa and I will be your homeroom instructor. Everyone put on a gym uniform, we're going to run a quirk exercise. But what about the ASM? Now, Aizawa ordered. A few minutes later, the class stumbled out onto the training fields, where Aizawa was standing holding a baseball. You're all essentially adults here. I'm not going to waste time with long, drawn-out explanations, he said. We're going to run quirk tests to establish a baseline for all of you. There was some excited murmuring coming from the students. Whoever does the worst gets expelled. The murmuring ceased. Bakugo, you scored the highest on the entrance exam. Show me what you can do. Using whatever means necessary, throw this ball as far as possible. The students all moved to one side as the blonde made his way through the crowd, an uninterested look on his face and his hands in his pockets. He caught the ball as Aizawa tossed it to him and pet his arm back. Boom! The ball soared through the air, eventually leaving their field of view. Aizawa held up a device with a screen. 1.5 kilometers, said Aizawa. Not bad. All right, class, here are the final results, said Aizawa, as names appeared on a screen. She couldn't resist checking the bottom first. Hitoshi Shinso. Itsuka looked around and saw a lilac-haired kid staring at the ground, holding back tears. By the way, I lied about expelling the person in last place. What? The entire class yelled in unison. Call it a rational deception, said Aizawa. Turning back to the screen, Itsuka finally found her name at rank 6, probably due to her general physique rather than her quirk, which had only been useful for a few of the exercises. At the very top was Katsuki Bakugo, followed by Momo Yaoyorozu, followed by Shoto Todoroki, followed by Ida Tenya, followed by Fumikage Tokoyami. She was pretty proud of herself. She knew her quirk wasn't the strongest thing in the world, especially compared to the people who did better than her, and she didn't mind. She didn't care about being the best. She just wanted to be the best hero she could be. The fact that the best Itsuka Kendo seemed to also be pretty great was just icing on the cake. She turned behind her and watched the 5 who did better than her. Of them, 2 caught her immediate interest, Todoroki and Bakugo. Both were quiet, but in very different ways. One was icy. Cold. Todoroki didn't talk to you because you weren't worth saying anything to. She didn't get that from Bakugo. Even though he did objectively better than everyone else, he didn't carry himself that way. There was a great sadness in his silence, maybe even grief. It was an inward-focused silence, not an outward one like Todoroki's. Hey, Kendo, you said you were from Hosu, right? Asked Uraraka. Yeah. You too? Asked Itsuka. Uraraka nodded. You going straight back? Yep, said Uraraka. Wanna walk to the station together? Sure, said Itsuka, as the 2 got their stuff from their lockers before beginning to walk to the station. Oh man, muttered Uraraka, taking an open seat on the train. You hear about what the Batman did last night? Attacked the police. Kidnapped a prisoner right from a police car. Did he hurt anyone? Asked Itsuka. No, thank God, said Ochako. Did you see that video? Asked Itsuka. Yeah, that was intense, said Ochako. They chatted quietly for the rest of their train ride until eventually, it pulled to a stop and they split up to walk home. If Ochako had to describe her first day as a UA student in one word, it'd be exhilarating. It was a bit terrifying when Aizawa announced what would happen to the lowest scorer, but after she saw the first test with the ball throw, she became pretty confident she wouldn't fail at the very least. And she didn't. She even made it into the top 10. Sure, there were only 20 students, but it was still good. Hey, you got a wallet? Called a voice from behind her. Ochako looked backward to see a mountain of a man standing in front of a boy around her age. The boy meekly reached into his pocket and handed over his wallet as Ochako pulled out her phone and began to dial. Oof, the man grunted. Ochako looked back over to see the man lying on the ground and the boy picking up his wallet. Are you all right? She asked, walking over to him. Yeah, I'm fine, he said, dusting himself up and putting his wallet in his pocket. What did you do to him? Asked Ochako, looking down at the man still coughing on the ground. Hit him in the groin, he explained, pulling out his phone and beginning to walk away. Might not be the most dignified way of ending a fight, but it's effective. Can I ask why you gave him your wallet? Ochako asked as he held his phone up to his ears and she sped up to follow him. Element of surprise, he said. He was too busy counting the bills to notice. Oh, smart, said Ochako. Where'd you learn how to do that? To punch a guy? He asked before holding a finger up as he spoke into the phone. Yeah, hey, Sansa. It happened again. Daytime muggers, right? Alright, see you later. All you have to do really is get your punch right first and you'll be good, although I don't know how useful it'll be for hero work. How'd you know I'm UA uniform? The man said. But couldn't I have been? You didn't run, he said, or immediately call the cops. So I'm guessing you're either a hero student or trying to be one. Considering you're a little red in the face, I'm guessing the former. How does? You were exercising, he said. UA isn't a high school, they don't have gym class. How do you keep? I'm training to be a forensic examiner, he said, cutting her off yet again. Being observant and making deductions is a part of my job. You? Really good at that, said Ochako. And the fighting? Just a hobby, he said. Never hurts to be prepared, right? But I didn't really do anything that special. Yeah, but you thought quickly. Ochako pointed out. I wouldn't have come up with something that quickly. Where'd you learn how to do that? You get into enough fights, you figure it out at some point, he said. And you did, asked Ochako. Did what? He asked. Get into fights, she clarified. Oh, it was mostly in training, he explained. What martial art do you practice? Asked Ochako. Nothing specific, he said. The guy who taught me was ex-special forces. He didn't learn a specific style. Is he taking students? She asked. He was a family friend, he doesn't really take students, he explained. Oh, she said, trying to keep the disappointment from her voice. It would have been nice to learn from someone with actual combat experience. UA had a program where it would subsidize martial arts lessons for its students. Her family never had the money for that kind of training, and now that she was there and surrounded by the kendos and todorokis and bakugos and idas who she suspected were all somewhat trained before going into UA. Even if she did well on the quirk test, she could tell once they started running combat lessons, she'd be at a disadvantage. The man stopped. She turned around and realized she had done a poor job hiding that disappointment as High sighed and took off his jacket. "All right, show me what you got," he said, wrapping his jacket around his waist. "Right here?" she asked, doing the same with hers. "Sure," he said, "hit me." Taking a stance she figured out from one too many action movies, she stepped forward and threw a fist. "Oof," she cried as the man's elbow collided with her gut. "Pretty good stance," he said, "you're putting your body into it. You were grabbing your thumb, which is pretty bad though. If I didn't dodge, you'd have hit the ribs, which is a pretty good target, but it requires a lot of force to break a rib, so you really have to commit. But it's easy to see coming, and you were pretty telegraphed. I told you to hit me. You could have tried to go for knees or shins or groin, which would be harder to see coming. Still not bad." "Gah," she groaned, "Thanks." "No problem," he said. "Would you be willing to spar with me again?" asked Ochako. "Don't want to give away all my techniques to my classmates." "I'll see if I'm free," he said. "Here's my phone number," said Ochako, writing a number down on a piece of paper. "My name's Ochako Uraraka. Akatani Mikumo." "What does that put us at, Master Midoriya?" said Alfred as Izuku tied up the last of the shy Hasaikai gangsters. "4 teams in one night? And yet we're still finding them in more and more alleys," said Izuku, grappling up to the rooftops. "It seems like for each group we take out, 2 more take their place." "Well, these men aren't spawning from the ether, sir," Alfred pointed out. "Either Overhaul is sending in more men from Nagoya or he's turning local gangs into affiliates of his. Neither source of manpower is infinite. And if you keep up your work and make it clear the Hasaikai are your main targets, the locals will be less likely to affiliate with him." "Our goal isn't to chase the Hasaikai out of Hosu, Alfred," Izuku reminded him. "We want to rescue that little girl." "Well, sir, I suppose we'll need to make a trip to Nagoya," said Alfred, "but that means leaving Hosu to its fate until someone has found a lead. Unless—" "If you have a plan, suggested Alfred," grumbled Izuku. "Don't play this make me ask game." "Apologies, sir, that's the butler training coming through," said Alfred. "You should speak with the lieutenant if you really wish to save this child." "He doesn't have jurisdiction in Nagoya," Izuku pointed out. "No, but he has friends who are heroes, if I had to guess, sir," said Alfred. "They do have the jurisdiction. I'm not suggesting you start working with heroes, but perhaps you can use Tsukachi as an intermediary." "I'll think about it," said Izuku. "Alfred, can you try and locate 2 people for me?" "God, I can't wait to get out of this one-horse town," said Hasuhiro, strolling down the street with Soji. The taller man grunted. "I mean, what kind of town doesn't have Triple H?" yelled Hasuhiro as Izuku landed right in front of the pair. "You said you got the flash drive from one of Overhaul's subordinates." "Who?" asked Izuku. "I dunno," said Hasuhiro. "That's just what my boss told me." "Phone," said Izuku. Dumbfounded, the man reached into his pocket and pulled out his cell phone. "His phone," Izuku clarified. "Oh, right," said Hasuhiro, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a piece of paper. On one side of it was the letter G and on the other, there was a phone number. Izuku grappled up to the rooftops as Alfred called the number. "Yo, Heisu," said the voice from the other end. "What's going on?" "Why did you give me that flash drive?" asked Izuku. "Oh, it's you," said the voice, presumable G. "You know you gave me a lot of trouble when you took down Kaz. He was a good customer. Why did you give me the flash drive?" Izuku repeated. "Come on the bats, why do you think?" said G. "'Cause when you do-gooders see a little girl in danger, it makes you set off. I wanted you set off at the right guy." "Who gave you the flash drive?" asked Izuku. "Sorry, can't tell ya," said G. "Against, you know, the whole honor amongst thieves thing." "Trident shipping," said Izuku. That sheet you know about that, said G. I can leave the police a very convincing tip about their warehouse on the shoreline before you can hang up this call, said Izuku. I wonder how much money you're keeping there. A billion? 10 billion? 100? Fine. God, you really got me by the ball here, said G. Sheet, you tracked the money I got from Kaz, didn't ya? You sneaky devil. The guy's name was Isabi. K. Isabi. Old-fashioned dude. Real upset at overhaul. Just do me a favor and don't kill the dude, will ya? Or if you do, make sure nobody can tie you to me. Makes my life more difficult when people who try and talk to me end up getting clipped by some vigilante. Sorry boss, business stuff, you know how that goes, said Kajiro. Enlighten me, said the man on the other side of the computer screen. Just some vigilante, said Kajiro as Kurojuri poured him a drink. Been causing problems for me and Hosu. And you've taken care of him? Asked his employer. Nah, I figured I could get some use out of him before I get rid of him, said Kajiro. Sent him on the warpath against that overhaul kid I told you about. I wasn't gonna do anything beyond that, but it turns out he found one of my stashes of cash. Sold him my mole in exchange for him not calling the cops. He managed to track one of your stashes, you say? Asked his employer. Impressive for a Hosu-based vigilante. Did he sneak a tracker into a bag? No, I dumped the bags, said Kajiro, and I run the bills through a counter. That would have revealed it if it was in between the bills. Sheet, how did he find the stash? This vigilante, you called him Bats, said his employer. Batman, that's what he's calling himself, said Kajiro. There's some video of him on the internet somewhere. Batman, you said? Kajiro nodded. You think he'll be a problem? He asked. 'Cause I can put some more effort into taking care of him, but I'll need some more resources. No, said his employer. You will not take care of him, do you understand? Yeah, sure, geez, said Kajiro, holding his hands up in surrender. What's the big deal? You know this guy. If this Batman is who I think he is, Jiren, then yes, he is a big deal, said his employer. My last opportunity to draw him out. But enough of that. Are the preparations for Shigaraki's plan finished? Almost, said Kajiro. I'm still waiting on a few stragglers to show up, but we'll be ready soon. Izuku watched as the man in the white suit stepped into the old-fashioned house. It was the kind of thing you'd expect from an old Yakuza higher-up. All wood, koi pond out back, traditional Japanese architecture. But no guards. Just Kei Isabi and his family. Izuku took off his helmet and stashed his bike. In an alley. Unfurling his cape and turning on his bat symbol, he climbed up to the roof of the building across the street of the Isabi residence and glided with his cape into the courtyard. In the main room of the house, he saw Isabi and his wife, two seniors, sitting on their knees at a table and drinking tea. Tap tap tap. Isabi's eyes widened as he turned to face the window and his wife dropped her teacup, the fine porcelain shattering into a million pieces. Who are you? Isabi yelled, getting up from the table and reaching into his pocket. You're not armed, said Izuku, pulling open the glass door and stepping into the house. Go to the bedroom, Akiko, said Isabi, before his wife ran out of the room. Your traditional Yakuza, Izuku continued. You remember a time when a guy like you could have walked the streets and nobody would dare attack him. A time when someone like you carrying a gun was more trouble than it was worth. With his hands still in his pocket, Isabi took a step back. You have a sense of honor, of loyalty, of dignity. That's why you made that USB. You, Jiren, Isabi stuttered. He didn't give it up easily, said Izuku. Overhaul, did he? No, said Izuku. He's the reason I'm here. I'm no rat hero, said Isabi. I'm no hero rat, said Izuku. I just want to save the girl. Isabi sighed. Eri, he said. Her name's Eri. She was the old boss's daughter. Ever since he got sick, he's been keeping her locked up doing God knows what to her. Where? Asked Izuku. There's a compound, said Isabi. I don't know where she's being kept, but here. Here's the address. The man searched around for a pad of sticky notes and wrote an address on it, which Izuku took from him. I've betrayed the family, you know. And there was one thing you were wrong about. Izuku looked up to see the man pulling a gun out of his pocket. He held it up to his head and, "No! Alfred, get me the plans for this building," said Izuku, getting on his motorcycle. "Very good, sir," said Alfred. "I'll have them pulled up on the computer when you get back." "No, send them to the cowl," said Izuku, pulling into the street. Excuse me, sir, do you mean to?" "I do," said Izuku. "There's no time to waste." "Sir, I must object," said Alfred. "Don't run in half-ped while you still have the element of surprise. If you fail now, you may never recover the girl." "They'll find his body tomorrow," said Izuku. "Tonight's the only night I'll have the element of surprise." "They won't know he gave you up, sir," said Alfred. "They'll just as likely assume he shot himself to avoid." "I can't risk it, Alfred," said Izuku. "The wife will tell Overhaul I was there. He'll know I'm getting closer. Tonight's the only night I can guarantee he won't know I'm coming." "I strongly recommend against this, sir," said Alfred. "Your recommendation is noted, Alfred. Now get me the plans." Izuku ordered as his bike ripped down the streets of Nagoya, not bothering to care about the speed limit. After a few minutes of driving, he parked down the street from the address. Turning off his bat symbol, he climbed up to the rooftops and made his way down the street till he reached the unassuming house with the metal fence. Taking a deep breath, he leaped onto the roof of the building and found an air vent. "Alfred," he whispered. "I found them, sir," said Alfred. After a few minutes of searching, he found a route to the sub-basement level. That must be where they were holding Eri. As quietly as possible, he began to crawl through the vents, slowly making his way deeper and deeper into the building. Eventually, he reached the lowest vent he could find and pried it open. This doesn't match the plans, Alfred," whispered Izuku, leaning against a wall and slowly looking around. "My God, first experimenting on children, now not complying with municipal ordinance about submitting correct architectural plans," snapped Alfred. "How low could these rapscallions go?" "Maximize audio," ordered Izuku. "Listen in for anything. Everything. Isolate each source." "Very good, sir," said Alfred. Working with Alfred, he slowly eliminated sources of audio, from the humming of generators to casual conversations between guards to the buzzing of flies, until he heard it. Crying. Soft, sniffling crying. It was her. It was Eri. Resisting the urge to run, he made his way down the maze-like halls of the compound, ducking and dodging patrols of guards, until he reached a laboratory. And in the corner, against the wall, there was a cell with a plexiglass front wall. Curled up on the bed was a horned girl in a tattered, tear-stained dress with bandaged arms. She didn't see him, too busy crying softly into her sleeve. Carefully, he made his way to the cell and unlocked it, pulling the door open. The girl looked up from her arm. The girl screamed. Acting quickly, Izuku grabbed the girl and wrapped his cape around her. "I'm here to rescue you, Eri," he yelled as he ran out of the laboratory. "I'm going to get you out of here." She stopped screaming. Izuku wasn't sure whether his words had calmed her down or she had just gotten over the initial shock of seeing him, but he didn't care enough to think about it. He could hear footsteps coming from every direction. All he could think about was running and searching for the nearest vent. Izuku ran toward the vent just as guards poured into the tunnel from either side, guns drawn. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Izuku tore off the vent and pulled himself and Eri inside, ignoring the pain. All the bullets had hit. He wasn't sure how many penetrated. He pressed the vent cover back on and rolled onto his uninjured left side, ensuring his bullet holes were generally facing upward. He needed to make sure the blood would wind up on his costume and not dripping through the vents. "Where'd he go?" one of the guards grunted. "He disappeared," one yelled. Ignoring them once he was sure they didn't realize where he was, he dragged himself and Eri back through the vents, stabbing holes in the side to climb upward as the blood flowed through the grooves around the red symbol in his costume and staining his Kevlar red. Finally, after 10 agonizing minutes, he kicked open the vent to the roof and pulled himself outside. He wasn't sure if he had the strength to jump back onto the neighboring roof. Peering over the edge revealed dozens of guards standing by the fence. He looked over the other ledge. There was a dumpster filled to the brim with trash. Wrapping his cape around Eri, he jumped over the side and quickly pulled himself out, unsure if he alerted the guards. As he stumbled through the alley, he looked down to evaluate his injuries. 3 gunshots. 1 in his tricep. 1 in his thigh. One in the kidney. That was not good. I did it, Alfred, said Izuku, stumbling through the alley. You did it, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. I'm proud of you, sir. I saved her, he said, collapsing against a wall, his vision getting blurry. He could hear voices getting closer. They weren't happy one. You saved her, Alfred repeated. He saw a bright light in the sky. That was weird. It was the middle of the night. Why was it so bright? Izuku, a voice called. Mom, he asked. Mom, aren't you? Izuku, the voice repeated. Mom, said Izuku, reaching up. There was a second flash of light. Yet this one was different. The first one was like the sun. White, yellow, and brilliant. This one was blue. Izuku stood up. It didn't hurt anymore. Was he dead? Was this the afterlife? Was he a ghost? He reached down and picked up Eri. Definitely not a ghost. Alfred, said Izuku. Master Midoriya, said Alfred. Call the lieutenant, said Izuku. Very well. But, to be fully candid, Master Midoriya, I called emergency services 2 minutes ago when you were on the verge of death, said Alfred. An ambulance is on their way. I would strongly recommend running. Thanks, Alfred, said Izuku. You're welcome, Master Midoriya. He was alive. He was alive. Somehow, someway he was alive. He could hear the sirens in the distance, but it was too late. He was long gone, tearing down the streets on his motorcycle with this small, helpless child clinging to his back. Lieutenant Tsukachi is at a diner 1/4 kilometer away from you, sir, said Alfred. Izuku nodded and made a sharp right turn, slowing down to avoid attracting attention. He found the diner Alfred had mentioned and parked a building down. Dressed in his bike helmet, his cape retracted, and his symbol deactivated, an outfit he was calling his subtle mode, he made his way down the street to the diner, the little girl in his arms. The bell above the door rang and the girl recoiled into his chest. Ignoring the uninterested woman at the front, he made his way to the booth in the back where Naomasa Tsukachi was sitting. You did it, said Tsukachi, as Izuku sat down across from him. No, I didn't, said Izuku. I got shot in the kidney. I should be dead. And you're not because, Tsukachi began. I don't know, said Izuku. I think it has something to do with her quirk. He gestured to the shaking child still clinging to his side. Hi there, Tsukachi smiled, taking a sip from his coffee. Considering what just happened to you and we're in a public place, I'm not going to yell at you. But what happened to agreeing to tell me before you made a move? This was spur of the moment, said Izuku. I was on a tight schedule. There was only a short window between me finding out Overhaul's location and him finding out something was up. I'm sorry, Lieutenant, I should have called you. It's all right, said Tsukachi. What happened with Overhaul? Nothing, said Izuku. I didn't even run into him. Did you find out what he was doing with? Asked Naomasa, glancing at Eri. I mean, was it just for, or was there a reason? There was a lab, said Izuku. And if her quirk is what brought me back, I have a few theories. Said Naomasa, sipping his coffee. I looked into the Hasaikai for you. There's more to them than meets the eye. Police files said, Izuku began. Not everything the police know is in some file, said Tsukachi. I have friends in Nagoya. Friends who know the streets. Apparently, this Overhaul is a relative newcomer. Only took over the Hasaikai a few years ago. Before then, they were just like any other Yakuza group. Their old boss was a pretty old-fashioned guy. Fell into a coma right before Overhaul took over. From what I hear, it was under somewhat suspicious circumstances. You think Overhaul did it to him? Asked Izuku. We know what he's capable of, Tsukachi pointed out, so what's your next move, B? Get her to safety, said Izuku, then find out what they're up to. Then take them down. In a little more detail? Asked Tsukachi. Izuku took a deep breath. I need to figure out what they're doing in Hosu first, he said. Did you speak with Nemoto? Yeah, the man's insane, said Tsukachi. Thinks his boss is some kind of savior. So the question we need to answer is how they plan on saving Japan, said Izuku. They're in Hosu for a reason. They want someplace quiet. A place without any big heroes to stop them or garner attention from. The best thing I can do now is to keep them from taking over the city and keep Eri out of their hands. I can't stop them alone, Tsukachi. I'm not strong. There's just too many of them holed up in that compound for me to take them down. I couldn't even take down Kazuhiro Red by myself. I would have spent another month or two going after them if you hadn't shown up when you did. Let me call Eraserhead, said Tsukachi. Izuku opened his mouth but the police lieutenant cut him off. I know, he tried to arrest you. I asked for him to be put on your case specifically because he wasn't personally invested in it. If he had to choose between arresting you and taking down the Hasaikai, he'd make the right choice. Plus, he works for UA, which might be able to help us as well. How? Asked Izuku. Someone's got to take care of the kid, right? Tsukachi pointed out. Izuku grimaced under his helmet. Right? I mean, I can't take care of her, you can't. You're right, Izuku conceded. Tsukachi frowned but then looked up. You know, after thinking about it for a bit, it'll probably take a day or two for me to set things up with Eraser, he said. It might be better for you to keep an eye on her until then. Izuku nodded, and the two men said nothing for a bit. So, how are you doing? Tsukachi asked. I'm fine, said Izuku. You sure? Tsukachi asked, raising an eyebrow. You did just get shot. I'm fine, Izuku repeated. Can you at least eat something, B? For my peace of mind? Asked Tsukachi. I don't know if I can leave without knowing you've replenished after losing so much blood. Drink something at least, for Pete's sake. Izuku said nothing. Oh, right, the mask. Here. Tsukachi reached into his pockets and pulled out a beanie, a pair of boxy sunglasses and a face mask. Go change in the bathroom. Izuku sighed, before taking the 3 items and stepping into the bathroom. The lieutenant was probably right. He had no idea how Eri's quirk worked. It would be irresponsible for him to drive all the way back to Hosu. He could pass out on the highway from dehydration or something. He took off his helmet and put on the beanie, making sure it covered his ears, before putting on the glasses and mask. You know, if you think about it, you're concealing more of your face right now than you do normally, Tsukachi pointed out, taking a sip of coffee. He shimmied out of the booth and put his coat back on. I should probably get going. Order something for the kid for me. The lieutenant exited the diner, and he watched through the window as he got into his car and drove away. Are you hungry? Izuku asked, turning to face Eri. She stared up at him with eyes full of fear, before nodding. What do you want to eat? He opened up a menu in front of her. She leaned over the table and began to read the menu when tears started falling on the table a moment later. I don't know what these are, she admitted. It's okay, he reassured her. Alfred, what should I do? Pancakes and scrambled eggs, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. It's what I made for Dee and Jason when they came home. And for God's sakes, sir, order yourself something with iron. Do you have any idea how much blood you've lost? Excuse me, ma'am? Can we order? Said Izuku. Sure, Han, said the woman behind the counter. I'll have, the corned beef on rye, said Izuku. Get her the number 2 breakfast special. Scrambled. Drinks? The woman asked. Water? And get her an apple juice, said Izuku. Comin' right up, said the woman, turning toward the kitchen window. A moment later, the waitress placed 2 ice-cold glasses down on the table. Here, said Izuku, pushing the glass of juice toward Eri. Hesitantly, she reached out and took a sip of the glass, a small one at first, but quickly raised it and up until she finished the entire glass, spilling juice over her chin. Wordlessly, he grabbed a napkin and wiped her chin off. A few minutes later, the waitress set down 2 plates in front of them. Izuku took a bite of his sandwich but paused as he realized Eri was completely lost. Unrolling the napkin, he grabbed the fork and knife and began to cut the pancakes into smaller pieces before dousing them in maple syrup. Izuku stuck a piece on the end of a fork and handed it to Eri, who hesitated before taking a bite. Izuku stepped off the train and carried the sleeping Eri down the street, heading toward the warehouse. It just wasn't safe taking her on the bike. Not for the half-hour ride in the middle of the night. He paid for a spot in a garage overnight in cash and bought himself a ticket to the last train heading to Hosu for the evening. It was only a short walk from the station to the warehouse, where he placed Eri down on the bed he kept just in case before sitting down in front of his computer. "I'm proud of you, sir," said Alfred. "I ignored your advice," said Izuku. "You were right. I should have waited. If I had come in more prepared, maybe I could have." "You made a mistake, sir," said Alfred. "You're human. The Batman is still a man. But you were willing to admit it and you've already begun to correct your behavior, sir. You have many faults and many virtues, and stubbornness can be both, depending on the circumstances. I'm glad to see you're trying to keep it the latter and stop it from becoming the former. I'm going to make Overhaul pay for whatever he was doing to her," said Izuku. "I know, sir," said Alfred. "Be her vengeance." "Look into Eraserhead for me," said Izuku. "I want to know the kind of person I'm dealing with before I let Tsukachi bring him into this." "How, intrusive shall I get, sir?" asked Alfred. "I'm entrusting Eri's safety to this man, Alfred," said Izuku. "How intrusive can you get?" "I shall leave no stone unturned, Master Midoriya," said Alfred. Eri groaned as she rubbed her eyes awake. "Good morning," said Izuku, sitting at his computer with his full costume donned. "It wasn't a dream," she whispered. "It wasn't," Izuku repeated. "I'm never going to let Overhaul hurt you again." "Why?" she asked. "You got it for me." "Because he cut himself off, wanting to be truthful but not wanting to overcomplicate things. "Because you needed help." "But I'm cursed," said Eri. "Why would you?" "You aren't cursed," said Izuku, pulling up the files he found in the hospital's database. "It's a quirk. Everyone has one." "Everyone? Do you?" asked Eri. "No," said Izuku, "but I'm special. Almost everyone else does. I'm going to take you to meet some nice people who do later today. They're going to keep you safe. They're heroes." "Heroes," said Eri. "What's a hero?" "There's someone who helps people," said Izuku, "protects them, saves them." "Like you?" asked Eri. "No," said Izuku, "I'm not a hero." "Why? You helped me," said Eri. "I'm not a hero," Izuku repeated. "I scare people, Eri. I hurt people. They're bad people, but I hurt them anyway. A hero doesn't do that. They try to make people feel safe. Inspire them to be better. That's not me. I try and stop people from being bad, not make them be good." "My hero," said Eri. Izuku said nothing, turning back to his computer monitor. "Aizawa," said Tsukachi from the other end of the line. "I need you to meet me somewhere. It's important." "All right," said Shoyuta, running from building to building. "Rooftop of the ACE building downtown," said Tsukachi. "Seriously?" asked Shoyuta, skidding to a stop. "You have an office, you know." "I know," said Tsukachi. "I need some privacy." "You have an apartment?" said Shoyuta. "I really need some privacy," said Tsukachi. "Fine," said Shoyuta. Half an hour later, he finished climbing the many, many stairs of the fire escape, and rappelling up with his scarf, he found Tsukachi leaning against the roof access door. "What's so important that you had to meet me up here for?" asked Shoyuta. Naomasa turned around and pulled out a file. Shoyuta took it from him and looked inside. There were photographs. So many photographs. "Where did you get this? Who is this?" "He got it from me," said a gruff voice from behind him. Gripping his scarf, Shoyuta spun around with his quirk active only to find the vigilante he fought a few weeks ago carrying the girl from the photographs in his arm. "I need your help, Shoyuta Aizawa. I need you to take her to UA. I don't know where else she'll be safe." "Safe from who?" asked Shoyuta. "Who did this to her?" "Overhaul," Tsukachi explained. "He's the leader of a Yakuza group called the Shai Hasaikai. We don't know what he's planning, but we're pretty sure it's big. And as a part of it, he's been trying to take over Hosu. When I find out what he's up to, I'm going to need your help to take him down," said Batman. "I found his base of operations. I even broke in. But I barely survived. It's going to take a full team of heroes to take down the Hasaikai. Tsukachi believes we're going to need more evidence before we move against him." I said I think we shouldn't play our hand too early, Tsukachi clarified, but, yes, I do think it will be hard to get any top heroes to get involved without more evidence as to what they're planning. The hero network has its priorities and the Yakuza is low on that list. Unless we can make the case that it's truly urgent, we'll be on our own. What do you need me to do? Asked Shoyuta. Keep Eri safe, said Batman, stepping forward. Whatever he's planning, Eri plays a part in it. She can't fall back into his plans. I found her in a lab, Eraserhead. Shoyuta paled, realizing what those photographs meant. Protect her. I'm guessing Overhaul will want her back and he knows it was me who rescued her. He's going to be sending people after me. But she'll be safe at UA. Are you sure it isn't you who I should be trying to keep safe? Said Shoyuta, taking the sleeping child from his arms. I can handle myself, said Batman. He won't find me unless I want to be found. I'll stick to Hosu for my patrols anyway, said Shoyuta. Call me if you're in serious danger. If you found my name, I'm guessing you can find that on your own. Oh, by the way, my boss wants to talk with you. Principal Nizu? Said Batman. Shoyuta nodded, turning to face the ledge. Don't ask me why because I don't know. I'll think about it, said Batman. You, Shoyuta turned back around. The vigilante was gone. So, you're working with him now, said Shoyuta. You saw those photographs, said Tsukachi. Whatever my issues with him might be, Overhaul needs to be stopped. Ga! The guard, Chisaki didn't remember his name, screamed as he was torn apart, only to reappear a moment later. What did you say? Said Chisaki. What did you say? He repeated. Be Batman, the guard yelled. He took you. Get out. Chisaki sighed as he pressed his hands against his desk, disintegrating it and reforming it over and over again. Taking a deep breath, he sat down in his chair and pressed the button on the. There's been a hiccup, sighed Chisaki. More trouble in Hosu? Asked Al Ghul. No, said Chisaki. Eri, the girl I need to build the device. She's been taken. By the Batman. By the Batman, you say? Said Al Ghul, and you can't use anyone else. Chisaki shook her head. It was her blood that provided the fuel, he explained. It seems you now have quite the task on your hands, said Al Ghul. I can assist you with it. I can draw him out of the shadows, but it will be up to you to find the girl. I expect her recovery to be swift and sound. Do not fail me again, Mr. Chisaki. Chisaki exhaled in relief as the screen faded to black. That call could have certainly gone worse. Kurono, he yelled, get in here. Raz couldn't help but smirk as Chisaki told him the news about the Batman. It was a setback in their mutual plans, but every day as he heard more and more about the latest setback he caused them, his hope that this Batman may indeed be up to Wayne's standards grew and grew. Of course, he had only been tested by street gangs, but Raz only cared so deeply about his physical strength. If that was what he had cared about, his obsession with the vigilante would have faded long ago. What he needed was strength of a different kind. Strength of purpose. Strength of will. Strength of mind. Wayne had that in spades, as did Grayson, as did his grandsire, Damien. It was a shame that the boy inherited his father's lack of quirk instead of some variation of Raz, but the head of the demon was never one to dwell on the injustices of the universe. No, he was one to resolve them. Hello, his agent said as he picked up the phone. It's time to start putting plans into action, said Raz. Got it, said his agent. I already found the apartment of your runaway. I can have him in the ground in a few hours. Change of plan, old friend, said Raz. I want you to leave him an offer. Tell him that if he finds Batman and slays him, he will be welcomed back into the fold. Tell him it must be public. There must be witnesses. Tell him a quiet death in a back alley is too good a fate for an ancient enemy of the house of Al Ghul. If you say so, said his agent, how will he know it's real? Who would fake a message from me? Raz pointed out. Who in Japan even knows I exist? Fair point, his agent conceded, but I still don't like this, Raz. You should let me kill both of them and be done with it. If this new Batman is like the previous ones, he'll be a problem for us. And if he isn't entirely like him, he'll be an asset greater than you could possibly imagine, said Raz. I can imagine a lot, said his agent. I still think it's too big a risk. Well, here's hoping the small fortune I'm paying you will make it all go down easier, old friend, said Roz, hanging up. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating, said Nizu, as Shoyuta stood next to him in the infirmary. What do you make of this? Shoyuta asked, watching as Recovery Girl removed Aries' bandage. I think we can comfortably say he isn't motivated by some deep ambivalence toward formal authority, said Nizu, scratching his chin. That's not to say we can completely rule out something happening in his past to create resentment, but it isn't a significant driver of his desire to act as a vigilante. He's too new to the scene for him to have a change of heart. He's motivated by a desire to save people yet cannot do it in an official capacity for some unknown reason. Perhaps, any ideas? Asked Shoyuta. I do, said Nizu, but it's hard to think of something that would disqualify him from being a hero, not create resentment to authority, and match with what we know about him. If he, say, was with a crime and his record prevented him from being a hero, wouldn't you not be too eager to partner with a police officer and a hero? If he hates the structure and rules of being a hero, why does he show so much restraint? If he had run away from an abusive home life and was scared of his family finding him, well, how many teenage runaways do you know of who could afford a Kevlar suit, a grappling hook, a cape that functions like a glider, and so many custom boomerangs? There's something we're overlooking. Maybe it is time to start looking into secret bat-themed cabals financing vigilantism, said Shoyuta. I doubt it. Now, a wealth benefactor, that wouldn't be too hard to picture, said Nizu, someone old enough to be properly disillusioned and able to convince a young idealist that this was the only solution. That sounds feasible. Perhaps a retired hero. Someone who started the career in the pre-All Might era and is upset about how it all became institutionalized. Someone with the resources and experience to finance such an operation. Someone with the know-how to train a successor. Does someone like that exist? Asked Shoyuta. No, said Nizu, nobody comes to mind, and if such a person did exist, I can assure you it would come to mind. No, what we've overlooked is something extraordinary, Shoyuta. Something that did not occur to us because it would not occur to any sane man. No, I don't think we solve this mystery because we're such great detectives, Aizawa. Either the answer is revealed to us or we pull off that cowl ourselves. You're serious? Said Shoyuta. You think this guy's smarter than you? I didn't say that, Aizawa, said Nizu. He's just baffling. And not out of a conscious effort to. He shouldn't exist in our modern world. A man like him should be a colleague, not an enemy. If an avenue for him to pursue heroics through legal means doesn't exist, then I intend to rectify it. I want to speak to him. I want to know what door was closed to him that we should have opened. And, if it is purely a matter of ideology, then at least I can put my mind at ease with the knowledge that it wasn't a failure on our end that created Batman, the vigilante, and prevented Batman, the hero. Akagure Kyazome wiped the blood from his blade as he landed on the roof of his apartment complex. It was a hellhole, but the Dmed weren't inclined to speak with the fake heroes who polluted this society. He made his way down the fire escape and into the open window of his apartment. He was about to start making himself a late dinner when he noticed the white envelope slid under his door. That was odd. He had paid for 2 months of rent. Drawing a knife, he cut open the envelope and pulled out the letter. I have had a change of heart. You were right about heroes. The fakes are a corrupting influence on the world and must be purged for society to prosper. The League of Assassins will back you in your quest. Squads have already been dispatched to Tokyo, Osaka, and Yokohama. We will slowly eliminate the alleged defenders of justice until only the pure of heart remain. Yet you disobeyed me. You betrayed the League when you fled without permission. You must prove your loyalty and that you are ready to serve at my side once again. Your task is this. An ancient enemy of the House of Al Ghul has resurfaced in Hosu. He goes by several titles. The Dark Knight, the Caped Crusader, the world's greatest detective. But he is most commonly known as Batman. If you wish to prove yourself worthy of serving with the head of the demon, you must eliminate him, publicly, with witnesses. Draw him into the light and subdue him. Do this and you will be accepted back into the fold. You will be honored as a worthy servant, and together we shall purge Japan of the sickness rotting it from the inside. Master Midoriya, did you see the news? Asked Alfred, as Izuku scrolled through old files on the back computer. Most of them were hopelessly out of date, referring to long-dead villains and organizations, but he still found reading through them to be useful, especially the details of how Bruce Wayne or his protégés took them down. Some scoundrels calling themselves the League of Villains have attacked UA. What? Said Izuku, call Eraserhead. Now. It was the UA, sir, said Alfred, not the main campus. I find it highly improbable that. Call him. Yes, sir, said Alfred. Hey there, said an unfamiliar voice from Eraserhead's phone. A quick run through Alfred's identification program revealed it to be Yamada Hizashi, aka Present Mike. Aizawa's in the hospital right now. It's not life-threatening, but... Put him on, said Izuku. He's kind of... Put him on. Hey, Shoyuta, there's a really angry guy asking to talk to you. Izuku faintly heard from the phone speaker. No, not a contact. Are you sure? I can tell him to... Fine. What is it? Asked Eraserhead. Is she safe? Izuku asked. Of course, said Eraserhead. She's been under examination in the nurse's office. She's been asking about you, you know? Jack Napier, Jack Oswald White, Arthur Fleck, Dirk Border, Jerome Valeska, he muttered out loud. This guy sure had a lot of names. He was so skinny. Despite all that had happened to her, despite the villain's attack, despite her skin being disintegrated by that BSRD Shigaraki, that was the only thing she could think about. Watching All Might, the man she had grown up revering, turn from the hulking mass of muscles and smiles to that stick of a man, someone she could have snapped in half without even using her quirk, it practically broke her brain. He was so skinny. He was so small. Geez, kid, is it really that shocking? All Might asked, sticking his head through the door. Oh, she stuttered. Itsuka had never stuttered before. Yagi, call me Yagi, said All Might, sitting beside her hospital bed. Oh, okay Waigi, said Itsuka. Young Kendo, I saw what you did in there, said Yagi. You jumped in front of Shigaraki to protect young Azui. Why did you do that? I guess my legs moved before I could think, she muttered. Young Kendo, why do you want to be a hero? Yagi asked. For some reason, people always seemed to look up to me when I was a kid, said Itsuka. I don't know why. I never wanted to be in charge. It just sort of happened. But if people are going to look up to me, I want to be someone worth looking up to. I'm not the strongest, all, Yagi. Bakugo, Todoroki, Yamamo. I'm never going to be as strong as you people. But if I can inspire people to be better, if for some reason I've got that ability, then I'm going to try and use it for good. I want to be someone that gets people to be better when they look up to them. A symbol, perhaps? Yagi suggested. Yeah, a symbol, said Itsuka. A symbol of what, young Kendo? He asked. I don't know, compassion, said Kendo. Brotherly love? I don't know if it's something you can put into one word, Yagi. I know what it is. I see it in my head. I see what I want to be. And I'm going to try my hardest to be it. Young Kendo, I have a proposition for you. But first, allow me to tell you the story of two brothers. Batman, are you there? Asked Tsukachi, as Izuku tied up the final Hasaikai gangster. I'm here, Izuku confirmed. You're going to want to keep an eye out for the police tonight, said Tsukachi. What happened? Asked Izuku, unzipping the duffel bag and pulling out a stack of yen. They found a body, said Tsukachi, pro-hero slugger. That wasn't me, Tsukachi, said Izuku, continuing to search the bag. I know it wasn't you, said Tsukachi, but the rest of the force doesn't think so. Why? Asked Izuku. Whoever killed him. They carved a bat shape out of his cheek, said Tsukachi. I know it wasn't you, but the rest of the force isn't exactly listening when I say you're being set up, said Tsukachi. To be fair, you haven't been around enough to have some firmly established reputation as some upstanding paragon of justice. You've been around for a month and a half. Everyone's primed to believe the worst about you, Especially after what happened with Nemoto. So what do I have to expect? Asked Izuku. Round-the-clock patrols, helicopters in the sky, said Tsukachi. The department has designated you a threat to public safety and has requested you be put on the National Police Agency's most wanted list. I wouldn't be surprised if some heroes from out of town show up. I heard Ingenium showed up at headquarters. If I were you, I'd take it easy for the next few days. If I do that, I look guilty, said Izuku. I'm not suggesting that because you're innocent, Batman, said Tsukachi. I'm suggesting it because I think we need you to take down Overhaul. You are guilty, Batman, maybe not of this, but you are a criminal. You've got more than your reputation to think of. This has Overhaul written all over it, said Izuku, setting down the duffel bag and grappling back up to the rooftops. He couldn't find me. So he's trying to get you to do his dirty work for him. Or at least he's trying to scare me off the streets. You think he'd? Of course he would, sighed Tsukachi, so I guess you're going to try to find the real killer. I am, said Izuku. You consider that might also be part of his trap? Asked Tsukachi. I assume everything is part of a trap, Tsukachi, said Izuku, hanging up. No, Hatsum, declared Bulldozer-sensei, you can't make anesthetic gas grenades. But why not? Said Mei, banging her fists on the desk. Because it's dangerous, said Bulldozer-sensei, rubbing his forehead on his mask. You could kill someone if you mess up the dosage. And how would you avoid affecting civilians? I'd be careful, declared Mei. It's been a month and you've blown up the lab 4 times, said Bulldozer-sensei. If I let you play around with anesthetic gas, you'd put half the students in a coma. Now get back to work. God, why did things have to be so unfair? She spent most of her life waiting for a lab like this, and now that she got there, it was rule after rule after rule. No, Hatsum, you can't make that, it's wildly impractical. No, Hatsum, there's no possible situation where that could be useful. No, Hatsum, that will get someone killed. No, Hatsum, I'm pretty sure that's banned under the Geneva Convention. Look, Hatsum, I'm going to pretend you never suggested that and go back to work, but if you bring that up again, I'll have to report you to administration. So many rules. She just wanted to make things. The thing is, if she wanted to skirt those rules while also making gear that would actually get used, she'd have to start making support gear for criminals. She couldn't do that. I mean, she'd first have to construct a cloaking device and secure an oil rig to work from, but no, she couldn't do that. Her babies needed to be used for good. It's just that the heroes were so small-minded. They only wanted to use gear that fit with their quirks. And there were so many rules. If only there was a way to avoid all those rules without, wait. No, building a crime-fighting robot was too expensive. That would have to wait another 10 years. But there was something on the news, wasn't there? She vaguely recalled her classmates talking about a vigilante, Batboy, or something. Oh, now that was an idea. Hey, Akatani, said Ed, as Izuku walked through the lab. Good afternoon, Ed, said Izuku, putting on his lab coat. Did you hear about Slugger? I guess Batman wasn't the guy we all thought he was. Wasn't him, said Ed. What makes you so sure? Asked Izuku, suppressing his grin. Ed was the first person he thought to go to after Tsukachi called him with the news. He knew if there was any man who'd be able to prove his innocence, it would be him. The cut, Ed explained, flipping through a file, it was made with a part-serrated knife. Batman's batarangs are more than sharp enough to do the job. Why would he bring a second knife just for the sake of cutting out parts of people's faces? And if he did, why bring a general-purpose knife and not a scalpel? Someone's trying to set him up. Maybe he suspected there was an exceptionally competent forensics examiner in the 10th precinct who'd notice and accidentally clear his name, Izuku suggested. Well, that's just ridicule. You're mocking me, said Ed, looking dejected. What? No, I was just making a, oh, said Izuku, cutting himself off as he realized he was smiling. See, I'm not entirely socially inept, said Ed, setting down the file. Did you tell anyone about your theory? Asked Izuku. Yeah, but only Lieutenant Tsukachi seems to listen to me, said Ed. Oh well. The entire department is gonna be set at him. So what? It's not like it's the first time the force has ignored physical evidence. Shouldn't we try to prove he didn't do it? Asked Izuku. It would be fun, said Ed, but pointless. The entire force will think I'm crazy. At least, crazier. I guess we aren't going to try and find his identity either, said Izuku. Elaborate, said Ed. I mean, if the world thinks Batman is killing heroes, think about who's going to show up in Hosu, said Izuku. How long is Batman going to last if half the top 50 show up looking to avenge their fallen brother? How long can he survive with Hawks or, God forbid, All Might after him? Eventually, they'll unmask him. So what's the point of trying to unravel the mystery? Ed groaned, biting his upper lip. Get your stuff, Akatani. It's time for some field work. Hey, Doc. Hey, Mikumo, said Detective Sansa as the two pulled up to the crime scene in Ed's rusty, old car. Sansa, Ed acknowledged. Didn't know you were certified as a CSI, said Sansa, as the two crossed over the police tape. If there's a certification to get, I have it, said Ed. The only thing I'm not allowed to do is an autopsy. Apparently, you have to have a medical degree because the people who run this city are cowards. I read every medical book in the public library. I could perform heart surgery better than some of those new grads at the hospital, and they think I'm not qualified to cut up a corpse. Good talking to you, buddy, said Sansa, turning away from the crime scene and pulling out a cigarette. You're really upset about that, Ed? Said Izuku, watching Sansa walk away from the scene. Of course I am, said Ed. I could totally perform an autopsy. Half the MEs in the department are going senile, but I'm not allowed to do one. I bet you we'd solve twice the amount of crimes if it was me instead of that doddering old fool Chiba. Well, twice the amount of murders, Izuku corrected. I said what I said, declared Ed. Now, let's unsolve this murder, shall we? The two began to look around the deserted alley, searching for anything the original CSIs might have missed until Izuku stumbled upon a brown speck on the ground. Dirt, said Ed, kneeling down, and if there's dirt, what do you think was probably there earlier? I have a tongue, but… A shoe, said Izuku. Yeah, a shoe, Ed grumbled, pulling something out of his pocket, and if there's a shoe, there'll be an imprint. It could be from anyone, Izuku pointed out, as Ed pulled what looked like the lens of a microscope out of his pocket. Yeah, maybe, but these look a bit deeper than someone walking, said Ed. I think our killer jumped down into the alley. That's what left this impression. And if we get a footprint from Batman, Izuku began. Then we can do nothing, said Ed, getting up. It won't prove Batman wasn't here. But if we find a new suspect and get his shoe, then we might be able to. Is there anything else you see, Ed? Asked Izuku. I'll keep looking, said Ed. Hey, by the way, you want to hear my theory about Batman? Sure, said Izuku, although the excitement didn't reach his eyes. I think he's quirkless, said Ed, leaning over the chalk outline of the body. Quirkless? Asked Izuku. Is that even possible? We haven't seen him use a quirk, have we? Said Ed. It would explain why he didn't become a hero in the traditional sense. Interesting thought, Ed, said Izuku. Really interesting. Master Midoriya, there's something you should see, said Alfred, pulling up images on the computer of the corpses of costumed men. All stabbed. Different points, but the entry wounds are all roughly the same size and believed to be a sword. And there were very few indications of a struggle. No bruises, no damage to the terrain, just a cut and a stab. No one ever made the connection as the kills were all over the country. Slugger's throat was slit, said Izuku. True, sir, conceded Alfred, but if this was the same person recently persuaded to start implicating you, it would stand to reason they would change tactics, wouldn't they? Do you think this is a professional assassin? Asked Izuku, one who specializes in killing heroes. Perhaps, sir, but I doubt it, said Alfred. They were all small-time heroes. Even a few rescue heroes with only a few arrests in their entire careers. But a few did have ongoing corruption cases against them. One even had been found with a lady of the night, sir. And he wasn't there to apprehend her. A serial killer then, said Izuku, one who feels heroics have been polluted. I believe so, sir, said Alfred, although it's a bit baffling how such a man could be hired to start implicating you. Not hired, said Izuku, but converted? I could see that. Maybe this is what Overhaul's going to save us from. The corrupt institute of heroism. And how would Eri relate to that, sir? Asked Alfred. It would require thorough testing to prove it, Alfred, said Izuku, testing that I would never subject Eri to. But UA's quirk testing shows Eri's quick functions by rewinding the target's DNA. I think he's trying to weaponize it. How so, sir? Asked Alfred. It seems a bit excessive to try and rewind a person to infancy. I don't know, said Izuku. It's the only reason I can think of. Sometimes men don't need a reason to do anything, sir, said Alfred. Some men just want to watch the world burn. I don't think Overhaul is one of those men, said Izuku, rereading the file he had created on Eri. Well, if there is a reason, I'm sure you'll figure it out, said Alfred. Oh my God, muttered Kaminari, staring at his phone. What happened? Asked Jiro, staring over his shoulder. Slugger, he was murdered, said Kaminari, scrolling through the article. Some vigilante did it. Calls himself Batman or something. Batman, said Kirishima. Who's that? He's a vigilante from Hosu. Kendo said. You sure he killed someone? How do you know? That's what the police say, said Kaminari. He carved the shape of a bat into his cheek. That doesn't mean it's him, muttered Kendo. I wonder what he did, Uraraka thought out loud. What do you mean, what he did? Said Kirishima. I'm not saying Slugger deserved what happened to him. Uraraka elaborated. It's just, have you seen that video of him? What video? Asked Kaminari. He called himself Vengeance, Ochako explained. I'm just curious why Batman thought he needed to revenge himself on Slugger. He's a vigilante, declared Ida. They're men of low character interested in only violence. They hardly need a good reason to kill someone. That's reductive, called a voice from the front. The whole class snapped to attention as Aizawa made his presence at the front known to all. In the real world, things aren't always black and white. People are nuanced. People are complicated. If you're going to run an investigation based on character assumptions, you aren't fit to be heroes. I expect to hear no more talk about the Batman unless it's constructive. Am I understood? Yes, sir, the class said in unison. Minus Bakugo and Todoroki, of course. Now then, the sports festival is in 1 week, Aizawa reminded them. I expect you all to be training your hardest. Alright, young Kendo, show me what you got, yelled All Might, without, breaking your arms. Right, said Itsuka, taking a deep breath. One for All was like nothing she had ever felt before. It was an ocean of energy, just waiting to be let loose. She found it easier to use her newly found quirk in conjunction with her old one. Maybe it was because her larger fist made it easier to get a handle on it by spreading out her energy over a wider volume. Maybe accessing a familiar quirk made it easier to handle an unfamiliar one. She wasn't sure. But whatever it was that made using One for All easier, she wasn't going to just ignore it, especially so close to the sports festival. She activated both quirks in conjunction and fired off a fist at the air. Ow, she grumbled, shaking her hand. What was that, 20%? Asked Yagi. I think so, said Itsuka. Remember, young Kendo, this festival will be your first opportunity to show yourself off to the world, Yagi said. This is going to be most people's first impression of you. Your first opportunity to show yourself off to the world. Putting in the work now to ensure that impression of you is a good one will pay off tenfold when you're trying to establish yourself as the symbol you wish to become. Right, said Itsuka, activating both quirks again and firing off another shot. OOF, cried Ochako as she fell onto the mats of the gym. You've been a lot more eager to spar since this week, Mikumo observed. Yeah, the sports festival is coming up, Ochako explained, accepting Mikumo's hand. I gotta be ready. There are some scary people in my class. I can't say I'm excited to fight Bakugo or Todoroki. Bakugo? Said Mikumo. Yeah, you know him? Asked Ochako before taking a sip of water. Name rings a bell, said Mikumo, stroking his chin. What's he like? Blonde hair, red eyes, said Ochako, setting down her water bottle. Not that good with faces, said Mikumo, smiling and rubbing the back of his head. How'd you end up becoming a CSI? asked Ochako, raising an eyebrow. There's a reason I'm not a detective, said Mikumo. Ha! Ochako laughed. He's pretty quiet, honestly. But he's really good in a fight. Like, scary good. He doesn't say anything, doesn't make a sound until you hear the explosion. Must be a different Bakugo, said Mikumo. Oh well, let's keep at it. It sounds like if you want to beat him, you'll need all the practice you can get. Ingenium, it's good to have you here, said Chief Tsuragami. I wish it was under more fortunate circumstances. Thank you, Chief, said Tensei. Batman Vigilante has been terrorizing my city for 2 months, said Tsuragami, and the national government has done nothing to assist us. I'm just upset it took the death of a hero to rouse them to action. Well, we'll make sure nothing like that ever happens again, said Tensei. What information do we have on Batman? Not much, I'm afraid, said a voice from the door. Tensei turned around to see a haggard-looking man in a trench coat leaning against the doorway. Tsukachi. He was a friend of Aizawa, he recalled. The only thing we know for certain is that he spends most of his time in the eastern part of town, although that's generally where the most street crime in Hosu occurs. Anything else? Quirk? Skills? What time he's active? Asked Tensei. He's always out at night, basically every day, said Tsukachi, taking a seat next to him. As for his quirk, the only thing we can say for certain is it isn't a distinctive mutation. And by that I mean he isn't a 10-foot-tall snake person with red skin. And as for his skills, he's really quiet. So quiet we've got no idea what he's capable of. Motive? Asked Tensei. It's a pretty big jump to go from fighting petty crooks and muggers to killing heroes. He claims he's fighting for vengeance, said Tsukachi, but as for why he killed Slugger, he's a vigilante who dresses up like a bat. He's probably cuckoo. Yeah, said Tensei, getting up from his seat. Tsukachi, why don't we walk and talk while we head to the precinct? Chief, I'll see you later. Catch my vigilante, Ingenium, said Chief Tsuragami. So, Tsukachi, said Ingenium as the elevator doors closed behind them, why don't you tell me what you didn't want to say to the chief? Excuse me, said Naomasa. I know you're friends with Aizawa, said Ingenium. He's an old schoolmate of mine. And I don't think he'd work with a man who would assert a murder happened because the perpetrator was cuckoo. He didn't do it, said Naomasa. Batman didn't kill Slugger. Someone's trying to set him up. How do you know? Asked Ingenium. It's against his MO, said Naomasa. He's never killed a criminal before, only did serious damage to one, and now he kills a hero? It's insane. Any evidence? Asked Ingenium. My forensics guy says the blade used to carve out the bat was partially serrated, said Naomasa. Batman's blades aren't. That's a bit flimsy, Lieutenant, said Ingenium. I know, admitted Naomasa, but it's not like the evidence against him is ironclad. No one can place him at the scene, nobody has a murder weapon, and the motive is non-existent. The only things implicating Batman is the way the corpse was mutilated, which anyone could have done if they wanted to make him look guilty, and the general fact of him being a vigilante. Good point, said Ingenium. Who'd want to set him up? Who wouldn't, said Naomasa, as the elevator doors opened and the two began to make their way to the streets. Every criminal in this town is scared of him. Kazuhiro Red had been going steady for 6 years, and Batman took him down in a few weeks. Anyone in this town pushing heroin or trying to make a few bucks under the table would want him dead. And, no offense to Slugger, but I don't think paying the hitman broke the bank. Said Ingenium, as Naomasa leaned against his car. Can you think of anyone specific? Maybe one of Kazuhiro's old capos who'd have it out for him in particular. All of his old capos are in prison, said Naomasa. Ingenium took a long sigh before taking off his helmet. You're still hiding something from me, Naomasa. If you want to keep your secrets, that's fine. But even if you're right and he was set up, he's still a vigilante. I've got to arrest him if I run into him. I'll try and talk him down. That I don't know why you're telling me that like I'd be disappointed, Ingenium, said Naomasa, getting into his car. I'm the one they put in charge of doing that. I'd like an update, said Raz, taking a sip of brandy. The message was received, said his agent. He's started to make his move. He's trying to frame the Bat for murder. It's an interesting choice. I'm guessing he's trying to lure Batman to him, probably by leaving a trail, but he's risking the chance that the heroes get to him before he does. And how is the Dark Knight taking the news? Asked Roz. He's still out on the street, said his agent, staying away from the rooftops. Hiding in the shadows. Still making his presence known. I'm watching him right now. He's climbing up the walls of a parking garage. I can see him through my crosshair. Fourth time I've managed to find him in 2 weeks. He's good at hiding his tracks. What actions have the police taken? Asked Roz. The usual things you'd expect, said his agent. Police everywhere, helicopters everywhere, heroes everywhere. I could put a bullet in his head right now. He'd never even know I was here. Cut to the chase, old friend, Roz sighed. I want my contract to be weekly, not on completion, said his agent. Normally I'd oppose that kind of deal on principle, but you're not making it clear what you want from me. The way things are going, I might be here a year. So 2 million a week. Or put a bullet in him like every instinct in my body is telling me to. You'll have your money, said Roz. No need for theatrics. Oh, mercenaries. Why did they have to be so temperamental? For a job this important, he would have preferred sending his own men, people he trusted, to obey blindly. But he couldn't risk them being captured. Not by him. 5 days. 5 days since Slugger died. 5 days since the streets were flooded with police and heroes. Izuku couldn't use the rooftops anymore. He couldn't walk the streets. He had to stick to the alleys. To the shadows. But the shadows were his element. Darkness was his third skin, and he had become quite comfortable in each one he wore. Yet his prey, the criminal element, they walked the streets freely. They sat on the stoops, on the corners, like they had been 2 months ago before he had started his crusade. They prefer being out in the open where the police could see them than being in the darkness where they couldn't see him. Their quick adjustment meant he was making a difference in this part of town. The fact that they had taken only days to realize his movement had been restricted meant they were talking. That the 2-bit thugs were talking about their latest friend to be taken down by the Bat. And the more they talked, the more they would fear him until he went from mere man to a threat to an angle of vengeance sent from hell to make them atone for their sins. Only it looked like these two didn't get the memo. They were in a parking garage, not out on the streets where it was safer for them. You got the stuff? A sniffing man asked a shy Hasaikai thug. I thought you were bringing the stuff, said the shy Hasaikai thug. You're the drag dealer. I bring the money, you bring the drags, yelled the man. Oh yeah, great idea. Why don't you send an article to the Gazette while you're at it, yelled the Hasaikai. Why don't you just grab a megaphone and yell from the rooftops about how I'm a Batman. Holy sheet, yelled the other man, turning and booking it toward the staircase. But he was too slow. A moment later, he fell to the ground, a bola wrapped around his leg. The shy Hasaikai thug began to slowly back away but didn't make it too far before Izuku fired his taser at him, causing him to collapse. There's a call from the lieutenant, sir, said Alfred. Put him through, said Izuku, jumping off the garage. There's been another murder, said Tsukachi, in a hushed tone, someone named Onuma. Former flaming sidekick who struck out on his own half a year ago. Recent arrival, Izuku observed, running through his mental list of Hosu-based heroes. Yeah, Tsukachi confirmed, he had moved here from Kyoto a few months ago. Bad timing. You should get out of the streets. I figure it's 2 in the morning, so you must have taken down at least 10 people, right? You've made your presence known, lie low for the night. Izuku said nothing, sinking into the darkness as a police car rolled past the alley. Alfred, look at this, said Izuku, pulling up an image on the Bat computer. In case you forgot, Master Midoriya, I don't have eyes, Alfred reminded him. If you pull up an image on the Bat computer, I will see it, whether you want me to or not. Alfred, I know you know what I mean, said Izuku. Oh, ahem, let me try that again, said Alfred. How very interesting, Master Midoriya. You found a photo of Slugger, Onuma, and a few other heroes standing next to one another at a charity gala. The Seiki Foundation. Our hero killer is trying to be efficient, said Izuku, combining his goals of purging corrupt heroes with his intent to frame me. How do you know this charity is corrupt, Master Midoriya? Asked Alfred. Zoom in on the back of that picture, said Izuku. Is that? Alfred began. Kazuhiro read, said Izuku. The picture is from 3 months ago, right after Onuma moved his operation to Hosu. Interesting, but it doesn't prove the charity is corrupt, sir, Alfred pointed out. Well, Alfred, it looks like you've got some numbers to crunch, said Izuku. I've got to get to work. With a bag full of groceries in one arm, Ed unlocked the door to his dingy, old apartment and made his way into the kitchen. He would admit, he was a little disappointed that a man with his abilities was only able to afford a place like this with his forensic examiner salary, especially given how he was incredibly overqualified for the position. But Hosu just wasn't the kind of city for a person like him. The department's resources were stretched incredibly thin already, and what spare cash they got from government grants usually went into hiring more patrolmen. On his kitchen table, there were a few job offers he had printed out. One was from the Hiroshima Police Department, one was from the PSIA, and another was a consulting job with a chemical company. All of them paid more than Hosu. He didn't intend to fill them out. What was a higher salary? Compared with a chance to solve this riddle? Setting down his groceries on the kitchen counter, he opened his closet and pulled out one of his many pushpin boards, with a bat at the center of this one. Surrounding it were various pictures of criminals hanging upside down, weapons, some tire treads he had found near 2 of the crime scenes, names of metal fabrication companies, special forces groups, and basically everything else he was looking at to find the Batman. He may have told a white lie to Akatani when he told him why he wanted to solve this case. A guy like him might not have felt comfortable working with Ed if he knew that he was trying to unmask Batman so he could offer his services to him. Ever since he was a kid, he had fantasized about being Robin. As an adult, well, he didn't really like the idea of wearing tights, but he was sure Batman could use someone with his forensics expertise. Some of the people working at the police station weren't doing it because they liked puzzles. As for Akatani, well, some people working at the precinct had a sense of justice and a desire to enforce the rule of law. He wasn't sure where Akatani stood. So he overemphasized his interest in the thrill of the chase to justify his desire to find out who Batman was for the thrill of it, and Akatani bought it. And speaking of Akatani, Ed grabbed a second pushpin board out of his closet, this one with Akatani's picture at the center of it. The guy was hiding something. There was first the obvious to consider. Akatani had dyed his hair black. The smell of the chemicals was faint. Nothing got past Ed. Dyed hair wasn't on its own suspicious, but who dyed their hair such a non-distinct color? Someone trying to blend in. That was who. And then there was how he had gotten his job. The intern request was legitimately issued by the department, and every precinct issued one, but it had been a month and only their precinct's position had been filled. And after hacking into the force's HR department, he found out Akatani's resume had been accepted only minutes after the position opened. There was also the fact that everything about Akatani Mikumo that existed was on paper. He had a birth certificate, a high school diploma and a college degree, but they were all theoretical. He was homeschooled until high school and then did a distance program. No yearbook photos, no professors who'd recognize him, no mentions of him in a school paper. That wasn't proof it was fake, but it was just a bit too convenient. Ed had a few theories. The Queen of England. The Illuminate. Someone was onto him. One of the powers that be who he was investigating. He knew it was only a matter of time until they sent someone. But he couldn't say he expected this. Why would they send a child? Why not just kill him if he was truly onto something? He knew how his apartment looked. He knew whatever detective was assigned to his murder, they'd write it off as a burglary gone wrong and throw his evidence in the trash. He didn't get it. He was overlooking something. Maybe they wanted to recruit him? He could see that happening. Maybe Mikumo was their spy sent to get a sense of the type of person he was before bringing him in. That made some sense. Of course, that didn't mean he had any idea how to proceed. Ed stared at the board for a few more minutes before sighing in frustration and putting them away. This entire scenario was not optimal. It would be unfortunate if Akatani was a plat for some sort of cabal he was onto. He actually liked the kid. He was maybe the only person he knew who Ed was pretty sure didn't secretly judge him for his, quirks. Dejected, he grabbed a can of iced tea from his fridge and sat down in front of the TV, pressing the red button on the remote. His Airedale, Laddie boy, had his own chair at cabinet meetings, said the host of Peril. Laddie kept his nose clean during Teapot Dome. Harding, said Ed. Yes, James? Asked the host. Who is Harding? Said James. Correct. I've done as you asked, sir, said Alfred as Izuku sat back down in front of his computer. The Seiki Foundation does have some questionable bookkeeping going on behind the scenes. Your suspicion was correct, it seems. Pull up the photograph, Alfred, said Izuku, stroking his chin. The picture from the news article with Anima and Slugger reappeared on the screen, and Izuku took a closer look at the heroes standing next to him. Call the lieutenant. Hello. Tsukachi's voice buzzed from the computer. It's me, said Izuku. I think I know who the hero killer's next victim is. It's either going to be Funkman, Native, or Master Driller. All three were tied to the same corrupt charity that Anima and Slugger were. Corrupt charity? Said Tsukashi. The Seiki Foundation, said Izuku. The name rings a bell, said Tsukachi. I've checked their books. They're a money laundering front for organized crime, said Izuku. If I had to guess, these heroes were being bribed to look the other way. If you send me the paperwork proving it, I can, Tsukachi began. It'll be disqualified in court, said Izuku. Once I've cleared my name, I'll handle them. So how do you want to proceed? Asked Tsukachi. Technically I'm only supposed to work the day shift, I choose to work night. I could choose to follow one and you'd follow one. But then there'd be a third, said Izuku. Call Eraserhead. Eraserhead's in no state for field work, he's still recovering from the USJ, said Tsukachi. Let me ask Ingenium. You think you can trust him? Asked Izuku. No, said Tsukachi. I'll tell him there's only two potential targets. Funkman and Master Driller. We'll leave your name out of it. I think I can sell him on the idea that everyone else on the force just wants to run around looking for you instead of following my approach. But I am going to need whatever evidence you have against Seiki to convince him. Okay, said Izuku. Okay, said Batman before hanging up. A moment later, an email appeared in Naomesa's inbox with a random string of letters and numbers as an address, titled, Download Now. Will wipe from computer in 5 minutes. Not one to waste time, he immediately hit the downward-facing arrow under the documents and opened them. The first file was some kind of tax form, one he didn't fully understand, but there were helpful annotations in red explaining the incongruities. The second was a picture of Slugger, Anima, Master Driller, and Funkman standing next to one another. If he had to guess, Native had been edited out of it. It looked like he'd need to add Master Accountant and Photoshop to his list of Batman skills. Maybe next to Massive Soft Word and being a team player. With the freshly printed picture in hand, he made his way out into the bullpen of the precinct. Anyone seen Ingenium? He called. Break room. Sekiguchi yelled from the front desk. Pushing through the moderately crowded precinct, he stepped into the break room where Ingenium sat drinking a soda. Hey, Suki, said Ingenium, kicking his feet up on the table and holding his helmet in his lap. Ingenium, I think I found something, said Naomesa. Is this about your, theory? Asked Inegnium, sitting up straight. Naomesa nodded and placed the picture on the table. Well, now that's interesting. That was at a fundraiser for a charity called the Seiki Foundation, Tsukachi explained, pulling out a magnifying glass. And if you'll take a closer look, there's a local mobster sitting in the back. I've checked their books. They're a front. You subpoenaed them? Asked Ingenium. It's a non-profit. Their books are on the internet, Naomesa explained. You can take a look at them if you want. No, I believe you, said Ingenium, taking a closer look at the picture. I think either Funkman or Master Drill is the killer's next target, Naomesa explained. We have to warn them, said Ingenium. No, said Naomesa, standing up. This is a delicate matter, Ingenium. Whoever is trying to set up the Batman isn't going to stop just because the specific heroes he decides to go after go into hiding. He'll just find someone new. We need to catch him. What are you suggesting, Tsukachi? asked Ingenium. You follow Funkman, I follow Master Drill, said Tsukachi. Catch the killer before he strikes again. You're willing to risk letting heroes die just to prove Batman's innocence? Asked Ingenium. No, I'm willing to risk letting heroes die to prevent more from being killed, said Naomasa. This isn't about Batman. Not everything is about him. This is about putting the real killer behind bars. Of preventing what happened to Slugger and Anima from happening again. This is our only real lead as to who actually killed them and why. I'm not going to squander it. The department doesn't care. They just want to put Batman behind bars at all costs because he makes them look bad. I want to put him behind bars because he's a criminal. But if I have to choose between letting the vigilante or the murderer walk free, I'll pick the murderer every time. You're a good man, Ingenium. You genuinely want to save people and do right by the community. You know I'm right. And you know you're the only one who can help me. Fine, said Ingenium. I'll start tailing Funkman tomorrow. Thank you, Ingenium, said Naomasa. With his suit in subtle mode and his helmet on, Izuku watched as Native stepped out of the cafe dressed in his full costume and a coffee in hand. Master Midoriya, the UA Sports Festival is about to begin. Would you like me to put on the radio while you work? Asked Alfred. It would be good of you to get a sense of the men and women who may be hunting you in a few years' time. All right, said Izuku, beginning to trail Native. And please give a warm welcome to our freshman representative, Katsuki Bakugo, called Midnight. I just want to say, the much older but still familiar voice of his former friend buzzed, this one's for you, Deku. Izuku barely avoided tripping over the curb and exposing himself. Bakugo, the Katsuki Bakugo was dedicating his, likely winning, performance to him? After all Bakugo had put him through? Izuku could admit that for it had taken him a naively long amount of time to realize the two weren't friends. That they hadn't been since they were 4. It took constant brutalizing without nostalgia blinding him to realize he was no different than them. Just an angry man taking out his frustration on someone weaker than him. And now he was acting like they were old friends? It was infuriating. It was insulting. He couldn't even bring himself to call him Izuku. It was still just Deku. A part of him wanted to go to him right this second. To tear off the cowl, pull out the contacts, and show him just how far, weak, quirkless, defenseless Izuku had come without him. He took a deep breath and settled himself. Alfred, turn it off, said Izuku. Yes, Master Midoriya, said Alfred as Native turned a corner. He stalked the man as he made his patrol for about an hour or two, seeing nothing suspicious while being reasonably confident the hero didn't notice him. The hero made his rounds, spoke to some civilians, and even stopped a few crimes. It was exactly the kind of schedule you'd expect from a small-time hero. Nothing that would suggest he was being stalked by a serial killer. Fight, declared Midnight as the two students began to circle each other. Who do you think is gonna win? Asked Kaminari. Uraraka got it in the bag, declared Mina, smirking. I don't know, said Jiro. Did you see Monoma in his fight? He could have anyone's quirk right now. It might not be a great match against Zero Gravity. Monoma smirked as a blade stuck out of his hand and began to slowly walk toward Uraraka, pressing the tip against the cement floor of the arena. Uraraka flinched and began to slowly inch backward before Monoma charged with his sword raised. Their classmate recoiled as Monoma swung his blade, but then, she ducked. She ducked underneath his arm and wrapped her leg around his knee, causing them both to tumble to the ground. Uraraka was quick to recover. She rolled to her feet and grabbed Monoma by the back, removing his gravity before tossing him out of bounds. Whoa, said Kirishima, as the jaws of half their class hung open. Since when could she do that? Asked Mina. Ingenians found him, yelled Tsukachi from the other end of the phone line. He's at... I know where he is, yelled Izuku, turning away from Native and running into an alley. He pulled a grappling hook out of his belt and pulled himself up to the rooftops, running toward Ingenium's location. He had placed a tracker on the man while he was at the precinct for his internship the day he had first showed up. That was the one hero who had joined the manhunt he wasn't confident he'd be able to escape, so Izuku simply decided to avoid him. He ran from rooftop to rooftop until he found the alley his tracker guided him to. 3 figures were in the alley. The bleeding corpse of Funkman propped up against the wall. The prone body of Ingenium, still alive but somehow passed out on the ground. And the man in with the red scarf, standing above Ingenium with a sword in hand. He was monologuing to Ingenium. Izuku landed behind him. The man spun around and jumped off of the paralyzed hero. "Who are you?" said the man in the mask. Izuku pulled off his motorcycle helmet. Dark Knight? This is a complication. I'm not ready for you yet. Things are still in motion. I'll let you leave here with your life. But the next time we cross paths, you won't be so lucky. What makes you think we will cross paths again, hero killer? Said Izuku, unfurling his cape and activating his symbol. What makes you think I'll let you walk away? Because I know you, said the man with the scarf, and I know if you have to choose between stopping me and saving a life, you'll save a life every time. You believe all life is sacred. That's your true weakness. Ingenium doesn't have long to live. There's a hospital 5 minutes from here. Ingenium will bleed out in 4. I am leaving. I will see you sooner than you'd wish for, Dark Knight. And it's Stain. Remember the name. It belongs to the man who will kill you. Alfred, call an ambulance, whispered Izuku, quickly rushing to pick up Ingenium as Stain jumped onto the fire escape. He's getting away, yelled Ingenium, as Izuku propped the man against a wall and begun to bandage his wounds. Ignoring the hero's angry cries, he pulled off his bulky, plastic armor and grabbed his medical equipment from his utility belt. With Alfred guiding his movements, he disinfected the wound and began to sew it up. A minute or two later, he was finished, just as Ingenium's mobility was restored. Tsukachi was right, he muttered as Izuku pulled him to his feet. So you really didn't kill those people? Why'd you save me? I'm trying to arrest you. Why didn't you catch that man? Izuku said nothing, grappling up to the rooftops. The explosion created by the heat and water combined blinded the audience. But as it cleared, 2 things came clearly into view. Itsuka Kendo, her enlarged hands digging into the cement floor, breathing heavily, and Shoto Todoroki, lying in the crater his impact had created in the walls of the arena. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. Itsuka Kendo wins, declared Midnight, as the crowd roared its approval. Hey, has anyone seen Ida? Asked Uraraka, looking around their section of the stands. This was it. The final round. Just her and Bakugo. It wouldn't be an easy fight. The man standing across from her with a disinterested look on his face had won both of the first 2 rounds of the festival without really breaking a sweat. He had ended every fight he had been in after only a few minutes. The only person who had managed to give him some trouble was Uraraka, and even then, it was nowhere near the life and death struggle she had fought against Todoroki. She was tired and she was sore, but she was still standing. She could win this. She could beat Bakugo. Fight! Yelled Midnight. In an instant, Bakugo was rocketing into the sky, the sun obscuring his approach as he descended upon her. She quickly raised up her fists, activating One for All and preparing to bat him out of bounds. She pulled back as the booms got closer and closer and Itsuka punched the air, certain she had timed it right. But she hit nothing. Mouth hanging open slyly, she looked to the left. Bakugo had dodged. At the last second he had dodged. He was a meter away from her, with his right hand engulfed in smoke and his left crackling. He reached out. Itsuka recoiled as she smashed her fists into the ground, slowing herself down and keeping her grounded. Itsuka Kendo is out of bounds, said Midnight. Her eyes widened. She looked down. The heel of her foot was barely past the white line. Bakugo Katsuki wins. Expression unchanged, Bakugo slowly walked away. He called me Dark Knight, Alfred, said Izuku, pacing in front of the bat computer. How does he know that name? It positively boggles the mind, Master Midoriya, said Alfred, as a few news articles about him shuffled through the bat computer. Reporter Victoria Vale dubbed Master Bruce with that title after he recused her from the Moroni family. Nobody has applied that title to you, sir. And I somehow doubt this man is a Gothamite, much less one familiar with that title. I do have a thought though, sir. The League of Assassins. Raz Al Ghul's old group? Said Izuku. Perhaps old as in ancient, not former, said Alfred, We have no idea if the man is truly dead. You read his file, didn't you? Yeah, but Bruce said his quirk should have lost its potency by now, said Izuku, that he should have died around 50 years ago. I know, sir, said Alfred, but Master Bruce wasn't perfect. He's made mistakes before. Yet regardless of whether Raz is or isn't alive, it's highly likely the League still is. Raz always had an eye on succession. I'm sure he must have found someone to replace him. And this Stain fellow could quite possibly be affiliated with them in some way. He seems to have the skill for it, although that remains to be seen. If he was trained by the League, it's possible he heard about that term from them. Raz always held Bruce in high regard. I wouldn't be surprised if he attempted to keep his legacy alive. I need to figure this out, Alfred, said Izuku. He doesn't want to hide from me, but I don't think either of us can just find each other at our own convenience. Well, there are still 2 targets left, sir, Alfred pointed out. And one of me, said Izuku. I can't send Tsukachi to follow one. Not after what happened to Ingenium. Then it seems you'll need to take one out of the picture, Master Midoriya. Atsushi stumbled into his agency, only a little wasted. It had been a good night. One of the gangsters trying to step up and replace Kazuhiro Red had made a sizable contribution to the Seki Foundation, and they had just paid it out. Locking the door behind him, he made his way to his office and began to take off his costume. Part of him wondered why he had gone for something so bulky. It was hell to wear during the summer, but replacing it with something lighter just felt like a waste of money. Atsushi-kame, said a voice from behind him. He dropped the helmet in his hand and slowly turned around, coming face to face with his worst fear. Why, you're here too, he mumbled. Get town, said the Batman. Leave. Why like me? Do you want me to? Chio, yelled the Batman, and don't return for a month. Thanking his lucky stars he was still breathing, Atsushi ran out of his office, costume in hand, got into his car, and drove till he was out of gas. Ingenium, I know you've had a rough day, but we really need to know what happened, said Chief Tsurugame. It wasn't him, said Ingenium, turning to face the chief. It wasn't Batman. Are you sure? Asked Tsurugame. You don't think this, stain you mentioned in your report wasn't just him in it? He showed up, said Ingenium, staring at a fluorescent light in the ceiling. He was the one who saved me. Sir, I had my forensics examiner compare a footprint from Stain to one found at Slugger's murder, said Naomasa. It was a match. I see, said the chief, getting up from his seat at Ingenium's bedside and walking into the hall. How are you feeling? Asked Naomasa. I can't feel my legs, said Ingenium. The doctors say I should recover with enough PT, but it still feels weird. I can imagine, said Naomasa. What happened with Batman? Stain called him Dark Knight, said Ingenium. He seemed to know him. Or at least of him. Batman didn't know his name. Dark Knight? Said Naomasa. Yeah, said Ingenium. How'd he react to that name? Asked Naomasa. Did he recognize it? I couldn't say, said Ingenium. He's kind of, stoic. Naomasa chuckled. That doesn't surprise me. So what now? Asked Ingenium. We find Stain, said Naomasa. How do you plan on doing that? Asked Ingenium. Just focus on recovering, Ingenium, said Naomasa, patting the hero on the shoulder before getting up and opening the door of his hospital room. Standing on the other side of the door was a boy with the same color hair. He must be the younger brother. Wanting to console him but unsure how, Naomasa ended up just staring at him sadly for a few seconds before stepping aside, allowing the boy to pass him before leaving the room. As he stepped out of the elevator and made his way through the lobby, Naomasa pulled out his phone and dialed a number that was increasingly becoming one of his most frequent contacts. I just checked in with Ingenium, said Naomasa. He's doing all right. What's our next step? Do you want me to? You do nothing, Lieutenant, said Batman. I've got it from here. There's 2 potential targets, Naomasa reminded him. 1, Batman corrected. I handled Master Drill. He's left town. Stain won't go after him before going after Native. And I have him covered. Come on, there has to be something I can do, said Naomasa. Has Ingenium exonerated me? asked Batman. For the murders, yes, said Naomasa. Then try to keep the police off of me, said Batman. Stain is hunting me. He said he wanted to kill me. I don't know why he went through the trouble of trying to set me up. Tanio had just finished typing up his most recent article on the recent murders when he heard a knock on the door. He got up from his computer and opened it, but there was nobody there. Just an envelope on the ground. So it was one of these. This wasn't the first time someone had tried to contact him anonymously. It was Hosu. There was dirt everywhere and plenty of people willing to air it out, but the repercussions could be brutal if you were caught doing so. He picked up the envelope and shut the door behind him. Holy, he muttered to himself as he emptied out the envelope. A dozen or so photographs, a note, and a cell phone spewed onto his desk. Photographs of corpses. Slugger and Anima. Some were taken from behind them, some from the rooftops, and some were of their corpses. Tanio picked up the note. It was written in red. If you want to see how this story ends, Tanio Takuda, come where I tell you to when I tell you. Location will be provided. If you fail to show up or attempt to contact the police, I will kill you. Underneath the note, the writer drew something in blood. It was a bat, he realized, like the one on the uniform the Batman wore. Tanio grinned. Now this was a story. Ed frowned as he tossed the newspaper in the trash. Batman innocent. Not one mention of his work. That hack had spent the entire article talking about how Batman saved Ingenium. How that proved Batman wasn't the murderer. That didn't prove anything. It was his work that proved that Stain Person was at the scene of Slugger's murder. Without that, there was no physical evidence tying Anima's murder to Slugger's. And not even a word of all that work made it into the paper. Not a single soul outside the department would know that miracle he practically pulled out of thin air. Was asking for what he deserved too much? Ed certainly didn't think so. He would admit it. He missed being able to go out on the rooftops. It had been 4 days since Ingenium was attacked, and there were noticeably fewer cops on the street. But what really made life easier was the lack of helicopters. No matter how many total police officers and heroes there were, he could manage to get around pretty easily when they stayed on the ground. And it certainly made tracking Native easier. Perched over a ledge, he watched as Native did his evening patrol, something he did twice a week. There had been no sign of Stain since then, and Izuku wasn't sure why. Alfred, if he dies, is it on me? Izuku asked as Native easily apprehended a purse snatcher. Of course not, sir, said Alfred. You aren't responsible for Stain's crimes. I could have told Native to go, said Izuku. I chose to save Master Drill. Or I could have told them both to go. Or I could have told Funkman he was a target. Am I responsible for him? Will I be if I fail Native? No, sir, repeated Alfred. You can't feel guilt due to the actions of a psychopath, Master Midoriya. I've seen what that can do to a man. Tell me, said Izuku. Excuse me, sir, asked Alfred. Tell me about what you've seen, Alfred, said Izuku. It nearly killed Master Bruce, sir, said Alfred. He felt every man he let die was his failing. During those, middle years after he had been established but before he had Master D and Miss Gordon, he took it especially hard. Nearly killed himself. He collapsed from exhaustion in the middle of a patrol. I had to pick him up in the car before anyone spotted him. I know how you think, Master Midoriya. I know what an incredible burden you've placed upon yourself. You've sacrificed family, happiness, love, a chance at a normal life to serve others. You cannot allow yourself to be weighed down even further by guilt. Otherwise, you'll slip beneath the surface and drown. Did he? Asked Izuku. Did Bruce? He did, said Alfred, but the man never quit treading water. And a drowned man cannot revive himself. Silently, the two watched as Native turned a corner into an alley. Is that Stain? Izuku acknowledged, preparing to descend into the alley. There was an explosion in the distance. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw a building downtown engulfed in flames. Zooming in, his eyes narrowed on some flying monster. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his grappling hook, preparing to jump when Master Midoriya. Eyes on the target, yelled Alfred. That's one of the creatures that attacked the... There will be other heroes on it, sir. Stain is right there. Izuku looked back down at the alley. Native was lying against a wall. And was that Ingenium? Whoever he was lying on the ground with Stain standing over him. You have limits, sir. And something like that is beyond you. Focus on the people you can save. You're not a hero, you must keep that in mind. Wordlessly, Izuku jumped from building to building until he landed on the fire escape overlooking the alley. Stain didn't notice. As the serial killer monologued to the Ingenium lookalike, he reached into his belt, pulled out a handful of smoke pellets, and tossed them into the alley before jumping down, silently landing behind him. I was wondering when you'd come for me, said Stain through the smoke. I'm disappointed it took you so long, Dark Knight. I had hoped you were as skilled as the myths of your predecessor claim. Your reign of terror ends here, hero killer, said Izuku, as Stain's shadow retreated. How did you end up finding me? Asked Stain. Izuku said nothing. Come now, Dark Knight, humor me. I don't intend on running from this battle. This will only end when one of us is dead and the other triumphant. I determined Native was your next target, he said, slowly approaching. I spent days following, waiting for you to show up. And you let me nearly kill him before showing yourself? Sked Stain, shaking his head. Maybe you weren't all you were cracked up to be. I was distracted, said Izuku, as he began to emerge from the shadows. Ah, Shigaraki, said Stain, I think I might take care of him next. He may prove to be a complication in the future for me and my master. Together, we will rid the world of these corrupt heroes, these vain men obsessed only with power and money and fame and their own egos. You and Overhaul, said Izuku. Come now, Dark Knight, do you think I'd give up the name of the man I serve so easily? Said Stain. Enough words. Let the clashing of our wills be talk enough. The smoke from the alley cleared, leaving the two of them clearly visible to one another. Stain with his sword drawn. Izuku with his fists raised. Stain charged first. Izuku was quick on the draw, throwing batarangs at the man, but Stain easily deflected them and was soon upon him, striking down with his blade at where Izuku had been standing a moment earlier. He was fast. Faster than anyone he had faced before. Izuku jumped over a follow-up sword swing and then sidestepped a kick before jumping backward and putting a few feet between the two. I'm not some mobster, Dark Knight, said Stain, as the two began to circle one another. I won't collapse with few well-placed wires. You'll have to attack at some point. Izuku ignored him, looking him up and down before charging at the man with batarangs drawn. He slashed at the man, who easily dodged or blocked the swings before kicking Izuku in the stomach. It was hard. His boot was steel-toed. But he didn't show any signs of the pain. Stain was quickly upon him again, a stab with his kitana missing his head by half an inch before Izuku retaliated with a punch to the gut. He's fast, sir, said Alfred as the two once again began to circle one another, and he strikes to kill. But he's unarmored, sir, and his arsenal is limited. Restrict his mobility and the fight is yours. Try to unbalance him. Izuku bit the corner of his lip as he grabbed a bola from his utility belt in one hand and a batarang in the other, keeping it behind his back. He waited until the two were facing the streets on opposite ends of the alley before tossing the bola. Stain easily jumped over it and tried to pounce upon Izuku, but he rolled underneath the jump, throwing a batarang up and striking the unsuspecting villain in the leg. Both men returned to their feet, the vigilante standing tall while the villain was hunched over. He grunted as he pulled the sharp end of the batarang out of his thigh and tossed it to the ground. Very good, sir, said Alfred. Would it be prudent of me to call the lieutenant? Izuku said nothing, hoping Alfred would take the memo. He couldn't risk the police showing up and scaring Stain off. The two men charged at one another again, Izuku batting away the blade, but Stain drew a dagger and attempted to stab him in the chest. Both of Izuku's hands were wrapped around Stain's wrists, his left stopping the sword and his right stopping the dagger. They struggled and pushed, the dagger inching closer then farther then closer again, Izuku and Stain each stepping forward and backward and forward and backward. Izuku grunted, staggering backward as Stain headbutt him in the chin. The serial killer was trained well. He didn't let the opportunity slip, charging again at Izuku and stabbing down at him with both blades. He dodged the sword, but the dagger struck home in his shoulder while Izuku was able to lodge a second batarang in his leg, this one right above his knee, and slapped away the hand wrapped around the dagger. The two men pulled away from one another, before pulling out the respective blades lodged in their respective body parts. "Don't let him get that knife," yelled the Ingenium lookalike. "If he drinks your blood, you'll be paralyzed." Izuku nodded and wiped the blade off on his cape before stabbing the dagger into the brick wall. "That boy you're defending was going to kill me, you know," said Stain, grabbing his sword by both hands. "I wonder, what would you have done had he succeeded? Would you have avenged me? Are all deserving of the Batman's justice?" Izuku nodded. "Then you are a fool, Dark Knight. You are a fool to believe this rotten world of ours can be saved. It can only be purged." "You know what I think, Stain?" said Izuku, smirking as Stain charged him. "I think you like hearing the sound of your own voice too much." He deflected a sword blow with it. "Batarang. You want people to see you as a deep man." He dodged a punch to his injured shoulder before punching him in his overextended arm with all his strength. Stain recoiled, grasping his arm as he tossed a knife with it. A strong, silent type. Izuku caught the blade. Someone who sees the world for what it really is. Stain rushed at him again. Izuku sidestepped the blade and elbowed him in the injured leg. "But it's really about that first thing. The sound of your own voice." The villain screamed in frustration, swinging at Izuku, but his fist only hit brick. "You're a fool, Batman," he yelled. "A blind, ignorant fool. I'm fighting to fix society. You're the one who said our clashing of wills is talk enough." "You said no more words," said Izuku, as Stain once again charged at Izuku, more wild and unhinged than the precise, professional blows he opened their duel with. "So why won't you shut up? Why do you monologue to everyone? You like to talk. You're just like those you who want to purge, motivated by ego." "Eek," yelled Stain, finally landing a blow across Izuku's cheek before pushing Izuku to the ground and landing on top of him. There was another contest of strength, Stain again trying to push a knife down into Izuku. But he was weaker. The punch to his arm must have been more serious than he realized, maybe causing a hairline fracture. Izuku easily pushed the blade back before knocking Stain off of him and throwing a flashbang on the ground. Stumbling backward and rubbing his eyes, he was helpless to defend against Izuku as he ran forward, knelt down, and punched right in his stab wound before following up with a punch to his gut, sending him tumbling out of the alley. "Ooh, you did it," said the Ingenium lookalike. "No," said Izuku as Stain rose to his feet. But knew he was getting close. He was putting considerably more weight into his uninjured left leg, and judging from their fight so far, that wasn't his dominant side. "You know, when I advised you to unbalance him, I meant physically, not emotionally," said Alfred, "but I'm quite impressed. You accomplished both with impressive skill." "It's not over yet," Izuku muttered. "Someone in your ear?" asked Stain, a psychotic grin on his face. "Maybe once I finish with you, I'll find him next." "Don't let him reverse the tables, Master Midoriya," said Alfred. "Stay calm." Izuku took a deep breath before charging Stain again. Yet right before he was about to enter his range, Izuku ducked and dropped a smoke pellet before charging up his taser glove. He sidestepped a slice from Stain's sword and grabbed him by the shoulder, sending jolt after jolt of electricity through his body before crying in pain and pulling his hand back. There was a hole in his arm. The smoke cleared, revealing a smirking Stain holding a bloody dagger. "It looks like the ish." The dagger fell from his hands as it was swatted out of his hand by a batarang. "Monologuing when you should be acting," said Izuku. "As if you're better," spat Stain, throwing a knife Izuku easily dodged. "You monologue plenty. I saw the video." "I said that to a guy that was tied up," said Izuku, as the two charged at one another, "and I wasn't talking to him. I was talking to the people of Hosu. I was letting them know I was here and I was vengeance. In the best-case scenario for you, your audience is dead. Me, Native, and Ingenium are all dead. There's nobody in this alley who lives to hear your monologue in your ideal world." Stain tried to kick him with his uninjured leg, but Izuku sidestepped it and kicked him in the shin of his injured one, forcing him back. "When I talk, I do it for people to listen. You're not writing a manifesto. You're not sending a message to the people. You just... to talk. I'll kill you. Stain yelled, swinging wildly with his blade. I'll bring you his head. He'll take me back. And then we will purge Japan of filth like you. Sir, if you're willing to gamble, I think he's affiliated with the League, not Overhaul, said Alfred. Of assassins, that is. Not villains. You think the League will take you back? Mocked Izuku, as Stain swung with a knife from his left hand, keeping his sword held back. They want obedience. He grabbed his wrist and squeezed. DSPLN. Izuku brought his elbow down on his arm. True dedication. A bone snapped. Not the ego-fueled power trip you call a crusade. You're a phony. A fraud. A faker. I'm not a fake, yelled Stain, continuing to swing with his good arm. You're the one wearing the cowl of a dead man. It's a legacy, Stain, said Izuku, now dodging with barely any effort. A burden I've taken on to protect this city. While you're out there killing people you deem guilty, I am out there. The thing that stands between the innocent and criminal element. When the mugger backs away from the alley because he thinks he saw something in the shadows, that's me. That is what I am. You don't inspire that. You don't inspire fear. You don't inspire change. Hate and sadness. That is what you are. Because you were too egotistical to become something more than a man. Because you don't what takes. With his opponent breathing heavily and bleeding, Izuku ducked under his fist and punched him in the left shoulder. Stain tried to go for another stab with his sword, but Izuku slapped it out of his hand. Both men tried to go for the falling blade, but Izuku was fasted, grabbing it and snapping it over his knee. Stain charged, but Izuku threw the handle at Stain's face, hitting him right in his cut-off nose, before tackling the man to the ground and punching him over and over and over again. You're nothing, Stain, said Izuku, his knives out of their sheaths and tossing them to the side. You're not a philosopher. You're just an angry scumbag lashing out at a world that threw you away. Izuku picked up the dazed villain and pressed him against a wall. You're strong. You trained hard to get where you were. But instead of using that talent to make the world a better place, to be the change you wanted to see in the world, you just rolled around in the gutter with the rest of the trash you wanted to purge. I call the police now, sir? Asked Alfred. Do it, said Izuku. You, may want to look around, sir, said Alfred. Izuku looked to the side and swore internally. A crowd had gathered. A few of them had their phones out. He could even make out one or two heroes. I don't want to alarm you, sir, but one of the men out there is Tanio Takuda. He's a journalist. Least, on the bright side, now nobody can claim the hero killer's crimes were yours. Did anyone call the cops? Whispered Izuku. No, sir, said Alfred. I imagine they saw the heroes here and assumed it was handled. This is going to be a nightmare, whispered Izuku. I wouldn't say so, sir, said Alfred. Perhaps you'll lose some mystique, but a takedown like that will bring you more fear from the criminals. I would consider it a total terror net gain. And as for the civilians, you becoming slightly more known to them in the long run could be good in the long run. You not being a top public enemy means less heroes hunting you. They could have heard about you, he whispered. Good, said Alfred. If they're looking for a man with a partner, it'll only throw them off the trail. You should get going, sir. I'll call the... Bang. He couldn't hear the sounds of the crowd screaming as his ears began to ring. Slowly turning his head, Izuku saw the face of the man he had just defeated blown up. A bullet hole covered in blood and brain matter stared back at him from right behind where his eye had just been. The crowds that had gathered around him in silent awe were dispersing in a panic, but that journalist remained, staring up at the rooftop. Izuku dropped Stain's lifeless body on the ground and turned to face that rooftop. A second later, he was pulling himself over the ledge and onto the rooftop. There was a sniper rifle there, stood up on its bipod, the barrel still warm to the touch. And hanging from the end of the barrel was a brown, leather eye patch. As the rain began to pour around him, Slade Wilson pulled off his black poncho and threw it into a dumpster before putting on a new eye patch. A black turtleneck and gray jeans would never be his outfit of choice. He was never truly comfortable when he wasn't in his armor. It was like a second skin to him. Without it, he felt naked. but it was a necessity for the sake of the mission. He couldn't risk exposing himself to the public. He needed the Batman after him and no one else. That's why he left him the eye patch. It was a breadcrumb only he would be able to follow if he had access to the original's computer, regardless of whether anyone saw him or not. And Slade Wilson was willing to bear a whole lot more discomfort than that for the sake of the mission. After walking down the streets of Hosu for a few minutes, ignoring the scenes of destruction as the heroes and firefighters attempted to put out the fires created by those Nomu or whatever they were called, before stopping at a bar. He ordered a whiskey and pulled out a cell phone. "It's me," said Slade. "Your rogue agent has been handled." "Good," said Roz. "And the Batman?" "He won." "Talks like the original," said Slade. "Maybe a bit more, actually." "Not the strong, silent type," said Roz. "He was talking to throw of stain," said Slade, "to get inside his head. The original did that too, although you know better than me that it wasn't a common tactic he used. We'll see if this is different for this one. I'm sure you're just salivating at the thought of a Batman willing to psychologically manipulate his opponents beyond just scaring the hell out of them on the regular." "I assume the first payment has been made successfully," said Roz. "It's all there," said Slade. "Good," said Roz. "Continue with our plans, then. Overhaul will be sending men to make contact with you in a few days. You will secure the facilities on the docks required to put our plans into effect." "And when the Batman shows up to stop us?" asked Slade. "You know what to do." "In it," yelled Shigaraki, disintegrating another glass. "Have you seen the news, Kurogyri? All Batman. Batman this. Batman that. Batman stops the hero killer. Who is the Batman? It's infuriating. It's like everyone forgot about my Nomus." "It's unfortunate," said Kurogyri, pouring him another drink. "I'm going to kill him," said Shigaraki, more of a statement than a declaration. "He made Stain look like a chump and then said he was trying to join us. Where the hell did he get that from?" "He wasn't referring to your League of Villains, Tamura Shigaraki," the voice of his master said from the screen. "The league he refers to was that of an old associate of mine. One who I had a falling out with. Stain was a former member. But I would recommend you not concern yourself with the Batman. Focus on All Might. I'll handle him. Under the right circumstances, he could prove to be more of an asset than a liability." "What do you mean?" asked Shigaraki. "Just trust me, Tamura Shigaraki," said his master. "Have some faith in your old sensei." "Hey, Ida," said Uraraka, as the two shuffled into his hospital room. "How are you feeling?" "I'm feeling better, Uraraka," said Ida, turning toward them with a sad smile on her face. "When do the doctors say you'll be out of here?" asked Itsuka. "A day or two, hopefully," said Ida. "The wounds weren't that bad. Not like—" Itsuka grimaced. Native was alive, but barely. He had been put in a medically induced coma after the attack, and they had no idea when he'd wake up. "What's going to happen to you?" asked Todoroki from the doorway. "Todoroki?" said Ida. "Hello," said Todoroki, stepping into the room. "Kendo." "Todoroki," Itsuka acknowledged. "Will you face consequences for vigilantism?" asked Todoroki. No," said Ida. "Somehow, the cameras missed me." "What?" said Uraraka. "I don't know it was possible, but somehow all the people recording that fight managed to avoid filming me," Ida explained. "So the official reports say only Native, Batman, and Stain were there. And the man who killed him." "What was he like?" asked Todoroki. "The Batman." "He was indescribable," said Ida, terrifying but comforting at the same time. "Did you get a look at his face?" asked Todoroki, pulling out a notepad. "No, just his chin," said Ida. "How tall was he?" asked Todoroki. "Maybe 180-something centimeters," said Ida. Itsuka glanced over Todoroki's shoulder. Scrawled on his notepad was a list of names with X's next to them, and he was currently writing next to the one at the bottom. X. Abraham Lincoln. "Couldn't you have given me some more warning?" said Chisaki, disintegrating his desk. "You had Batman out in the open. If we had coordinated, then we could have captured him." "Don't presume to lecture me, Mr. Chisaki," said Roz. "I told you I would draw him into the light." I have and intend to draw him even further out. You've made contact with my agent, yes? Chisaki sighed. Yes, he said. Good, said Roz. The Batman will search for him and he will oblige him. He'll lead him right to you and he will lead you to the girl. The dawn of a new age is at hand and you and I will be there to rule it. Chisaki, just be patient. I've waited 300 years. You can stand to wait a few more months. The port facilities required to bring in the weapon should be secured. Chisaki's phone rang. There we have it. It's done, said Slade, wiping the blood off his blade. Send a cleanup crew. You can't do it yourself, said that snot-nosed germaphobe who he was already starting to hate. I can, said Slade, but Roz hired an assassin, not a janitor. And I think the cost of hiring me for those services would bankrupt your little club. I've got 6, Slade paused as he heard breathing. Sheathing his sword, he quietly approached the desk in the corner and kicked it over. Bang. 7 in need of disposal. Fine, said Overhaul. Slade was never fond of missions in an urban setting. Cities were loud. Too many people. There was always a witness somewhere, and the chances for collateral were always much higher. Although when you had been in this line of work for as many years as he had, you learned not to lose sleep over it, he still didn't like when civilians got in the way. It was unprofessional. He'd take spending a month camping out in the jungle or desert any day over the city, where it was just him, his men, and the enemy. A part of him wondered why he didn't turn down this job. He really didn't need the money anymore. There was nothing to spend it on. He was pretty sure he had a few houses and cars, but it's not like he was ever home to use them. His wife had died a lifetime ago. Grant and Joey were dead. Rose might still be out there somewhere, but the last time the two had spoken to one another was after that Todd BSTRD's funeral. Maybe that was why he accepted the job. Because Roz was the one who offered it. Say what you will about the man, and Slade certainly has, but he was the only person who had stuck around. Just him and Roz. No friends. No family. No enemies. Time had taken them all from Slade Wilson. Those Grant, Joey, Adeline, Wintergreen, Grayson, Lawton, Waller. There was nothing left. Just an empty house, a full bank account, as Raz al-Fang Gul. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. With a pistol in one hand, he leaned against it and looked through the peephole. Men in bird masks. He put his pistol back in the holster and opened the door. Clean up crew, said a shirtless man with long black hair who stumbled into the warehouse. Jesus, was he drunk? Why the hell was Roz working with these people? A dozen or so men in bird masks followed him, carrying duffel bags. As they began to suit up in hazmat outfits, Slade stepped out of the warehouse, the blood that was just beginning to cake to his armor dripping into the docks, blending in with the layers of gunk already building up. Looking around to make sure nobody was listening, he pulled out his phone and pulled off his mask. I've taken the docks from those triads, said Slade. Overhaul's men are securing the building. Good, said Roz. The first ship will arrive in a few days. It's just been dispatched from Shanghai. I expect you to see to its safety. I have a strong feeling the Batman will be an issue. How strong are those feelings? Asked Slade. Strong. All right, Master Midoriya, just solder. I see you've got it, said Alfred. A few minutes later, he tightened the last screw and plugged in the DNA analyzer. Yes, it seems to be functioning. Shall we run a test, sir? Izuku nodded and plucked a black hair from his head, placing it in the dish in the center of the analyzer. A few minutes later, a picture of him appeared on the back computer. Now reasonably confident it was functional, he threw out the dish and put in a new one, placing the eye patch on top. My word, he's still alive, said Alfred as a picture of a one-eyed man in gray and orange armor appeared on the screen. His healing abilities must have been much stronger than we foresaw. Slade Wilson, Izuku Red, sitting down in the chair, also known as Deathstroke. Quirk, unknown regeneration ability. Likely unable to repair major damage. See missing eye. Former affiliations, U.S. Army, Green Berets. Task Force X. Terrorist groups, various. Paramilitary groups, various. Foreign militaries, various. Foreign intelligence, various. Organized crime, various. League of Assassins. I can't say their relationship was particularly warm, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. Deathstroke and Roz fought just as often as they worked together. Do you think he shot Stain on his orders? Asked Izuku, stroking his chin. It's quite possible, sir, said Alfred, although why remains a mystery. Maybe he didn't want him to talk, said Izuku. If Roz was involved with Stain? Perhaps, sir, said Alfred. It could also be Stain heard about you, remembered hearing you were Ra's enemy while training with the League, and decided your head would be the best way to get into his good graces. That wouldn't explain what Deathstroke was doing there, said Izuku, or why he didn't take me out of the picture while he had the chance. This is a trap. He's working with Overhaul. Or maybe Roz is working with Overhaul. Or maybe Roz is dead and whoever replaced him is. Either way, Overhaul is involved. He needs me alive because he thinks I'm hiding Eri. Roz would also have a motivation for not killing you, said Alfred. Honor? What do you mean? Asked Izuku. Roz considers himself to be a man of honor, Master Midoriya, Alfred explained. At some point in the past, he came to some sort of arrangement with Master Bruce to stay out of Gotham. Perhaps, in his mind, the deal still applies to you in some manner. The idea of him working with Overhaul isn't unbelievable. Roz did always want to cleanse society. But his fascination with the Batman will come into conflict with his business arrangements. We shall see what he decides in the end. Overhaul has been holding firm, said Izuku, pulling up 2 maps of the city, one with roughly the same amount of red dots as the other. No matter how many dealers I take down, he's just been sending more onto the streets. And they've been becoming more and more reluctant to talk. Maybe to... A different approach, sir, said Alfred. We've been focusing on the slums on the eastern side of the city, said Izuku, typing into the map zoomed in on the waterfront district. We've been avoiding the more commercial, better-off districts in the southwest. Generally speaking, sir, said Alfred, street crime doesn't occur as often in more commercial, better-off parts of the city. But we're not dealing with just street crime, Alfred, said Izuku. If Overhaul is trying to build a superweapon, this is beyond just street crime. If Deathstroke is involved, this is beyond just street crime. If the League of Assassins is working with him, this is beyond just street crime. So you think they're trying to smuggle something into Japan? Asked Alfred. I do, confirmed Izuku, and I think they assumed Hosu was a quiet, unassuming place to do it. Nagoya has the Night Eye Agency in it. That alone would be reason enough to avoid doing it there if there weren't half a dozen other top 100 heroes there. Hosu has you, sir, said Alfred, and I'm certain you'll stop whatever they're planning. Naomasa stood in the empty forensics lab with a blood-stained handkerchief on one side of him and his laptop on the other. They hadn't been able to take a blood sample from the scene of the attack on Native before the rain had started. The uniformed officers on the scene had been too busy quieting the panicking crowds to properly section off the crime scene, already overstretched from the fires and the Nomu. That was the official story. Unofficially, Naomasa hadn't missed his opportunity. He had taken a blood sample while nobody was watching. He wasn't planning on arresting him. Not at the moment. At the very least, he couldn't go after him until Overhaul was behind bars. He couldn't do that in good conscience. He probably wouldn't afterward. Even if he felt the man deserved it, it would be betraying him. He wouldn't go out of his way to cover for him like he had been these past few weeks, but he didn't plan on making a conscious effort to find him. But he had to be prepared. In the event Batman crossed a line Naomasa wasn't willing to tolerate, he had to be ready to stop him. He had just finished running the blood test and was currently checking the results against their database. He doubted he could find anything, but it couldn't hurt. And at the very least, he'd have it on record if he needed to ID a body. Taking a sip of his coffee, he finished typing the results into the computer. His cup shattered against the ground. One partial match. Izuku Midoriya. Deceased. Lieutenant, said Ed, pushing open the door of the lab. Can I help you with anything? Thanks, Ed, said Naomasa. I'll clean this up. In a daze, he made his way over to the janitor's closet by the break room, grabbing a broom and dustpan before returning to the lab. He swept up the shards of pottery as Ed stared at him, clearly concerned but unsure what to say. Izuku Midoriya was alive. Izuku Midoriya was Batman. The kid who he had failed to find was now the vigilante he was ostensibly in charge of finding. Batman was a 17-year-old. Batman had been shot on 2 occasions that he knew of. Did this mean Neo Mesa needed to bring him in at the first possible opportunity? Or did it mean he couldn't do so under any circumstances, assuming he didn't kill anyone or start committing real crimes? He wasn't sure how he felt. Upset, definitely. He had allowed this to happen. It was his failure that had created the Batman, at least partially. A child was out every night risking his life to protect people. A child decided he needed to become the embodiment of fear. But it was also relieving. It meant he didn't need to go around checking the morgue every month looking for him. This life isn't what he had hoped had happened to Izuku Midoriya. But any life was better than the quite plausible alternative. At least he hadn't fallen into a life of crime. Well, actual crimes. As he was dumping out the dustbin into the trash, another thought occurred to him. If he was guilty of allowing this to happen to Izuku Midoriya, he wasn't solely guilty. He had an accomplice of some kind. The Ida kid mentioned hearing the Batman whispering to someone and said Stain had commented on it. But he was definitely more than just a man in the chair. He was almost certainly being financed by someone else, and there was probably someone who trained him. Or maybe he had 2 accomplices. Or 3. A partner, a mentor, and a financier. He had all 3. The question was how many people were filling each role. Actually 4. An engineer. Someone was building his weapons, although it wasn't unfeasible for Midoriya himself to be doing that. Incoming call from the lieutenant, sir, said Alfred. Put him through, said Izuku, watching a group of Hasaikai gangsters. Wow, you've got some really good cybersecurity, said a vaguely familiar, slightly crazed voice. Alfred, we've been hacked, said Izuku. Wise if I saw... The glitching voice of Alfred abruptly cut off. Sorry, had to kick him out for a second, said the voice. How did you find me? Said Izuku. Like I said, your security is really good, but you haven't done a great job hiding it, said the voice. You know, you almost look like a drone from this angel. Oh hey, it's you, Cinderblock. What did you say your name was again? Why do you have cameras on the inside of your mask? What to want? Growled Izuku. I just her voice cut out. Apologizes, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. I've taken the liberty to... Alfred, trace them back, said Izuku. Very well, sir, said Alfred. It took him about 10 minutes to make it to the apartment complex the signal of the hacker was coming from. He zip-lined silently toward the window, landing on the balcony next to it. Izuku climbed over the railing and grabbed onto the windowsill, peering through the window. It was a bedroom with a single light in the corner from a computer screen revealing the silhouette of the person who had hacked him. The window was unlocked. With one hand grabbing the balcony railing, he reached out and pushed it open. Izuku climbed into the bedroom and slowly approached the figure, her pink dreadlocks slowly coming into view. Mei Hatsum. He remembered her now. I have them so I can check if my head is bleeding, said Izuku. Oh hey, hi, you must be Bat Guy, said Hatsum, completely unfazed by his presence. Why did you hack into my communications? Asked Izuku. Because I wanted to communicate, said Hatsum, getting up from her chair and grabbing her backpack off the floor. I want to help. You. Excuse me, said Izuku. I said I wanted to help, said Hatsum, unzipping the bag and pulling out a folder. I managed to break your security, right? I have a hacker, said Izuku. Oh, good, said Hatsum. I mean, if you needed a hacker, I'd be willing to, but that would take away from baby-making time. Right, she called her gear babies. I've got all sorts of cool stuff the people at UA don't want me to make. You want to make gear for me, said Izuku. Yup, said Hatsum, handing the folder to him. Izuku opened them. Blueprints. Gas grenades, explosive gel, sonar batarangs, gloves with built-in claws for climbing. You know, you are somewhat lacking in firepower, Master Midoriya, Alfred pointed out. That might be my fault. Bruce used a wider range of gadgets beyond simple smoke, batarangs, tasers, and grappling hook, 7 if those were his primary tools. You might do well to take her up on her offer. How do I know I can trust you? Asked Izuku. How do I know you won't try to turn me in? Turn you in, said Hatuzum. For what? Vigilantism, said Izuku. That's a crime, said Hatsum. Duh. Anyway, if it is, well, I don't care, said Hatsum. I just want to make my babies. Besides, I already know about your warehouse. It took every ounce of his willpower not to grimace. At least he could be someone confident she was telling the truth. If we work together, then you will take every security precaution I tell you to. Do you understand? He asked. Hatsum nodded. Good. I'll set up a facility for you. Keep an eye on your phone. What do you want me to get started on first? Asked Hatsum. The gloves and the sonar, said Izuku, handing her the folder. If you can make those well enough, I'll trust you to build something offensive. You got it, Dracula, said Hatsum, grinning wildly. Right across the street, sir, said Alfred. Yes, that one. I told the owner to leave the key under the mat. Izuku leaned down and pulled up the mat. Just as he said, there was a small brass key. He picked it up and unlocked the door. This place used to be a fancy, custom art supplies store. They made high-quality paint in the back and sold their goods in the front. I suppose it's a bit rude, but, well, I'm not surprised they went out of business. But this means the back area is quite spacious, well ventilated, and because it would have disturbed the ambience of the front, the previous owners invested quite heavily into soundproofing it, so it won't be a great disturbance. What do we do about the front? Asked Izuku, looking out the window. Well, Master Midoriya, in case you forgot, according to the paperwork, Akatani Mikumo is an orphan child of privilege, said Alfred, and it's in official police paperwork that the two of you met a few weeks ago. Well, after you two first met, you began to hang out. You soon realized you were dealing with a once-in-a-lifetime protégé, and so you decided it would be a prudent financial move to stake your claim to her talents by setting her up in a support lab. We put shutters on the front for the sake of security, and if anyone asks, then we're keeping the front for a receptionist. Hatsum doesn't have a support license, said Izuku. No, but the law doesn't forbid people from building equipment for their own amusement, said Alfred, and given Hatsum's judicious speed of construction, I doubt anyone sticking their noses in will realize we've happened to have snuck a few pieces out. And besides, that'll be a good explanation as to why you're keeping the front for a receptionist instead of employing one. How much will this all cost, Alfred? Asked Izuku, looking around. You can more than afford it, sir, said Alfred. Can I? Asked Izuku. Sir, I've had to intentionally quarter the amount of money I was making in the market to avoid suspicion, said Alfred, and even then, I've had to donate half of the money you were earning to avoid. If I were operating at my peak efficiency, you'd be a billionaire 10 times over by now. You can afford to make a long-term investment into a friend. Alfred, what if I decided I wanted you operating slightly more efficiently? Asked Izuku. Is there a big purchase you plan on making, sir? Asked Alfred. No, said Izuku, stepping out of the storefront. I read the old files in the back computer about what Bruce Wayne did to help Gotham as Bruce, not Batman. Can I do something similar? You can't just throw money at your problems, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. Bruce Wayne was able to help because he was a Wayne. Because that name meant something to the people of Gotham. Because the Wayne name meant hope. Not because the Waynes were rich, but because for centuries, they were the only men of means fighting to protect Gotham. Bruce Wayne was able to help people because they remembered Thomas Wayne, and Thomas Wayne was able to because Patrick Wayne had during the Depression. I know throwing money at my problems won't solve them, but, well, Izuku smiled, how much harm can it do? Quite a bit, sir, said Alfred. It'll draw public attention to you. I did my best to ensure your backstory was as impossible to disprove as possible. Parents died mountain climbing, and bodies never recovered. They were born in Japan but were raised in England. Taken in by Thaddeus Crane, a family friend who, alas, is neglectful and prefers traveling to raising you. Your inheritance is managed by a firm in Luxembourg. But if you appear on the scene from out of nowhere at the same time as Batman, you will draw suspicion. I'll be subtle, said Izuku. We'll take it slowly. But it would be beneficial to my cover to diversify my portfolio, wouldn't it? To give me some assets that don't only exist on paper? It would be even more suspicious if someone noticed that there was an incredibly reclusive multimillionaire in Hosu who tries to remain as inconspicuous as possible. What's he hiding? I bet he has some dark secret. I suppose you make a good point, Master Midoriya, said Alfred. We'll start small, said Izuku, like real estate, maybe. Construction. Something not flashy but something that we can do to help the people of this city. We won't even put my name on it. Then once the shock of the Batman has worn off while Akatani Mikumo has become a bit more well-known, we can start being a bit louder. Doing something to bring hope to balance out Batman's fear. I'm proud you came to this conclusion on your own, sir, said Alfred. I'll assemble a basic portfolio. Shota watched in silence. From the rooftops as his students filtered out of the building in their own small groups. Although he would never admit it out loud, he was proud of this class. They had displayed shocking levels of competence for first years, especially Kendo and Bakugo. He noticed Todoroki opening up ever so slightly in the days following his loss in the sports festival, although whether it was the ego check or something deeper remained unclear to Aizawa. They had all performed admirably under great stress that a first-year student never should have faced. After a few minutes of this, however, he made his way back inside the building, wandering down the halls until he reached the newly built quarantine room next to the nurse's office and stepped inside. The room was more daycare than leper colony, with a brightly colored rug covering the ground, a box full of toys in the corner, and a child's bed with ruffled blankets on top. The room's sole inhabitant looked up from her drawing and stared at him as he wordlessly made his way over to the rocking chair in the corner, pulling out a stack of his students' papers he still needed to grade. Eventually, the platinum-haired girl lost interest in him and returned to her scribbling. Out of curiosity, he looked over her shoulder to see what she was drawing. The black figure, with a red bat on his chest. "Oh, Chaco," called her father as she stepped through the door of their home. "Come here." "Ugh, can it wait, Dad?" asked Ochako. "I just got my butt kicked by my friend for an hour." "Just come here," said her father. "It's important." Sighing, she set down her backpack by the door and made her way to the kitchen, where her parents were sitting. "What's going on?" she asked. "Sit down, dear," said her mother, holding her father's hand. "Your father and I have some big news." "We sold the company," said her father. What?" asked Ochako, sitting down across from them. "We sold the construction company," said her mother. Seriously?" asked Ochako. Her father nodded. "And this is a good thing?" "Real good, sweetie," said her father. "Real good. I can't tell you exactly how good, contract stuff." "So, what are you going to do now?" asked Ochako. "We're staying on with the company as managers," her father explained. "The people who bought us have some big plans to redevelop some of the tenements in the poorer neighborhoods. Most of them should have been torn down 40 years ago anyway. I guess they saw the work we were doing and figured it would be a better long-term investment to buy instead of rent." "What's the name of the company?" asked Ochako. "Pennyworth Development," said her mother. "Kinda ironic, isn't it?" said her father. "If they knew what a penny was worth, they wouldn't have paid so much." "Honey," gasped her mother. "What?" "Chaco's old enough to understand the business wasn't doing well," said her father. He took a deep breath. "I really am glad these people came along, Chaco. I don't know what we would have done without 'em. We can pay off the mortgage on the house, pay off the car, and have more than enough to spare. And I'll gladly swallow my pride and kiss whoever's but I work for if it means making sure we have enough to pay for your tuition and keep a roof over your head." "They're planning something with the docks," said Izuku, opening the glove compartment of the van and filing through the registration. "Your theory proved to be correct," said Alfred, "in part at least. I doubt they're attempting to smuggle in drags at the port. They get in more than enough by land." "There's been no sign of Deathstroke for a weeks," said Izuku. "That's what makes me nervous." "To be fair, sir," said Alfred, "Deathstroke was always a man who one couldn't find unless he desired to be. I somehow doubt a century or two of mercenary work have dulled those skills." "You're nervous," observed Izuku, shutting the glove compartment and stepping out of the van. "I am, sir," said Alfred as he grappled back up to the rooftops. "Deathstroke is not a man to be taken lightly. Master Bruce considered him one of the most dangerous men he had ever fought. Master D considered him the most dangerous. Both men routinely struggled to defeat him in their prime. You are not Bruce Wayne in his prime. And if you'll excuse me, sir, you are not D. Grayson in his prime. In a head-to-head fight against Deathstroke, he will kill you, Master Midoriya. You don't have any faith in me, Alfred? Said Izuku. In abundance, sir, said Alfred, but I refuse to allow it to blind me to reality. So what should I do, Alfred? Said Izuku. If he's working for Overhaul, I'll have to fight him at some point. I don't know, sir, said Alfred. If there was an easy method for defeating Deathstroke, he would not be Deathstroke. Do you want to know my advice for defeating him? Lock the doors to your warehouse and train for another 3 years. Master Bruce had trained for 10 and it was never a sure thing. That's obviously not a practical solution, so you'll have to figure something out for yourself. What are we dealing with here? Asked Izuku, stepping into the forensics lab. Half a dozen gangsters were murdered on the east side last night, said Ed, holding up something to a bright light, all shot in the head. Pretty nasty. What gangsters are we talking about? Asked Izuku. Hasaikai. Nope, said Ed, setting whatever he was holding down. Izuku took a closer look and realized it was a bullet. They were all locals. You think this might be the same shooter from the Stain murder? Asked Izuku, looking down at the small hunk of smashed metal. Now there's a thought, said Ed, putting the bullet under a microscope. 7.62. Same type that killed Stain. Not the same gun though. I mean, he might have gotten another MK-14 enhanced battle rifle, but, not the exact same gun. Why do you think it was the same person? Well, how many people in Japan use guns? Said Izuku. Much less ones that fire military-grade ammunition? Right, but you didn't know that before I told you, said Ed. What made you think there might be a connection? I don't know, you said shot in the head, that was the first thing my mind went to, I guess. Shrugged Izuku. Yeah, fair, said Ed, putting the bullet away. So hey, you want to hear my latest theory on the Batman? Sure, said Izuku. So, I started thinking about where he gets his money, said Ed. He uses pretty disposable gear. Batarangs, smoke pellets, Kevlar. Those aren't reusable. Got to replace them. That costs money. He's got a trust fund. Rich parents, orphaned at a young age if I had to guess. That would also provide a motive, don't you think? Yeah, I guess so, said Izuku, but why do you think it's a trust fund? Maybe he's just got a well-paying day job. Or maybe he retired early. Maybe, said Ed, stroking his chin, but I'd be really shocked if he was able to perform well at his job, well enough to pay for his gear, if he's up till 4 a.m. every night. And retiring early wouldn't give us a motive. He calls himself Vengeance. Who's he trying to avenge? Does it really matter? Suggested Izuku. His means don't need to be tied to his motive. That's true, conceded Ed, shrugging. Like I said, just a theory, but I'm going to start looking into trust fund kids. Well, speaking as one myself, said Izuku, most of us really aren't that interesting. Said Ed, turning to pull something out of the filing cabinet. Hey, by the way, have you seen the lieutenant recently? He looks like he's seen, 12 ghosts for the past few days. No, not really, said Izuku, turning to face the door. Half an hour or so later, Ed had to step out of the lab for something, so Izuku took his chance to go check on Tsukachi. He needed to make sure the lieutenant was right mentally if they were going to work together. Hey, Lieutenant, said Izuku, knocking on the door to his office. Oh, hey, come in, said Tsukachi, staring down at his desk. Can I help you with something? Who was going to ask you that, sir, said Izuku, sitting down across from him. Dr. Nakamura said you weren't doing all right. Ah, geez, even Ed noticed, said Tsukachi, smiling softly, although it didn't reach his eyes. Yeah, I haven't been sleeping well lately. Even more than usual. Ever since that thing with Stain, I've been basically glued to my desk trying to help things get back to normal. He was lying. Partially, that is. Izuku had no doubts in his mind that the man was severely sleep-deprived. He knew that because he was always available when Izuku called him in the middle of the night. But that had always been true. That's not what prompted this change. His eyes kept darting down to his desk. Something had shaken him. Something emotional. Izuku looked across his desk and noticed something was missing. The photo was gone. So either he found a body, or he found the truth. And knowing Izuku's luck, it was probably the former. So Tao. The official report stated that they weren't able to collect a blood sample from the alley where he fought Stain. But as Tsukachi himself told him, not everything was in the files. But something like this would be. The police would be plastering his name and face up everywhere if they knew he was Batman. No, the police didn't know. Tsukachi knew. The question was, did he know Midoriya and Mikumo were one and the same? No, he didn't. Tsukachi would have tried to speak with him one-on-one if he knew. He wouldn't be able to help himself. He couldn't hide his concern for others. He tried to make sure Izuku was eating as Batman when he probably assumed Batman was his own age. If he knew Mikumo was Midoriya and Midoriya was Batman, he'd try to talk. Not to ask him, but to check in on him. Oh, good afternoon, Mikumo, how are you doing? Hey, Mikumo, I accidentally brought in an extra lunch. Do you need one? How's everything at home, Mikumo? Is your guardian treating you well? Questions like that. If he wasn't asking those, his secret was safe. Izuku Midoriya wouldn't lead Tsukachi to Akatani Mikumo. His only concern was how Tsukachi would react. Maybe the sympathy would buy him a more durable relationship after Aries' safety was assured. Maybe it would only invigorate his desire to catch him out of some deluded desire to save him. He couldn't know. He'd just have to keep rolling with the punches. All right, sir, said Izuku, standing up from the desk. If you need anything, just let me know. Whoa, so is this where? Said Hatsum, flicking on the lights to reveal the wrapped-up lab equipment. Yeah, Izuku nodded, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket. If there's anything else you need or if anyone shows up, call this number. Ooh, is this your partner? Said Hatsum, taking the paper. When am I going to meet him? Memorize that number and burn that paper, said Izuku. As I said, if you need anything, call that number. Do you need help setting up the equipment? Nah, I can do that stuff in my sleep, said Hatsum, cracking her knuckles and grabbing the box cutter lying on the counter. Hatsum, wait, said Izuku, grabbing her arm. This could be dangerous, you realize that, right? I don't just mean making the equipment. If my identity gets exposed and you're publicly linked to me, you could end up in trouble. And I don't just mean with law enforcement. Yeah, I know, I didn't track you down on a whim, said Hatsum, grinning. Look, this whole vengeance shtick, it's not really my thing. But I love to build things, Cinderblock, and you like to save people. Rules got in the way of both of us. If you're willing to face the consequences of breaking them, then so am I. Okay, said Izuku, but I am going to teach you some basic self-defense techniques. And give you a panic button. Yuke, fine, said Hatsum. By the way, she reached into her backpack and pulled out a pair of black gloves. I made the gloves. Already, said Izuku, taking them from her. It's only been a day. It wasn't that hard, said Hatsum, as Izuku pulled on the gloves. He turned around and pressed both hands on the wall above the doorway, pulling himself half a foot off the ground. These'll work, said Izuku. The sonar is going to be a bit more complicated, said Hatsum, cutting off the plastic covering on one of the machines he purchased for her. I'll need to connect with your computer and maybe your cowl if you want to see through walls. Build the Batarang first, said Izuku. I'll link it up to the computer. I did build all my own gear before you offered. And it's kind of lame, said Hatsum, but fine, I get it, you don't want to trust me with the good stuff yet. I'll get started on them. Do you blame me? Said Izuku. Just give me some time to get used to the arrangement. Hey, you paid for all this, shrugged Hatsum, plugging in one of the machines. It's going to be a bit more complicated to get those up and running than the gloves, but I think I should have them working by the end of the machines. What do you want next? I'll think about it, said Izuku. The rain was falling hard this evening. Most people were running inside, trying to find some shelter from the elements. But not him. And not them. He clung to the side of a skyscraper with his new gloves. It had taken some finicking to integrate them with his previous uniform, especially the taser gloves, but he could already see the advantage they would provide. It was nice not to be limited to fire escapes, balconies, and rooftops when he wanted to stalk someone or get a vantage point for an ambush. Case in point, The rooftop of the office building overlooking the docks was too high for a quick strike, but the warehouse was too low to see everything he needed to see. A few stories up on the office building was the perfect height to watch the shy Hasaikai men unloading a truck. They were spread all over the docks like locusts. While he was distracted trying to keep them from taking over the east side, the docks were theirs. Hosu was never a major avenue for drag smuggling. They brought most of their product in from other cities, not other countries. There was very little competition for the Hasaikai to run off. It probably only took them a week or two to run off the few gangs that remained. Pressing a button on the side of his cowl, he zoomed in on the truck in the alley. "Some industrial equipment, sir?" Alfred suggested. "Perhaps they're setting up a drag lab here in Hosu." "I wish," said Izuku, sliding down the side of the building and landing a street over. He silently made his way into the alley, ducking behind the empty cab of the truck before climbing onto it. Taking great care to conceal his footsteps, he crawled along the roof till he was standing over the back and just as two Hasaikai gangsters climbed into the trailer. He climbed down into the truck and stood over the two Hasaikai men, one bending over to pick up some boxes while the other was staring at a clipboard on the wall. Izuku maneuvered himself between them, before smashing the standing one's face against the side of the truck and knocking the other out with a chop to the neck. Both went down without making a sound, and so he knelt down over one of the boxes. "It's Cyrillic," said Izuku. "Translating, sir," said Alfred. "It says, United Chemical Corporation. Russian company, based in St. Petersburg." Izuku pulled out a batarang and prepared to open up the box, but froze as he heard footsteps from behind. He grabbed the clipboard and ran. "Well, if it ain't the Batman," said the voice of a mountain of a man standing on the other side of the alley, his black bird mask not concealing his light brown hair. "I've been waitin' a long time for this. The name's Kendo. Kendo the Rapper." Bang. A gunshot rang out from beside Kendo as a second Hasaikai gangster holding a gun stepped forward, only to be knocked out by Kendo with a single punch. "Sorry about that," he said. "I like to think fights should be one-on-one, you know? And hey, tell you what? I know you like to use your fancy toys. You beat me without 'em, I'll tell you anything you want to know, deal?" Izuku stepped out of the truck. "No quirks," he said. "Bah. Fine," said Kendo, rotating his arm. "Won't make a difference anyway." "Master Midoriya, I must object," said Alfred. "I'll keep that in mind," whispered Izuku, raising his fists. The massive man charged at him with his arm ped back, and Izuku barely sidestepped it before it collided with the asphalt where he had been standing a moment earlier. He landed a single punch to the man's knee, before backflipping away from a backhand. Kendo charged again, swiping madly as Izuku barely dodged and ducked under each attack. He was powerful. Even without using his quirk, he knew any one of those hits would knock him off his feet. Izuku continued dodging until the two men were out of the alley and moving closer and closer to the pier. "Eesh," he cried, as Kendo finally landed a hit on him, sending him rolling across the asphalt. As he pulled himself to his feet, Kendo stood still. "What, you ain't gonna fight back?" he taunted. "You can't win by dodging." As Izuku rose to his feet, he smirked back at Kendo. "Something funny?" "I'm just thinking about the look on your face after I beat you senseless," said Izuku, wiping the blood off his chin. "Sir, I would advise against." "That's the spirit," yelled Kendo, charging wildly at him. Izuku reached into his belt and, poof, he rolled through the legs of Kendo the Rapper as the man charged at him, activating his shock gauntlets and punching him again in the back of the knee, knocking him off balance just enough for Izuku to shove him forward. "You son of a..." Push. As Kendo fell into the ocean, Izuku didn't hesitate. Quickly running toward the warehouse, he saw the Hasaikai gangsters unloading the cargo from the trucks into. Not bothering to waste time with subtlety, he kicked down the door, alerting the half a dozen or so Hasaikai gangsters he was there, who all froze. "I beat Kendo the Rapper," said Izuku, praying the man wasn't a strong enough swimmer to spoil his bluff. "Tell me what's going on here, and maybe you won't end up in a full body cast for a year." We don't know," said one of them. "We were just puttin' together the machine." "What machine?" said Izuku. "We don't know," said another one. "Overhaul just wanted us to..." "You son of a beach, I'll kill why." yelled Kendo the rapper from outside. Izuku acted quickly, throwing a handful of batarangs at the skylight and grappling through the hole just as Kendo stormed into the building. "Nice work, Master Bruce," said Alfred. "I'll try and have more faith in you in the future. Shall I call Lieutenant Go Tsukachi?" "No," said Izuku, jumping off the roof of the warehouse and grappling to another building. "It's too soon to get them directly involved. This has to be us going for the jugular, not death by 1,000 cuts. If we strike too soon, they may just start back up again. Or move to another city. At the very least, we need to know what they're trying to accomplish before we try to stop them." "Very good, sir," said Alfred. "I took the liberty of going through the feed from your cowl and going through that cargo manifest. It was piping, sir, pipes, values, etc." "So that doesn't tell us much," said Izuku, landing on the roof and turning back to watch the warehouse. "No, it doesn't," Alfred acknowledged, "but I took another look at UCC, that Russian company, and as it turns out, they do most of their shipping with a company called Neptune Freight. Cross-referencing their records with the manifest, I can say with confidence that those pieces arrived on a ship in Osaka 3 weeks ago. And a little more digging revealed that they have another ship scheduled to arrive in Hosu in 2 days' time. I'd say that this couldn't be a coincidence, sir." "No, Alfred, I don't think it could," said Izuku. "What is it, Tsukachi?" asked Shoyuda, answering his phone. Can we talk?" asked Tsukachi. "Sure," said Shoyuda. "On another rooftop this time?" Tsukachi chuckled, but Shoyuda could tell it was fake. "No, my apartment." "Is it urgent?" he asked. "I'm not exactly in town." Tsukachi sighed. "No, I guess." "All right, I'll be there in half an hour," said Shoyuda, hanging up. Exactly half an hour later, Shoyuda knocked on the door of his friend's apartment. Getting no response, he pushed the door open and stepped through the doorway. Tsukachi was sitting at the kitchen table, a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a glass in the other. Shoyuda grimaced. He knew Tsukachi had his demons, but it had been a while since they had reared their heads. "I found him, Aizawa," mumbled Tsukachi. "I finally found him." "Who?" said Shoyuda, sitting down across from him. Tsukachi poured himself another drink before Shoyuda grabbed the bottle and pulled it away. "I think you've had enough." "I found him, Aizawa," said Tsukachi, draining his glass. "I found the kid." "The kid?" he thought out loud. "The orphan?" Tsukachi nodded. "Midoriya." "I'm sorry," said Shoyuda. "It wasn't your fault He's alive," mumbled Tsukachi. "He is," said Shoyuda. "Then why?" "Batman," he mumbled, holding his glass upside down over his mouth. "What?" said Shoyuda. "He's Batman," said Tsukachi, grabbing the bottle back and pouring himself another drink. "Didn't you say he was quirkless?" asked Shoyuda. Tsukachi nodded. "All right, let's get you to bed." Tsukachi didn't struggle as Shoyuda guided him away from the table, pulling off his trench coat and unbuttoning his dress shirt before gently pushing him onto his couch. He ruffled through the man's pockets until he found the man's keys, before he made his way out of Tsukachi's apartment, locking the door behind him and tossing the key into the mail slot. "It's me," said Shoyuda, calling Nizu. "Tsukachi might have found out who Batman is." "Oh, do tell, Aizawa," said Nizu. "He thinks it's a man, a kid named Izuku Midoriya," said Shoyuda. "Why does he think so?" asked Nizu. "I don't know," said Shoyuda, "but Tsukachi wouldn't say something like that without reason." "Do you know this Izuku Midoriya?" asked Nizu. "Tsukachi's mentioned him before," said Shoyuda. "Some kid who ran away from an orphanage 3 years ago. Tsukachi's been looking for him for a while." "Do you think this theory is plausible?" asked Nizu. "It would explain one piece of the puzzle," said Shoyuda. "Why? Why he didn't just become a hero. Izuku Midoriya is quirkless. And from what Tsukachi said about him in the past, he really wanted to save people." "That's what? I suppose that would be a clean solution to a complicated problem," said Nizu. "I suppose that means we're not dealing with a vigilante. Not in the legal sense, at least. Just a serial, aggravated assaulter, kidnapper, and a few dozen accounts of interfering with police activities and possession of illegal weapons? If he's not using a quirk, It's not technically vigilantism. Still a crime, just a different one than what we were chasing him for. Does this change things? Asked Shoyuta. Not sure, said Nizu. I'm relieved, yet powerless. I told you I feared some great institutional flaw I was overlooking, and now it has been revealed to me. We did not have a way to account for the quirkless. But what am I to do to change things? Evidently, it is possible for someone lacking a quirk to fulfill the role of a hero, but how am I to accommodate that? Izuku Midoriya must have trained for those 3 years to become Batman. A non-stop, highly specialized training regime. Am I supposed to allow that? Am I supposed to make accommodations to allow students to turn themselves into weapons purely for the sake of the, 24 quirkless kids every year who want to become heroes? And how many of them would still want it if it meant going through what I presume Izuku Midoriya did? The system I've helped build should allow for people like Izuku Midoriya, a person who clearly has an unquenchable desire to save people if he's out there every night, willing to risk both death and arrest. Yet how much time and effort and money is it really fair to allocate for people like him? People who, at the end of the day, would be more effective if they had a quirk. And if that is what it takes, would I really want that? Would I wish to turn my place of learning into a training camp dedicated solely to forging young minds into weapons? Perhaps it would be better for society, but it certainly wouldn't be better for the students. It's a conundrum, Aizawa, one that seems to have no good answer.